Time passed, and someone commented that it felt like a long time. The other person responded that it only felt long because they guessed the answers and then stared blankly at the paper, and that they were correct. The two students continued their conversation. Elsewhere, a convoy of military vehicles moved through the city streets. Nearby, a group of men in suits sat on a bench, observing the scene. The convoy continued its advance as students walked by on the sidewalk. One of the men remarked that they weren't even real adventurers, but just students from one of the specialized high schools. Another man told him to look at the logo, stating that they were from Warrior High School. The events that occurred started without a single warning. In a sky stained crimson, winged beast soared. Below, a monstrous dragon stood amidst the city's ruins. As the dragon towered over the landscape, terrified citizens looked on. Later, science would confirm the unbelievable. A world similar to Earth existed somewhere in the vast expanse of the universe. On that planet, a cataclysmic event had taken place. The planet was torn to pieces. The fragments hurtled through space. As a result, the remnants of that planet began flying towards Earth. The people watched in horror, and parts of our planet started to fuse with theirs. The stars bore witness. The landscape twisted and changed. The city was transformed. That was the adhesion phenomena. That was how the unusual laws of nature and a variety of monsters were introduced to Earth. The arrival of these monsters brought chaos and destruction. With the monsters' arrival, 17% of the Earth's area was affected. Humans lost control over the land. These areas became known as the danger zone. The monsters continued to spread. The situation grew increasingly dire. Among the creatures that emerged was a horned horror. Eventually, these places were called dungeons. The horned horror, a single horn monster, possessed a B-rank strength, C-rank stamina, and C-rank agility. The number of horns increased with respect to the strength of the monster. The appearance of these monsters caused widespread panic. Hunters prepared to fight back against the monsters. The battle against the monsters began. The hunters engaged the monsters in fierce combat. Yusong is struck by the monster's attack, blood spraying from his mouth. The force of the blow sends him crashing through a wall. He lands hard, the impact staggering him. They had not been given any time to prepare for these monsters. The stats for a human male were Strength D, Stamina D, Agility D, trained. Humans, as a species, did not have the ability to do anything. Yusong struggles to rise. However, they were fortunate. The monster looms over him. Disaster wasn't the only thing. Yusong grits his teeth. He manifests a blue aura around his fist. That came from the other world. The natural limits that humans, as a species, are born with. Yusong prepares to strike, and the limitations to their potential caused by the natural law of Earth. Yusong faced a monstrous figure, ready to unleash his power. The strength of some individuals was measured, with some registering a B and others an A. Chains appeared, binding a figure bathed in light. The figure remained bound, glowing with an intense blue light. The chains shattered. The power emanating from Yusong intensified. The monster loomed over him. Yusong remained defiant, surrounded by a surge of energy. He struggled against the monster's immense size. It was a phenomenon that affected all humans on Earth. The abilities awakened were different for everyone. The chosen few decided to train. Individuals who utilized their newfound potential and abilities. A dark sun rose over a city filled with masked figures. The masked figures stood ready. They sought to regain control over the dungeons. These individuals were special agents, working towards that singular goal. And so, they were known as adventurers. And that's how the era of dungeons began. The era of adventurers began. They were inspired by their strength. The entire world praised their accomplishments. Not long after that, organizations focusing on the training of adventurers were created throughout the world. The best adolescent training facility in the Republic of Korea, which has managed to produce the best adventurers for the last 25 years, was the world-renowned Soldier High School. The towering buildings of the city stood as a backdrop to the conversation, where it was revealed that even events within dungeons were being meticulously recorded and evaluated as part of a larger assessment. The discussion continued, with one man questioning the approval process for such dangerous endeavors, wondering what would happen if someone were to die. His companion responded that their confidence stemmed from a clear reason for their acceptance. The intensity of the conversation escalated, marked by a sudden, sharp exclamation. The focus shifted to a group of onlookers, their reactions a mix of awe and disbelief. One exclaimed that it was crazy how good-looking he was. Elsewhere, a figure mused that mixed-blood elves were something else entirely. The previous conversation continued, with one man questioning what the hell was going on. One of the men expressed surprise that the other was unaware of Diav Choi's frequent television appearances. It was then revealed that Diav's father was a famous adventurer and his mother was an elf. The rumors surrounding Diav Choi continued, with many claiming he was a genius. People said that he would enter the top ranks of adventurers within 5 years of graduating. Diav Choi, a 17-year-old first-year student at Soldier High, had already returned from dungeons 14 times. The conversation continued, with one man stating that the other wasn't any better than those getting angry at Diav. He added that it wasn't like Diav was an idol, questioning what was wrong with people. The tension escalated as one man questioned what the other had just said. Jaryong was identified as the speaker. Elsewhere, Yu Jaryong was seen looking at his phone, and he apologized after hearing that Lee Yunji went to a karaoke place with her friends. One man urged the other to skip work and join them after the exams were over. The other man relented, stating that he had no choice. The man wished the other good luck. Yu Jaryong was then seen on the ground, seemingly hurt. Someone wondered if he knew why Jaryong was doing all of this. In a hospital room, a young man sits beside an older patient in a hospital bed, his hand resting gently on the patient's arm. A web alert appeared on Yu Jaryong's phone, notifying him that he had not paid his hospital bills for May and June, with a total amount due of 302,521,200. Elsewhere, Diav Choi stood outside a building, receiving a message to come in, as they had work to do. Diav waved cheerfully, a wide smile on his face. Meanwhile, Yu Jaryong walked down a city street, lost in thought. Nearby, two men in suits wondered if that kid had done something to him, questioning why. Jaryong continued walking, trying to convince himself that he was just imagining things. He muttered that he didn't want to. The scene shifted to a subway station. Inside the station, a figure strung caution tape across a hallway. A voice instructed someone to say hi, identifying him as the client for today's job. Jae-won, a broker, stood with two other men. One of the men questioned if they were kidding. Another man defended their choice, stating that he was their best, even though someone thought they'd assigned their best worker. The man with the cigarette demanded to know if the other thought he was stupid, making it clear that he didn't come to be scammed by the likes of them. He punctuated his words with a threatening glare. Another voice suggested that he was being too harsh, but the first man wouldn't hear it. He demanded that the kid be removed from his sight. The man in the suit insisted that they bring him someone who was actually good at their job, or else he would make them regret it. A larger man tried to calm him down. Elsewhere, a man apologized after accidentally bumping into someone, asking if they were an adventurer. The blonde man guessed that the other was an adventurer, adding that was why he looked stupid standing behind that old man. The bald man simply stated, "Boss." The larger man assured the bald man that there was no need to continue the conversation, confident that a broken arm and leg would teach him a lesson. The panel identifies him as Lee Pilju, a former silver rank adventurer who had returned from dungeons 81 times before retiring. The man who was bumped in to turn his head. The man with the cigarette told someone to save themselves by getting on their knees and begging before the boss did anything. The man on the ground wondered what he should do. The panel identifies the man on the ground as Yu Jaryong, a first-year student at Dongkong High and a dungeon smuggler who has returned from dungeons illegally 371 times. Every day, adventurers faced a new threat. These adventurers were tasked with stopping the heinous criminals that endangered the world. This led to the question, what is dungeon smuggling? Every day, adventurers worked hard to explore dungeons. When they successfully explored a dungeon and took down monsters, they were able to attain countless treasures. However, before adventurers exited the dungeon, the treasures must be handed over for inspection. This was because lots of them had incredible strength. If such things were let to circulate without permission, they could be used for evil, which would put lives at risk. As such, the Adventurers Association must first inspect/register these treasures, and then levy taxes on them according to their worth. However, there were people that violated this rule. They entice adventurers who don't want to pay these enormous taxes and secretly pocket treasures. If these people aren't caught, then society as a whole will be at a loss. A caricature of Jae-won stands next to a shadowy figure with glowing eyes who has a bound and gagged person at their feet. Elsewhere, a message is broadcast. Everyone is being addressed. The message continues, warning that if these kinds of bad guys are seen, they should be reported to the association immediately. The white-haired man from before stand with bald observer, who looks surprised. The white-haired man smokes a cigarette, seemingly unconcerned. Meanwhile, Yu Jaryong stands before Pilju, who is surrounded by green aura. The bald man asks if they are really going to let this happen. The white-haired man says that they are the ones who should be scared, and that Pilju has a nasty temper. The bald man recalls that the reason behind Pilju's retirement wasn't injuries, but assaulting teammates. Yu Jaryong remarks that assaulting teammates isn't really scary, and asks if Pilju was an actual criminal. Pilju recalls that the pathetic guy was only dragging him down, and that he's simply disposed of some trash. Yu Jaryong's expression hardens. Jaryong realizes that when Pilju said he disposed of some trash, he meant. The white-haired man says that Jaryong is well aware that he's trash, and that's why he purposely caused. Pilju prepares to strike. Jaryong realizes that assaulting a teammate would be. Pilju looked on in disbelief. Attacking him out of nowhere, Sung thought, was rude. Pilju grunted. Pilju lunged forward, ready to strike. Sung dodged the attack. Pilju thought to himself that he would return. It was just a light kick. Sung's kick landed. Pilji was sent flying back. Sung watched the scene unfold. Meanwhile, the informant watched the fight, commenting that he had brought in the most skilled person he knew. The bald observer looked on in shock. Sung remarked that with the way Pilji looked, he thought he would be a little tougher. Pilji was at a loss. Sung's reflexes were too fast, and the force behind the kick launched at his chin was too strong. Pilji was sent flying. It was said that he had already reached the domain of a pro. The bald man observed that it looked like he was starting to understand, though this might not be a fight he's able to win. The informant told him to look, noting that the kid was pretty good, but that was just a single kick. The bald man responded that Pilji had always been that way, but he could get a feel for him. Pilji clenched his fist. Energy surged around him. The bald man remarked that he was sure Pilji was a tank. Pilji warned him not to stare at him like that, saying he could read between the lines. The informant remained silent, smoking his cigarette. Pilji decided to use his tricks, declaring that he was still a smuggler scum. He declared that he would show them. After the adhesion, people began to awaken abilities that exceeded their limitations. However, every person would have different builds and talents, and, as expected, would awaken different latent abilities. Adventurers, of course, undertook training that matched their abilities, and assigned roles to themselves. The man is surrounded by a blue aura, seemingly surprised by his own power. The technique is called bulk up, and he chants iron skin. Piljiu's eyes glow with power. It is a position in which you protect your teammates from the dangers of the dungeon. Piljiu is now facing a large, monstrous opponent. Their role is to face monsters head-on at the front line. They are the first line of defense against aerial attacks. And top-tier tanks. Piljiu is a real adventurer. They can even take the overwhelming firepower of missiles easily. They are precisely a protective barrier. The man is surrounded by a blue aura, seemingly surprised by his own power. The man is surrounded by a green aura, seemingly surprised by his own power. The ground shakes with power. The man is surrounded by a green aura, seemingly surprised by his own power. He takes a step forward. The bald observer is sent flying backward, shouting in alarm. The bald man's eyes widen in terror as he continues to be thrown back. The white-haired man asks if he is all right as the bald man is still being thrown back. The white-haired man, smoking a cigarette, dismisses the situation, calling someone a punk. Meanwhile, Yu Song is surrounded by a blue aura, facing off against Piljiu, who is surrounded by a green aura. Yu Song clenches his fists, his expression hardening as he prepares to fight. His eyes narrow, focused on his opponent. Piljiu throws a punch, his fist crackling with green energy. Yu Song blocks the punch, blue energy flaring around his arm. Piljiu asks what is wrong, grinning confidently. Yu Song wonders why Piljiu isn't using the same cheap tricks as before. Yu Song declares that he is no fool. The white-haired man observes the fight, a cigarette in his mouth. He thinks that Yu Song is not bad. Piljiu's physical force is assessed to be around the level of a decent truck. Piljiu stood, his muscles bulging, as he declared that if Yu Song were to be hit, every bone in his body would be pulverized. Meanwhile, Yu Jaryong was urged to hurry up and end the fight. Yu Song was warned that he would get his pay docked if there was any more damage. Piljiu remarked that it looked like Yu Song's boss hadn't gotten a grip on what was going on. Piljiu told Yu Song that his cheap tricks wouldn't be able to pierce the techniques of a pro. Yu Song thought that Piljiu's words didn't sound too bad. Piljiu stood ready to strike. Yu Song held his weapon at the ready. Yu Song thought that his weapon should be good enough. Piljiu prepared to attack. It was said that in light of their overwhelming durability, the public believed tanks to be unbeatable. The white-haired man stated that it was over. However, it was said that this was not the case, and that they had a clear weakness, a natural enemy. Piljiu's face was contorted in rage. Piljiu swung his fist, but Yu Song blocked the attack with his sword. Sung observed the fight. He knew that Yu Song was an entity that could focus a powerful, destructive force in a single point. Piljiu prepared to attack again. Sung watched intently. Yu Song's sword glowed with power. Sung knew that Yu Song was far more skilled than Piljiu. Yu Song swung his sword. The attack was powerful. Piljiu was struck. The bald observer watched in shock. Piljiu lay defeated on the ground as Yu Song stood over him. Sung knew that Yu Song would have no issue destroying a protective barrier like that. Piljiu, injured, wondered where Yu Song had learned to swing like that. Yu Song stood over the defeated Piljiu, asking where he had learned this and what Piljiu was talking about. Yu Song considered Piljiu's words, but dismissed them. He thought to himself that he might be mistaken. Still, there was a chance that Piljiu had seen it before. The warrior's mind raced, the image of a powerful figure flashing before his eyes. It was known that the majority of adventurers could be divided into 4 categories based on their abilities and experience, ranging from gemstone to copper, silver, and gold classes. Depending on the rank, there were various benefits regarding dungeon entry and tax cuts. The top 100 adventurers were called rankers and were assigned color ranks outside of those 4 ranks. When he was very young, Yu Song walked down a long corridor. At that time, Yu Song thought his father was the greatest adventurer. To young Yu Song, his father was the greatest adventurer. It wasn't just because he was his father. His name was Yu Song. He was one of the first-generation heroes, who could be called the first-ever adventurers. To those who haven't experienced it themselves, Yu Song was one of the first-generation heroes. To those who haven't experienced it themselves, the history of the first generation is a great legend. But to the adventurers of that time, it was hell. More than anything, there wasn't enough information. What dungeons were, and what kind of monsters dwelled within, were questions that plagued the minds of many. Gekomulaths, even in their adolescent form, were monsters that now seemed easy to defeat. Considered easy to defeat now, these monsters were once a serious threat. Back then, even a single Gekomulath could pose a significant challenge. The battles were fierce, and victory was never assured. The warriors of that era faced dangers that are hard to imagine today. They were to the adventurers of that age an unknown calamity. The warriors fought with everything they had. It was a time when there weren't any skills to fight the monsters, nor the items which are so common now, and even the weapons were made of titanium alloy, erosion resistance, lowest. The odds were stacked against them. Yet, they fought on, driven by a fierce determination. In such desperate conditions, they faced insurmountable odds, but they never gave up hope. The first generation of adventurers risked their lives through trial and error. The dangers they faced were immense. The adventurers ventured into the unknown. They faced terrifying monsters. The survivors passed on their experience and accomplishments to the next generation. Those accomplishments paved the way for future adventurers. And so, they were established as heroes. Their legacy would not be forgotten. Their battles were hard-fought. One such hero was known as Dragon Slayer Yu Song. He was a legend among adventurers. The title was given to the first person to ever hunt down a dragon. The news spread quickly. He was also Asia's top-ranking adventurer. That person was also my father, and I respected and revered him. The narrator believed his father was invincible, a figure of unmatched strength. That belief was about to be shattered. Yu Song's father was more than anyone in the world, but even he was vulnerable. The narrator believed Yu Song's father to be invincible. The young Yu Song ran toward his father. The boy watched as his father fought. The cause of his father's ailment was poison. The young narrator was distraught. During his explorations, Yu Song's father had come across a deadly poison. The boy sat by his father's bedside. Like any other time, Yu Song's father tried to overcome it, but after decades of overworking himself, the poison took its toll. His body was already at its limit. The colleagues that Yu Song's father trusted his life with. Two figures watched over Yu Song's father as he sat in his hospital bed. Outside, the rain poured down as a man reviewed documents. It was said that someone took advantage of the father's vulnerability, seizing his fortunes and his work. For years, he suffered both mentally and physically. Meanwhile, a student walked through a doorway. Years later, the world began to forget the Dragon Slayer, Yu Song. Yu Song sat on his bed, staring out the window. The narrator reflected that Yu Song's father lost his identity as a hero. After losing everything and suffering from an incurable poison, Yu Song's father was a shell of his former self. Elsewhere, a man stood over the defeated Piljiu. All that was left in his stead was a forgotten adventurer. The man stood over Piljiu's body. He looked down with a grim expression. Piljiu lay defeated on the ground. One of the observers remarked that it went smoothly. The other observer noted that Piljiu lost to a young kid. The white-haired man takes a drag from his cigarette, musing that the reason Yu Song's father fell might simply be that he wasn't a good adventurer. He continues, stating that bragging about beating up colleagues is a telltale sign that they're broken to the point of being unable to explore anymore. Elsewhere, a man walks through a dilapidated building. The white-haired man's voice continues, explaining that there are only two reasons why a good adventurer retires. He elaborates that the reasons are either their body is broken or they died during an exploration. The man in the dilapidated building thinks that he doesn't know what the wage was, but if it's more than minimum wage, it'd be better to fire him. Meanwhile, a defeated Piljiu thinks that anyone can act strong. Back with the white-haired man, the bald observer remarks that his statement is a bit harsh. The white-haired man puts his arm around the bald observer, asking him to please try to understand them a bit, adding that the pay for the work just now is doubled. The bald observer is shocked, exclaiming, "What kind of bullsh?" The white-haired man continues to hold the bald observer, who is visibly angry. The white-haired man tells him that he was the one to provoke them first, right? The bald observer replies that they don't do anything for free, you know? The bald observer relents, saying, "All right." Meanwhile, Jaryong was called over. The white-haired man asked if he had heard of the Imperial Wasp. Jaryong hoped aloud that they wouldn't have to fight it. He thought that was a bit much. Imperial Wasp. It was a monster whose degree of danger was considered the highest, not just in Korea, but all over the world. It was once in Udo, where the Imperial Wasp had made its nest. It became Korea's demon realm with the highest difficulty. Even for a top-ranking adventurer, taking on one of them was difficult. But what about for a white-rank adventurer? According to that man, there was a huge raid yesterday that wasn't publicized involving the government's army, and 7 white-rank adventurers made up an attack squad. Jaryong muttered 7. The white-haired man said that they could say most of Korea's all-stars were involved, adding that the media goes crazy when just 2 of them get together. Eradication. It seemed that the team had successfully hunted down the queen bee. But one of the 7 adventurers stole the royal jelly of the imperial wasp in order to subordinate within the attack squad to smuggle it out. Meanwhile, the informant listened intently. Royal jelly, a nutritional supplement that the wasps feed to a newborn queen. The informant sighed, wondering why someone would hire a smuggler just for some nutritional supplement. The white-haired man remained silent, listening to the informant. The informant continued, questioning why a white-rank adventurer would want it. Before answering his own question, they can come back from the dead. The screen displayed the word gemstone, indicating a temporary license for the Adventurer Education Center, allowing students and civilians to enter dungeons under a special reasons rank, with the association's permission required to enter a dungeon of any level. Beyond the gate, all pathways leading to the dungeons were strictly managed. The air crackled with unseen energy. The informant stood amidst this swirling energy. Of course, what he had been told wasn't the truth. The informant approached the dungeon entrance. He reached out, his hand glowing with a faint blue light as he touched the barrier. The barrier shimmered with arcane symbols and raw power. The energy pulsed, a silent warning. The informant thought to himself that he always said to be careful not to die. He stood ready, his hand glowing, prepared to face whatever lay beyond. The informant realized this job was going to be especially annoying. His expression hardened, a grim determination settling over his features. Meanwhile, Yu-sung watched the informant's progress. Yu-sung called out, questioning what the informant was doing. The informant, smoking a cigarette, was taken aback by the question. He wondered if Yu-sung's lack of attention was due to something else. The informant's words echoed in the air. The informant spoke of medicine that could even bring back the dead. The informant questioned if Yu-sung was still hung up on the past, stating that there was no point in dwelling on such things. The informant agreed with Yu-sung, acknowledging that even if it was considered an antidote that's second to none, Yu-sung realized that it wouldn't be able to cure his father's condition. He thought that if there was something like that in the first place, Yu-sung knew his father would have never. The narrator urged to let go of his string of hope. A lone figure stood atop a cliff, gazing at the horizon. Yu-sung looked up. After the adhesion, dungeons here and they were created across Earth. Among them, there are 2 considered the greatest within Korea. The first is Jeju-do, a dungeon fused with a volcanic mountain range. The other is fused with the Agar jungle. The dungeon, now a sprawling landscape of twisted structures and overgrown vegetation, had consumed what was once the heart of Seoul. The dungeon's reach extended far beyond its initial point of origin. Once known as Borame, a low-rank dungeon, it had since grown into a far more dangerous territory. With Udo at its center, the dungeon had engulfed Mapo, Yongsan, and Yongdongpo. Much of the area remained unexplored, claiming the lives of many adventurers who dared to venture within. It seemed that one of the subordinates had managed to transport something to the meeting area within the dungeon. However, after arriving at the meeting area, they lost contact. The man's fate was uncertain. Perhaps he had run away, though that seemed unlikely. It was more probable that he had suffered an accident or injury. He must have dealt with all kinds of trouble to get out of there. The informant, cigarette in hand, instructed them to go on site and retrieve what the man had, if they could find it. Im Jae-hwan paused, needing a moment to collect his thoughts. The informant told Jae-hwan not to get distracted and to focus on the job. The informant's words hung in the air. Yu-sung scoffed, asking if they thought he would run away from them. The question lingered, unanswered. He steeled himself, preparing for what was to come. He was told to be really careful. A voice echoed, reminding someone that the royal jelly of a sky wasp was precious. Humans weren't the only ones willing to risk their lives to get it. The sound of something snapping echoed through the forest. Deeper within the forest, a figure moved through the trees. The figure was sure the entire forest should be smelling like it too. The figure muttered in disbelief at the sight of a giant footprint, wondering what the hell it was. The narrator stated that others were going to be attracted by its smell. Someone ran, panting heavily. Jean Sarum, a first-year student at Warrior High, looked around nervously. Sarum was currently facing the biggest problem of her entire life. Her eyes widened in terror. It should have been an easy trip to the dungeon for Sarum's midterm. But instead, what she faced was a monster that never should have been there. What is that? The test was simple. Within the given time limit, collect as many coins that were placed within the dungeon as possible. Although it was a test used to simulate real combat situations, it had been easy. That's because it was considered a beginner's training ground. Even the monsters that happened to live there were weak and had low intelligence levels. The monster lunged, its massive form a blur of motion. Sarum couldn't believe what she was seeing. It was impossible for such a creature to be here. Her expression hardened, a grim resolve settling over her features. She realized that all she had left was to hope for a miracle. And even then, she decided to fight back. Even against such overwhelming odds, she steeled herself. The Titan ape towered over her, a grotesque parody of nature. The creature was identified as a juvenile Titan ape, a monster with a 3-star danger rating. She loosed a volley of arrows. The arrows struck the Titan ape, but they barely pierced its thick hide. The monster's eye narrowed, focusing on the tiny figure before it. Sarum knew she had to keep moving, to keep fighting. The Titan ape roared, its shadow looming over her. Its massive feet crashed down, shaking the very ground she stood on. The Titan ape's fist hurtled towards her. Despite her best efforts, Sarum knew that no matter how many arrows she fired, she couldn't pierce the Titan ape's hide. The arrows flew, but they were ultimately ineffective. The arrows impacted the Titan ape's body. The Titan ape remained unfazed. The Titan ape taunted her, declaring that there was no need for it to dodge or block her attacks. The Titan ape moved in closer. It urged her to let her guard down. Jean Sarum prepared to use a skill. She readied her stance. Sarum belonged to a class that imbued magic on her arrow tips. Her eyes glowed with determination. She activated the skill, Flame Bombardment. The arrows blazed with magical fire. The type of magic that could be imbued on the tip of an arrow was limitless. The arrow flew. What Jean Sarum decided to do was a last resort. The arrow exploded in a burst of flame. It was an explosion at the greatest magnitude she could manage. Sarum watched as the flames spread. The archer thought that it should have been enough to kill any monster with a danger rank of 3 stars. Sarum realized that it would only work if she could land a shot. The Titan ape stood amidst the fiery forest. The creature's massive form remained unscathed. The Titan ape loomed over Sarum. Sarum realized that the Titan ape had dodged it. Before she even shot the arrow, she realized that the Titan ape knew she was there. She wondered what she should do, knowing she couldn't shoot again. The Titan ape's massive feet crashed down towards her. The Titan ape moved with surprising speed. The Titan ape continued its advance, its eyes fixed on Sarum. The Titan ape's foot crashed down, narrowly missing Sarum. The Titan ape's massive foot descended, but at the last moment, the masked figure intervened, deflecting the blow with a swift strike. With a powerful leap, protagonist _1 positioned himself between Sarum and the ape, his dual blades ready. The masked warrior's gaze intensified, his focus solely on the monstrous ape before him. Sarum watched in stunned silence, her expression a mix of shock and relief as she witnessed the masked figure's intervention. A notice appeared, explaining that bronze-class adventurers had just received their license and could enter low-rank dungeons without permission. The masked warrior advanced, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Meanwhile, Jean Sarum looked on with concern. The monster roared, its massive form filling the space. The ground trembled as the creature moved. The masked warrior struck, landing a blow on the monster's chin. He exhaled, preparing for the next attack. The monster, however, seemed unfazed. It thought to itself that the attack wasn't enough. The warrior gripped his weapon tightly. He prepared to strike again, the nature of his tool still unknown. The weapon crackled with energy. He lunged forward, weapon in hand. Sarum watched in disbelief, exclaiming that it was a frontal assault. The monster realized that it was impossible and that he was going to die. The warrior yelled for everyone to close their eyes. The woman watched with wide eyes, a sense of dread washing over her as the warrior prepared to strike. Meanwhile, the masked warrior focused intently, his gaze unwavering as he readied his weapon. The monster, now fully aware of the impending danger, lunged forward in a desperate attempt to stop the attack. The warrior, undeterred, maintained his focus, his eyes narrowed behind his mask as he prepared to unleash the weapon's power. He held the weapon steady, the energy crackling around it intensifying. The weapon discharged a blinding flash of light. The woman shielded her eyes from the intense light. The monster, caught in the blast, was momentarily stunned. The light intensified, engulfing everything in its path. The force of the blast sent debris flying. As the light subsided, the masked warrior muttered that he had used up all of his stunning torches, even though that was his last one. The item was identified as a stunning torch. It was a tool made from the scales of the flickering fish that lives in deep-sea dungeons. The scales shimmered with an otherworldly glow. It possessed an incapacitation ability that was incredible for its price. The stunning torch, once beloved by countless adventurers for its incredible performance, ultimately led to their downfall. Due to its poor usage, several adventurers began to lose their abilities. And because of this, its usage, as well as its production, was strictly banned. Now, the item is strictly banned. Jean Sarum, however, was not aware of this fact. She was told, "Look here, you. Meanwhile, Diav Choi and Jean Sarum continued their journey. No matter what happens inside a dungeon, if an adventurer doesn't take notice, nothing can be done. And if they aren't antagonized, they won't help. Elsewhere, an informant spoke. Frankly, its cause were like cockroaches. Did you know? The bounty on smugglers is pretty sweet. The informant continued. If you mess around carelessly, you will just get stomped. Diav Choi paused, sensing something. Suddenly, Jean Sarum was sent flying through the air. She screamed as she was thrown. Diav Choi gritted his teeth. The attack came from an unseen assailant. Jean Sarum cried out as she was struck. Sarum wondered how he could have disappeared so suddenly. She was sure he had been right in front of her just moments ago. Suddenly, a figure moved with great speed. The figure cursed, calling himself stupid. He demanded to know what she was doing. Sarum thanked him for saving her. The man asked if she was messing with him, questioning if he looked like a fool to her. Sarum responded that wasn't the only reason he came, stating that he was well aware that she was a smuggler. The man stated that was why he wanted to offer her a job. The man's eyes narrowed. He continued to stare intently. Sarum warned that she didn't intend to overlook this a third time. The man retorted that he had no interest in learning how crazy a silver spoon-sucking warrior high school student was. He threatened to bury her for real if she got in his way again. Sarum stared back, silent. The masked man stood in the darkness, revealing that the bounty on smugglers was 50 million won. Meanwhile, the man with glasses cursed, learning that the bounty for poachers should be 400 million 5,000 won. The man's anger was palpable. He looked up surprised. Elsewhere, a glowing necklace was shown, with the implication that one could buy just one. Jean Sarum stated that the necklace was just the down payment, and if he helped her with her midterms, she would pay him the rest as well. The man with glasses was shocked, realizing that Sarum was filthy rich and absolutely out of her mind. Sarum questioned if she was crazy or not. She stated that what was important right now was the necklace. He figured things would turn out like this. A voice stated that they had told her before. Two figures stood in a field. Suddenly, a monster appeared. Diav Choi demanded that Sarum remember the strike she dealt earlier and to do it again. Diav Choi insisted that she not just stare at the staff. Diav Choi repeated his demand for her to repeat the strike. He then told her to cast it at the end of his staff and throw it back to him. Sarum exclaimed that she didn't have any magic power left. Diav Choi told her to figure that out. The monster declared that it didn't think it would be able to take aggro for them barehanded for very long. Sarum realized she barely had a quarter of her magic power left. She knew that she wouldn't be able to do any damage to the monster with that amount of power. Sarum thought that instead, she'd rather. Meanwhile, Yu-sung realized that while Diav Choi had the monster's attention, Yu-sung prepared to act. Yu-sung unleashes a powerful punch. Jean Sarum, struggling to maintain her composure, realizes she's running out of options. The force of Yu-sung's blow is immense. Sarum observes that the attack is weaker than before. The energy from the attack streaks across the battlefield. Yu-sung believes this much power should be enough. The students of Warrior High stand ready. The monster has heard this boast countless times. It understands that brute force alone is not the most important thing. The key is a sense for timing. Yu-sung moves with incredible speed. The monster knows it must accurately aim its attacks. Sarum realizes the importance of something else. It is not just about brute force or timing. What adventurers must temper above anything else is the blade, infused with Yu-sung's power, cuts through the air, aimed directly at the monster. The monster, however, remains unfazed, its massive form towering over Yu-sung. Meanwhile, Jar-young stands ready, his expression determined as he prepares for his next move. The text describes the Silver Class rank, a designation for adventurers who have cleared more than 50 dungeons or can defeat 3-star ranked monsters, granting them access to intermediate ranked dungeons without authorization. The Jinseong Group's Warrior High School stood tall against the backdrop of a vibrant sunset. As the school day ended, students began to head home. Sarum prepared to leave for the day. Elsewhere, a sleek car waited. Other students waved goodbye to Sarum, wishing her well until the next day. Sarum was eager to get going. Inside the car, a man assured her that she could have whatever she wanted. Sarum knew that he wasn't wrong. Sarum could have almost anything she saw. The Jinseong Group was the 4th-ranked business in South Korea. The successor of the group had gotten engaged to an elf from the other world. And the result of that was Jean Sarum. She respected that. Adventurers were more respected than anyone. Sarum dreamed of being more than just an elf. From her perspective, the world seemed to be within her grasp. Diav Choi, however, found it impossible. He believed her elven blood was too weak, suggesting she might as well be human. The training continued, each breath a struggle. Diav was asked why he continued to push her instead of convincing her otherwise. Jean Sungyu, Sarum's father and the Jinseong Group's Special Development Department head, clarified that he wasn't pushing her. He was cheering her on since that was what she wanted. Sungyu added that the talents of an elf weren't required to become an adventurer. Diav conceded that this was true. Diav thought that for a human, she wasn't that bad either. Despite her efforts, she was still only a bit above average. Diav wanted to make something clear. He stated that Sarum wasn't just a human from a normal family. Even so, she wouldn't give up on her own. Diav remarked that she was as stubborn as a sister, but she wouldn't ever compare to the monster-rank humans. But she kept trying. Sarum continued her training, unaware of the conversations happening about her. Some believed she might be somewhat decent. Elsewhere, Diav Choi took a moment to catch his breath, his expression thoughtful. He considered that it would be enough to bring in praise and recognition for a regular human. Diav believed that Sarum was born with so many other benefits compared to her lack of talent, such as wealth, name, and bloodline. He thought those things would make her efforts useless. Diav imagined people would laugh at her with envy. He concluded that she might be completely isolated and wouldn't be able to deal with it for long. Meanwhile, Yu Jar-yeon continued his own training, believing that talent isn't something that just falls out of the sky. Elsewhere, Sarum gasped, her eyes wide with surprise. The force of an unseen impact exploded nearby. Jar-yeon stood firm, bracing himself against the shockwave. The creature he faced was massive and grotesque. Jar-yeon took a steadying breath, preparing to strike. His expression was grim, focused on the battle ahead. From a distance, Sarum is seen standing in the forest, bow in hand. Startled, Sarum's eyes widen as she exclaims that the person approaching is of a similar age. Suddenly, the approaching figure stops. The figure warns someone to be careful not to break it, as it is quite expensive. The informant, sitting on a couch, is the one who spoke. Elsewhere, Yu Sung asks if it is this, referring to the item in his hands. The informant replies no, stating that if you go to Daeso, this is like 5,001. The item shatters. Yu Sung thinks to himself that things aren't going so well today. The informant explains that it stops facial recognition and changes your voice, adding that there are more than 4 magic spells on it. Sarum asks if the person is from her school. The figure responds, calling her Sunbae my ass. Yu Sung demands that the informant give him what he promised. Yu Sung looks down at the item in his hand. The informant thinks to himself that he hates rich kids as he hands over the item. The informant examined the item Yu Sung had acquired, turning it over in his hands. He seemed to be assessing its authenticity. Meanwhile, Yu Sung pressed Sarum, suggesting that she needed more money. Sarum understood. Even if she didn't attend his school, the Adventure Education Center's tuition was pretty high. She stood silently. Yu Sung offered to pay for her tuition, since he didn't attend any school. He waited for her response. Sarum was surprised by his offer. She stated that he was wrong. She clarified that she didn't go to some adventurer school and hadn't even gone near one. Yu Sung remained silent. Sarum questioned who taught him to fight. Yu Sung responded that no one did. He stated that he taught himself. Sarum was shocked by his statement. She exclaimed that what he was saying was nonsense. Sarum was visibly agitated by Yu Sung's claim. The suddenness of Yu Sung's movements and his words clearly agitated Sarum. She exclaimed that he must be joking. The sound of something snapping echoed in the air. Her frustration reaching a boiling point, Sarum demanded to know what the hell was going on. She then examined a student ID card. The arrow that had been knocked was released, striking the ground. Sarum's thoughts raced as she considered whether what was happening made any sense. Yu Sung demanded that she hand over the ID, stating that it was something to prove her identity. Sarum held the ID card in her hand. From behind, Yu Sung called out her name. He held up an ID card. Yu Sung pointed out that they were the same age, questioning why she didn't speak informally. He then paused. Sarum questioned why he was keeping her student ID. Yu Sung explained that he thought she wanted him to do something for her. Sarum realized that her identity had been revealed, so she had to take something of his so he wouldn't turn his back on her. Yu Sung tells Sarum that he is not done yet, and asks her to come closer. Sarum, surprised by his words, asks what he is doing. Yu Sung holds up his phone, showing her a picture. He reminds her that a smuggler's accomplice receives the same punishment as the smuggler. At that moment, Sarum's expression turns to shock. That she might smile? Sarum may have gotten involved with someone more dangerous than she thought. But the photo on the phone shows Sarum and Yu Sung posing together with a monstrous figure behind them. It was too late, and everything had already begun. The text describes the gold class rank, given to those who have defeated a 4-star monster on their own or with enough adventure accomplishments. Gold class adventurers can enter dungeons below high rank without permission and are called elite as part of the top 10% of adventurers. Well, then, the terms of the deal were set. He proposed they talk about the prices. The woman with elf ears asked exactly what he wanted her to do, and he told her to collect coins. The goal was to collect coins that had been placed in various locations throughout the testing center within the 6-hour limit. He had to find a coin box in a certain location. A coin box sat waiting. He already had 1 coin and needed to prove that he was a student. Jean Sarum realized she just needed 1 more to pass. Yu Sung knew it wasn't that far away either. The old ruins of the Eugene Mall were nearby. Sarum saw something and was confused. She realized it was not a coincidence that they had met each other. What Yu Sung was looking for was also there. The forest was dense, the ruins of a forgotten structure barely visible through the mist. Nearby, Diav Choi wondered if it was royal jelly or something like honey that was attracting the monsters. Apparently, the substance had a strong smell and attracted monsters. Sarum stated that it didn't matter to her, but she acknowledged that Diav Choi had to go there too. Sarum realized that the location was the only place to put the substance. Diav Choi remarked that the other parties should have taken all the rest. Diav Choi understood. He had been wondering why Sarum was on her own. Sarum thought it was more convenient for her that way. Diav Choi stated that they should find their coin and leave safely, as that was his mission. Sarum listened intently. Diav Choi stated that was all the cash he had right now. Sarum replied that if that wasn't enough, she just needed a bit more time. Diav Choi said he would take extra in case some emergency happened and he had to do more work. Jean Sarum questioned if they had enough stamina to continue running. The forest blurred as they moved. The trees whizzed by in a blur of green. Sarum's expression was strained as she pushed herself to keep up. Yu Jeryeong's speed was evident, leaving Sarum struggling to keep pace. The forest floor became a blur beneath Jeryeong's feet. Jeryeong's breath grew heavy as he continued to run. Jeryeong regretted accepting the offer so quickly, realizing he should have asked for more. Sarum called out to Jeryeong, asking if she could ask him something. Jeryeong told her to ask. Sarum inquired if he had really taught himself, to which Jeryeong responded that he had not entirely. Jeryeong began to explain that it was when he was a kid. Jeryeong continued to move swiftly through the forest. Jeryeong's eyes widened. Two shadowy figures lurked in the forest. The Chloraptors prepared to strike. Elsewhere, Jean Sarum continued her training. She moved with practice speed. Jeryeong had never received formal training as an adventurer, and his current abilities were hard-earned. He earned them by risking his life, but there was one exception. When he was young, Jeryeong witnessed his father's movements. The movements were precise and powerful. Witnessing his father allowed him to learn 3 movements. The first one was needle, using all of one's speed, power, and weight. The technique focused on precision. It involved stabbing the opponent's vital point. It was a simple, yet not so simple move, earned with experience, sense, and talent. It was a technique that not even the top-ranking adventurers were able to master. It required immense focus. It had been perfectly mastered by Jeryeong. Jean Sarum stood poised, bow drawn, ready to strike. With a swift motion, she released an arrow. Elsewhere, a claw raptor lay dead, bloodied from the attack. It was noted that claw raptors usually hunt in groups of at least 5. Diav Choi remarked that Sarum wasn't the only one who suffered losses because of the royal jelly. The path ahead seemed clear. However, it was noted that there were probably all kinds of monsters nearby. Diav suggested that they take a quick break before continuing. Sarum wondered what Diav had been asking earlier. She looked at him, awaiting his response. Diav denied asking anything, claiming he had only watched someone train. Diav questioned what Sarum meant and why she was asking. Sarum began to speak. She asked why he was being so sudden. Suddenly, Diav's hand glowed with power. Diav held the stamina ample in his hand, as Sarum asked if he was giving it to her. The item's minimum price was listed as 1,100,000 won. Sarum urged him to drink it, suggesting he was probably not in his original condition. Diav countered that if she was giving it to him because she didn't like him, she could be a bit harsher with her words. Sarum questioned why he wasn't going to drink it. Diav responded that he could sell it later. Sarum seemed annoyed, questioning if he knew how much that was. Diav stated that he knew, explaining that if he sold it on the black market, it would be a hefty amount of money, approximately 1,000,000 won. Sarum was shocked by this. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Sarum stated that there was no need to rest more since he drank that, and told him to get going. Diav thought that rich kids sure were weird. Sarum reminded him that he should already know this, but they should go over it one more time just to be sure. Sarum reiterated that their goal wasn't to hunt, but to take what they needed and leave. Sarum stated that no matter what monsters were inside, they should always follow her orders and stay strong. Diav stated that he was sure Sarum had learned a lot, but his specialty was surviving. Sarum, however, didn't realize that. She was an outsider at her school, unrecognized by others. It was her first experience jumping into danger with someone as a companion. Diav told her to let's go. Sarum gulped. The pair walked towards the building. The building was dark and ominous. Diav and Sarum both looked shocked. Sarum wondered what this was. Diav wasn't sure, stating he'd never seen anything like this before either. The scene was covered in blood. The scene was gruesome. The dungeon air crackled with unseen energy. It was a place where the limits of human bravery were tested. Humans, it was said, could stand up to any situation, but there were exceptions. The only exception being the unpredictable situations that were not accounted for. Situations filled with monsters not native to the area. These monsters were dangerous even to pro-adventurers. The woman with elf ears wondered just what was in there. The man with dark hair warned her not to lose her mental state. He sensed something dangerous was in there, something she already knew. She acknowledged that he was only surprised because it was messier than he thought, but nothing had changed. Suddenly, she gasped, realizing what she was seeing. The man with dark hair charged forward, gripping a metal pipe. Before them stood a slasher lip, a monster of considerable danger. The man with dark hair prepared to strike. With a swift motion, Yu Jeryeong's weapon sliced through the air, aimed directly at the slasher lip. The blade connected, cleaving through the monster's flesh. Jeryeong's expression remained focused. His eyes narrowed as he assessed the damage. The slasher lip recoiled from the blow, blood splattering from a wound. The severed piece of the monster fell to the ground. With a final strike, Jeryeong finished off the slasher lip. The monster's remains lay scattered on the ground. He landed gracefully, his stance firm and ready for any further threats. The slasher lip's body dissolved into nothing. Jean Sarum watched the battle's conclusion. She stepped forward, her hand reaching out to touch the ground where the monster had fallen. Sarum admitted that the creature had startled her, but she noted its high survivability. She revealed that she had kept it alive on purpose. Sarum explained that the slasher lip would serve as a warning alarm if someone came near. She stated that she was the one who kept it alive. Yu Jeryeong declares that he can't just wait around. Meanwhile, Diav Choi stands with his back to the others. Diav reflects on the amount of cleanup that was needed and how exhausted he felt afterward. Jean Sarum, standing nearby, wonders if he is an adventurer. The man with the cap asks if Sarum said she was waiting and if she knows him. Diav observes that this isn't normal. Yu Jeryeong and Jean Sarum stand ready. Sarum's back is shown, revealing a tattoo. Suddenly, something crashes down near them. Sarum confirms that she is an adventurer, and the man with the cap says he understands. Diav admits he has no idea what kind of team this is, but it's unfortunate. Sarum thinks that they're going to die in a place like this. Sarum prepares for battle. The man with the cap demands to know why they are sitting around talking to him. Yu Jeryeong thinks that this human isn't a normal adventurer like they think. He was a villain who had come to kill and take the royal jelly. The man in the suit observed that his target seemed to have no association with his commissioner. He questioned how the target would handle things if he touched his stuff without permission. The man with the sword responded that he only had to handle things if he got caught. The man with the sword declared that he had very good luck. Elsewhere, the shadowed figure overheard that his comrade was smuggling a valuable item. The figure recalled that his original plan was to ambush him on the way, but he sadly failed in finishing them off. The figure confirmed that he ran off in here. The figure wondered why he couldn't find him at all. He had to be hiding in one of the smuggling locations here. It wasn't because of the sky wasp poison. It was all because of this human. Even without clashing with him yet, Jeryeong could feel it. Even if your death is already ensured, you could still go out in the least painful way. The opponent before him was not to be underestimated. Nearby, the bald man watched as the enhanced individual stood ready. He was of a different caliber than the previous opponent. Meanwhile, the informant planned to buy time while his associate found the coins. As soon as elsewhere, Jean Sarum noted that thanks to the interference of human, there shouldn't be many threats inside. Someone was willing to change, even if it was her. The enhanced individual declared that he could hear them. The fight began. Piljiu roared at Sarum to stop staying there and run. Sarum knew she had to be fine in order to get money. The enhanced individual remarked that they really left. The white-haired man declared that wasn't a good choice. Sticking together gave them a slightly higher chance of survival. The battle continued. The battle raged on. The enhanced individual's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening as he prepared for the next exchange. Blue energy surged around him, crackling with power as he channeled it. Focusing his energy, he unleashed a precise strike against his opponents. His opponent, recognizing the technique, realized that he had read his sword pattern. The informant watched with wide eyes, his expression a mix of fear and anticipation. The enhanced individual's attack landed, the force of it creating a shockwave. The impact point glowed intensely, a testament to the power behind strike. Meanwhile, Sung prepared for battle, his stance low and ready. The enhanced individual admitted that he was surprised. He confessed that he had looked down on Sung because of his youth. The enhanced individual stated that he would have to use equipment because Sung was better than the average pro. He added that he would have to fight properly if he wanted to take care of that warrior high girl too. A shadowy figure emerged, telling Sung not to be scared, as it wouldn't take too long. The scene showed a room in disrepair. Nearby, a kettle sat atop a portable stove. The bald man observed that it wasn't bad. The man with gray hair sat eating from a cup, as the bald man stood with his arms crossed, commenting that it was actually pretty good. The bald man offered the gray-haired man some of his food. Elsewhere, Piljiu lay unconscious on the ground. The bald man remarked that it would be a while before Piljiu woke up, calling him a pig who couldn't even pull the weight of his own body. He continued, saying that Piljiu was an adventurer who walked around so arrogantly. The gray-haired man told him not to be too hard on Piljiu, adding that he didn't lose because he was bad, but because he had to, even though he was bad. The bald man stated that the thing people overlook is that adventurers don't fight with just humans. He continued, saying that the thing Piljiu trained in was probably hunting and exploring instead of fighting. Meanwhile, Yusung walked down a hallway. The bald man was heard saying that he had heard, even amongst adventurers. The gray-haired man smirked. As they went up, a figure stood before a giant diamond in space. Even comrades who have depended on each other many times can succumb to infighting. The bald observer wondered if they even killed each other. The white-haired observer, smoking a cigarette, questioned who would stop them. He stated that there were no laws implemented inside of dungeons, no matter what happened. The bald observer was shocked to hear that adventurers could die to a monster and not even need an alibi. The white-haired observer continued, stating that the higher an adventurer's rank, the more they had to train in preparation for a potential fight. The bald observer listened intently. Piljiu, defeated, lay on the ground. The white-haired observer noted that Piljiu's class was not high enough. The white-haired observer found assaulting a comrade to be cute. The white-haired observer remarked that seeing Piljiu get caught meant something. The bald observer considered it an argument without equipment. The white-haired observer stated that the armor and weapons adventurers take with them to hunt were meaningless. The white-haired observer stated that even their friend over there could have somewhat put up a fight. The bald observer wondered if it was that strong. Yusung stood ready with his weapon. It was said that equipment was half the combat power of an adventurer, as the shadow figure stood ready. The shadow figure noted that Yusung hadn't dodged his attack. The shadow figure's attack had definitely landed. The shadow figure observed that his blade had an upper level of defense, warning Yusung not to think about other things too much. Below, Yusung looked up at the shadow figure. The shadow figure and Yusung clashed. Yusung declared that the shadow figure's actions were not very respectful. The shadow figure responded that it was disrespectful to him and to Yusung's life. Yusung continued to fight the shadow figure. The battle between Yusung and the shadow figure intensified. The clash of their weapons created streaks of light. Yusung faced the shadow figure head-on. The shadow figure continued to attack Yusung. The force of the blows sent sparks flying. Yusung's face was grim. The shadow figure taunted Yusung, asking what was wrong and demanding that he fight back properly like earlier. Of course, such a feat would be impossible. The armor that Yang Dogyan possesses is A+ rank. It consumes the user's blood to support physical abilities and form an upper level of defense against impact. The shadow figure moved with incredible speed. His style of combat could only be described as berserker. But if Yusung tried to go for a bad counterstrike, he knew he would die. The shadow figure's attack was relentless. Yusung was sent flying backwards. His face was bloodied. The shadow figure declared that Yusung had fallen for it. The shadow figure remarked that Yusung had lasted pretty long. The shadow figure's eyes glowed menacingly. Yusung wondered if today was some kind of special day. He lamented that he liked that jacket. Despite Yusung's defeat, the shadow figure mocked him, declaring that he wasn't as strong as it had initially believed. Nearby, Diav Choi scoffed, admitting he had been initially intimidated by Yusung's aura. However, he now believed that Yusung's performance was only due to his equipment, especially against a high schooler without any. The shadow figure questioned if Diav Choi was simply getting carried away by his own equipment. The shadow figure grunted. The shadow figure cursed. Meanwhile, Jaryong knew that the opponent had to be taken down. Elsewhere, Jin Sarum was in position to strike. The longer Jaryong stalled, the more impatient Yang Dogyan would get. Jaryong moved with incredible speed. The more impatient Yang Dogyan would get. Jaryong's eyes glowed with determination. Jaryong prepared to strike. Jaryong's attack connected. It was revealed that when Jaryong was young, he learned by watching. Jaryong prepared to use the second technique. It was not possible to defeat the enemy with only Jaryong's strength. He had to use the enemy's strength against them, to inflict a huge blow that would otherwise be impossible. The name of this skill, which even Jaryong hadn't perfected yet, was Swell. Jaryong unleashed the attack. The attack surged with power. The force of the blow reverberated. The shadow figure was sent flying. The impact shook the ground. The shadow figure coughed up blood. Jaryong thought to himself that he didn't think he'd actually use it in a real fight. The shadow figure thought that to think a pro adventurer would be a human who just charges and over. The shadow figure told Jaryong to give up, stating that his time was over, no matter what he did. The shadow figure prepared to attack. The shadow figure lunged forward with a knife. The figure vowed to tell someone off, no matter what happened, ensuring they would. The shadow figure prepared to make sure, too. The shadow figure intended to kill them. The department store's 5th floor stretched into the distance. Ahead, Jean Sarum's laughter echoed through the empty space. Sarum stood before a glowing, circular portal, still laughing. She placed her hand on the portal's surface. The portal confirmed her identity. Sarum realized she had found it, and now just had to return. Her expression shifted to one of concern. Meanwhile, someone shouted at her to stop staying there and run. The voice continued, telling Sarum that she had to be fine for them to get money. Sarum thought that nothing would change even if she left. Sarum tried to think that way. She reasoned that he wouldn't have fought if he didn't know of a way to escape. So, someone apologized, saying they were sorry, Dogyan. The man on the ground vowed to never be cheeky again. He considered himself a genius. From a young age, he believed everything came easily to him. Talent, obviously, was the reason. He received recognition from adults, and he dominated over his peers. Back then, there was only one thing young Dogyan couldn't achieve: acceptance into Warrior High. Warrior High was all about connections and money. They picked money over talent. That might be the answer. If it was based on pure talent and skill, there was no way he'd fall behind. Overcoming hardship test. Number 7, Yang Dogyan. Accumulated score is in first place. Compared to the majority of average kids, Yang Dogyan, he considered himself a selected genius, one of the few who stood out from the crowd. The final exam report card showed Yang Dogyan in first place with 966 points, a significant lead over Yoon Song-yang's 752. Someone observed that Dogyan was simply on a different level, to which another agreed. The speaker believed that those kids would become rankers. The speaker announced that this would conclude this year's graduation, congratulating everyone for their good work. Yang Dogyan was called out. The man congratulated Dogyan on being valedictorian, stating that he would definitely be a great adventurer. The man advised him not to become conceited and to keep going forward. Dogyan agreed. Someone reflected on how they had retired early and become washed-up trash that teaches kids, resolving to show them. The man's suit was shown. The man declared that he would look down on them from a place where normal people like them hadn't even been. Elsewhere, a man lay injured on the ground, seriously wounded. The injured man exclaimed that he had run over there because he was told it was a dangerous situation, but questioned if this was it. The man wondered what had happened, realizing that a monster had killed his entire party alone. The aftermath of the battle was shown. A familiar stare was seen. It was the stare he used to give others. Then he realized something. The words the old man gave him weren't advice, but rather words of comfort. He wasn't a chosen one. He was just one of the people the average people look up to. He was just a little better. Just a little better. Yu Sung looked on. That guy allowed it. He said he could take all the blood flowing in his heart into his own. The shadow figure stood tall. Yu Sung wasn't sure about that, but it sounded pretty dangerous. Dangerous. The shadow figure moved. His speed didn't get significantly faster. The shadow figure lunges forward, its form a blur of darkness and malevolence. The figure continues its relentless assault. It strikes with incredible speed, its movements almost impossible to follow. The force of the blow sends debris flying. Blood splatters on the ground, a testament to the intensity of the battle. The shadow figure pants, its dark form looming. Yu Sung pants heavily as he struggles to maintain his stance against the relentless attacks. He realizes that he somehow managed to block the attack. The shadow figure acknowledges Yu Sung's impressive reaction speed and talent. Clinging to a metal pole for support, Yu Sung asks why the figure is suddenly complimenting him. Yu Sung, covered in blood, demands to know why he is being complimented. The shadow figure retorts that it is none of his business. Yu Sung acknowledges the figure's statement and thanks them, whatever the reason. The shadow figure declares that, thanks to Yu Sung, it can now stomp on a talented person. The shadow figure prepares to strike again. The shadow figure's attack was met with a blinding flash of light. Amidst the light, Yu Sung was sent hurtling backwards. Despite the force of the blow, Yu Sung felt no ill effects. He noted that his body was moving without any problems. The shadow figure, reveling in the fight, demanded to see more. The air crackled with energy as the battle intensified. Yu Sung's opponent knew that he wouldn't be able to maintain his current state forever. The shadow figure surmised that if it used its blood as fuel, it would definitely reach a limit. The figure planned to bait Yu Sung into consuming a lot of blood and then use needle. The shadow figure declared that it already knew that. Yu Sung stood firm, facing his shadowy opponent. But it was too late. The shadow figure loomed over Yu Sung. A powerful blow was struck. Yu Sung's face was covered in blood. Elsewhere, Jin's serum was seen. Yu Sung, bleeding from his mouth, smirks. The shadow figure, eyes glowing red, tells him not to listen. Elsewhere, white-haired man 1, covered in blood, remarks on how touching the scene is. The scene shifts to a blur of motion. The action intensifies, with blue energy crackling. The fight continues. The scene was a ruined cityscape, the aftermath of some great disaster. Debris and destruction were everywhere. Nearby, a man lay motionless, blood pooling around him. Someone wondered if he was dead. Standing over the fallen man, Jin Serum assured the other man that he wouldn't die from something like that and told him not to worry too much about him. Serum nodded in agreement. Piljiu asked if that was good enough, to which Serum replied that she was sure that should be good enough. A hand reached down, grabbing a metal pipe covered in blood. Someone asked if they had already forgotten. Piljiu, shirtless and scarred, reminded them that he had saved their life, so they owed him. The scene shifted to a memory, showing a figure engulfed in light. The memory continued, showing the masked protagonist _1, with a staff. As someone recalled the second time, they decided to follow him. Sarum, flustered, declared that she would be generous and call it even. Piljiu, standing in the ruined building, asked if it hurt to just say thanks. A close-up showed Piljiu's muscular torso, marked with scars. The scene returned to the ruined cityscape, focusing on a damaged red car amidst the debris. The landscape was a mix of rocky terrain and what appeared to be a body of water, all bathed in a golden light. In the distance, two figures stood on a raised platform, seemingly observing the scene. Closer now, Yu Song and Jin Sarum stood together, both with serious expressions. Yu Song had a visible wound on his jacket. Meanwhile, Sarum walked ahead, her bow slung over her shoulder. Sarum noticed a sweet smell in the air. Yu Song followed behind her, his expression unreadable. In the distance, the two could see a figure standing near a light source, with what appeared to be bloodstains on the ground. The figure was revealed to be an injured man in a military uniform, sitting in front of a glowing case. Yu Song approached the injured man, his gaze intense. Yu Song's expression hardened. The injured man questioned what Yu Song was surprised by, reminding him that he had told him about this place. He then asked if Sarum had followed him to see something special. The injured man suggested they take a look at the case. A hand reached out to open the glowing case. As the case opened, a text box stated that the scent was beyond anything anyone had experienced before. The source of the scent seemed to emanate from within the glowing case. A sweet and endearing smell filled the air, so potent it made one forget what they were thinking about. The source of the smell seemed to emanate from the glowing case. The white-haired man wondered if the sack also contained royal jelly. Diav Choi believed they should leave immediately, sensing that something might creep up on them if they stayed. Elsewhere, Sarum and Yu Song found themselves on the first floor of a department store. They noticed that the injured man was gone. Sarum, enraged, vowed that the men would pay. She declared that she remembered both of their faces. The injured man, consumed by rage, vowed to do whatever it took to kill them. He gripped his weapon tightly. His face contorted with fury as he charged forward. His eyes narrowed with determination. He struck something with immense force. The impact sent a monstrous creature flying. The injured man seemed surprised by what he had done. The injured man's attack connected, sending the monster reeling. The monster's grotesque face contorted in pain and rage. Meanwhile, some distance away, Diav Choi and Jin Sarum walked through the snowy streets. Diav suggested they go through the back door, and Sarum agreed. Elsewhere, the sky glowed with the setting sun. Yu Jaryong sat atop a rocky outcrop, wondering if it was safe enough. Nearby, Yang Dogan asked if this was Jaryong's test. Sarum stated that it was nice meeting him. Jaryong acknowledged that although plenty had happened, they were both done with what they were there for. Sarum looked on. The two shook hands. As Jaryong walked away, he reminded Sarum to remember total secrecy and to make sure she paid up. Sarum warned him to be careful if he didn't want to meet her again. Jaryong wondered if it was okay if they saw each other again. An open container of instant noodles sat on the ground. Nearby, the informant stood, reading a document. The bald man with the glasses returned, and the informant told him not to ask, as he seemed to have had some fun. Footsteps echoed through the area. The informant stated that they should take a look. The informant smoked a cigarette. The informant held a lantern, commenting that it would have been insane if the information they had was released to the public. Elsewhere, Im Jae-won sat, and he was told good work. The informant said that he would send him money sometime tomorrow. The scene shifted back to Im Jae-won. Im Jae-won wondered if it was because of that adventurer, the one that died while fighting him. Im Jae-won thought that he didn't die while fighting him, and it shouldn't be a situation where he felt remorse. The scene shifted back to the informant. The informant was asked if there was something else that happened while he was there. The informant said there was nothing and to forget about it. The informant, cigarette dangling from his lips, asked if he could take the items in the open briefcase. He mused that they didn't appear to be royal jelly. The bald man agreed, stating that all other items, excluding the object in question, were for the smuggler to take. Meanwhile, Yu Sung wondered who the kid was that was going to eat that. The lantern glowed, its light promising to bring back the dead. It could increase an individual's limit of talent. It could do something like that. The informant explained that the effects only worked on people who hadn't reached adulthood yet. They wouldn't give it to anyone without hope. Elsewhere, Yu Jaryong was sure it was someone from Warrior High. The informant stated that he would be leaving. As he departed, Yu Sung told him to tell his father he said hi. The informant would if he got the chance. The city lay in ruins. Fires burned. Yu Jaryong thought of Warrior High. The bald man, standing against the backdrop of a fiery sunset, questioned the informant's statement. He added that they should see each other again soon. Meanwhile, the informant responded to the bald man's statement with a serious tone, stating that he was not joking. Jean Sarah mentioned that there was an entrance exam in the winter. The bald man asked if she was interested in him or something, before stating that she had a good chance. Sarum invited him to join Warrior High. She added that they only accept a handful of people at most. It was said that no adventurer could explore a dungeon alone. No matter how skilled they were, it was considered impossible. To combat the limitless situations in a dungeon, one needed to do so by themselves. That's why solo dungeon exploration was near impossible. A party was needed to overcome the challenges. Different adventurers with different talents used their strengths. They covered each other's weaknesses and overcame them together. The teams celebrated their victory. Warrior High also had political factions in each grade, and Yusong wondered about them. Jean Sarum sighed, explaining that if the factions were childish, they wouldn't need to worry about them. Sarum added that their grade had 2 factions. She continued, saying that the 2 in the top 3 led the factions. Sarum asked if they formed parties within the same faction and then inquired if Yusong was in any faction. Yusong listened as Jean Sarum confirmed that the teachers weren't interfering and that getting a party together was the students' responsibility. The conversation continued, with Sarah mentioning that even students outside the main factions formed their own parties. Another student interjected, claiming that Yu Song's lack of skill was the reason he couldn't find a party. Yu Song acknowledged that he might not become a great student, but he still believed he should be able to join a party. Sarum stated that there were 2 factions. She added that even the kids who aren't in factions have their own parties. Sarum revealed that one of the leaders didn't like him. She elaborated that the leader was intentionally isolating him. The imposing figure of the leader loomed over Yu Song. Another student asked Sarum if Yu Song had taken her boyfriend or something. Sarum denied it, stating that she was surviving as a solo player for now, but she couldn't survive like this in future grades. Sarum then declared that she wanted to employ Yu Song. She specified that she wanted to employ him with his skill and with just him. Yu Song realized that he might be able to survive. He looked at his bandaged face in the mirror. Yu Song sat alone in his room, lost in thought. Elsewhere, Jean Sarum remarked on someone being a funny girl. The sound of a door opening echoed through the dungeon barrier. Sarum stood ready, her bow slung across her back. The dungeon barrier crackled with energy. The Gangnam 12th location dungeon barrier shimmered. Sarum considered that guy. A figure in the distance acknowledged that they heard her well and wished her good luck. Sarum wondered if he would contact her. Kong Jungkook approached, and Sarum noted that he was not late. Kong Jungkook, a warrior high grade 1 class 1 teacher and melee combat instructor, stood ready. Jungkook asked if something was wrong, reminding her that she was still in a test, but that there was a problem. Jungkook explained that in certain areas, monsters that don't live there had been spotted. Sarum realized that someone needed to be rescued. Jungkook added that they were also in the area where Sarum got the coin. Jungkook inquired if there had been any problems during the event. Sarum confirmed that there hadn't been any. Jungkook remained silent. Suddenly, Jungkook commanded Sarum to get behind him. A large, monstrous figure loomed nearby. Sarum gasped, startled by the sudden appearance of the monster. Sarum exclaimed that there was another, bigger monster than the one they had previously encountered, identifying it as a Titan ape. Jungkook noted that a Titan ape was strange. Jungkook observed that the monster shouldn't live anywhere near their location. Sarum wondered if it had been attracted by something. Sarum wondered if it was the smell from earlier. Jungkook told Sarum to back up behind him. The Titan ape snarled, its glowing eyes piercing the darkness. It was stated that the teachers in the dungeon field were all former adventurers. Jungkook stood ready to face the Titan ape. It was said that those who became adventurers from Warrior High often ended up abandoning their careers due to injuries. The power emanating from Jungkook's fist intensified. This was how the outside world viewed them. The force of the blow ripped through the air. The Titan ape was sent flying backwards. The impact reverberated. The ape staggered. The massive creature was knocked off its feet. Fighter of tyranny. The Titan ape crashed to the ground. In their early 20s, they received the title of Ranker. Jungkook thought that he couldn't do anything about daily use, but he told Sarum that she was lucky. Sarum realized that could have been very dangerous. Sarum tightened her grip on her bow. Diab Choi expressed his relief that she was safe, but he remained still. Sarum stated that they should return. She thought to herself that the one teaching her was also a warrior. Meanwhile, Jungkook walked through the forest. It was said that young warriors could become teachers. The sign read, Warrior High, Practical Base Camp. The camp consisted of several dome-shaped buildings. Elsewhere, a man with blonde hair sat on the ground, facing away from a large, armored figure. The armored figure remarked that the people who went there were lucky, but then trailed off, calling them weaklings. The armored figure loomed over the seated man. Back in the forest, Diab Choi and Sarum walked together, as someone noted that one was coming as they spoke. Nearby, Jungkook ordered someone to go and wait over there. Sarum confirmed that she would check that everyone was here, and then confirm the numbers and change into uniform. Sarum prepared to fire her bow. Sarum stated confidently that everything would be fine. Diab Choi responded that at least her tact was fast. Elsewhere, 3 figures stood together, clad in matching uniforms. Diav Choi questioned if that was really the case, stating he didn't think she'd be worried for him. Saram smiled in response. The archer stood ready. 6 years prior, a glowing orb of energy hovered in someone's palm. Back in the present, Zeke Esker Saram, Saram's uncle, urged someone to increase their output, confident they could go further. Jean Saram, now 11 years old, was told to pay attention and stay focused. Saram's eyes widened, and Zeke declared that was enough. Zeke remarked that she had at least improved since last time. Saram responded that it was only by a little though. Anisha Esker Saram was then told that was right, and to go. Sweat dripped down Saram's face as she looked on. She appeared concerned. Anisha's magic flared. Anisha was told that was right, and to go. Zeke thought that her looks weren't the only thing that wasn't like that of a mixed blood. It was said that Anisha had the ability to wield magic better than most purebloods. Zeke told Saram that her cousin was a genius, and if she wanted to continue on this path, she would be compared to her forever. Anisha stated that being compared was the least of Saram's worries. Anisha suggested they be careful, her expression unreadable. The warning continued, stating that they might get destroyed if they made the wrong move. Saram admitted that she simply didn't understand. The focus shifted to Jaryong, who stood with his back turned, bow slung across his back. Anisha remarked that with Jaryong's skills, he should try creating a party with her if he was so curious. Jaryong seemed surprised by the offer. He stammered, saying he couldn't, although he'd love to. Anisha stated that both of them were range damage dealers. Jaryong countered that maybe if they were on similar levels. Anisha continued, saying that although she said it was for him, it was actually a hassle for others to handle. Anisha stood with 2 other students. Jaryong reassured Saram that there was no need to worry, as he was sure there was going to be a retest. Saram responded that she didn't care about the rest. Anisha remarked that Saram really did her best, didn't she? Anisha advised her sister not to push herself too hard. Elsewhere, Diav Choi stood among a group of people. Saram struggled. Her expression was grim. The hospital loomed large against the night sky. The door clicked open, and a man stepped inside. Inside, a nurse greeted the guardian. He wondered if something was wrong. Yusong's father appeared to be suffering a relapse. A doctor spoke with a nurse. The doctor explained that the patient had an extremely rare condition. It was explained that Yusong's father was the only known case in the world of someone being infected by dragon's blood and surviving. With current medical technology, healing or improving his condition was impossible. The best they could do was suppress his pain with medication. The doctor explained that the problem lay within the ingredients of the painkillers. The only possible antidote at this stage was the milk of an extremely dangerous monster. That monster was the Sky Tiger, a creature of immense power. Jae-hwan stated that money wasn't the issue. It seemed a new potion was circulating among adventurers. The ingredient for it was also the milk of the Sky Tiger. The Sky Tiger's milk used to be an ingredient you could get with enough money. However, things were different now, since it was considered useless despite being precious. Jae-hwan expressed disbelief, saying there was no way they couldn't find enough to save a dying person. The doctor clarified that wasn't the issue, though. The amount required to stop Yusong's father's symptoms was equivalent to the amount that's used to make 10 of those potions. The doctor was sure the government would get involved if there were enough patients that required it. But since there was only one patient in the entire world, there's no way they would give up that kind of profit. Despite the odds, they would do their best to do something. But besides the money, there's nothing much they could do without the ingredients. The man sat alone on the bench, lost in thought. Moments later, his phone vibrated in his hand. The phone continued to vibrate. Elsewhere, Jean Saram looked at her phone in surprise. Saram wondered if it was a little too late. Back on the bench, the man on the phone said that he didn't think he had a choice but to accept the offer. Saram asked if there was a condition he had in mind. He realized that he might have to look into it. He thought that it could work. The man asked if he could get some. Saram explained that her company's development team was producing that potion, and the amount he needed wasn't that much either. The man was surprised by this world, but Saram told him not to worry about it. He confirmed and asked if she had time this Sunday. Saram reminded him that he had to prepare for the entrance exam. From atop a nearby building, a voice echoed with a sense of calculated preparation, stating that there was nothing to lose by preparing ahead of time. The camera panned down the side of the building. The view settled on Yu Jaryong, who stood before the Special Defense Industry Research Institute, a guitar case slung over his shoulder. He was greeted by Jean Saram, who remarked that he was early. Elsewhere, a woman in an orange coat asked, "How are you feeling?" The informant replied that he was doing well, not too bad. Back at the institute, Jaryong asked what they were doing there. The narrator explained that they were there to measure his potential, elaborating that after the world changed, humanity was given access to powers beyond their capabilities. Before the adhesion, the talent that normal humans had was the excluding magic. In the past, the narrator continued, one was considered a genius if they could get to rank C. Anything beyond rank B was considered superhuman. Excluding magic, one needed to be ranked C in the 5 categories. Sarum stated that this was the bare minimum to become an adventurer, as her stats were displayed. The narrator added that one also had to be ranked B in at least 3 of them to be considered for Warrior High, as Jaryong's stats were displayed as question marks. Jaryong wondered if it was like getting his physical done. Sarum looked on. The bald man wondered what was so complicated about it. Meanwhile, Yu Jaryong simply chuckled. He realized he should have known when Jin Sarum asked how he was feeling. Yu Jaryong stood before the Gear Crone Pro, version 9.22. Since they were already there, Jaryong figured he might as well try his best, as he had been curious for a while. He thought about his potential. Yu Jaryong steeled himself. Elsewhere, a figure in a white and gray suit stands ready, gripping a long staff. Nearby, a metallic structure hums with power. The structure rises, revealing itself to be a large, humanoid golem. The figure in the suit stands his ground, staff at the ready, as the golem looms over him. From control room, a lone figure observes the scene on a large monitor. In another part of the facility, Young Yeoman and another woman watch the same feed. Yeoman holds a mug, while the other woman stands with her arms crossed. Yeoman wondered if he had the resolve, now that he was preparing to transfer. The other woman chuckled, agreeing with Yeoman's sentiment. Meanwhile, back in the testing area, the golem's foot slams down. Back in the control room, Yeoman prepares to begin the test. The golem continues its assault. The figure in the suit braces for impact, his eyes glowing with determination. A narration box explains that the talent test is usually done in the 6th to 7th year, and the testee wears special equipment for detailed measurements. The narration continues, stating that the test pushes the testee to their body's limit in various fields. Because of the equipment's sensitivity, measuring the student's abilities proves to be a challenge. It was explained that only those with exceptional talent or extensive training could even hope to reach their limits. The testing equipment was designed to measure the limits of the student's abilities. The challenge lies in pushing the students far enough to truly gauge their potential. It was observed that Yu Sung's physique was near professional, making it difficult to push him to his limit. Despite his impressive abilities, it was believed that he should be tired by now. Elsewhere, Jin Sarum brought up the fact that Yu Sung had attended a normal high school. The bald observer expressed his curiosity, wondering where Yu Sung had failed to get into a special high school. Back in the testing area, the golem continued its relentless assault. Even with the difficulty lowered, the bald observer seemed surprised. Yu Sung had read the golem's attack pattern after dodging only a few times and found an opening to counter. The observers noted that he was insane. It was clear that he was better than the average pro with his senses alone. Jin Sarum wondered about the measurement. Sarum's question about measuring Yu Sung's abilities seemed to stump the other observer, who admitted that the situation was a bit complicated. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the facility, a figure in a white and blue armored suit observed that Yu Sung had not yet reached his limit. The figure stood silently, their form partially obscured. Nearby, a device crackled with energy. Back in the observation room, the observer with elf ears declared that they would have to raise the difficulty, but not by just a level or 2. The other observer suggested that instead of safe mode, they should put it to 100% power output. The observer with elf ears confirmed that Sarum knew it too. Sarum then asked how they could measure his limit. The observer in the lab coat admitted that they weren't sure, stating that this was a first for them as well. The observer with elf ears stated that the only thing left to do was... The observer in the lab coat interrupted, saying that they weren't paid to do that sort of thing. Suddenly, a voice boomed out, questioning who was using the research lab without a report. The voice belonged to Zeke Esker Sarum, Jinseong Group's director of research. The observer in the lab coat noted that Zeke usually didn't come in on Sundays, while Sarum referred to him as Uncle. Zeke stated that he trusted that whatever they were doing was something they were ready to accept imprisonment for. Zeke's words hung in the air as Sarum declared that she was the one who had requested the test. Zeke questioned if she had asked for this. Sarum responded, asking if that was an excuse to cover for his servant. Zeke told Jin Sarum not to mistake herself, stating that this was her father's place, not hers. Sarum was told that there was nothing she could take responsibility for. The rumors about the director were true. Sarum's maternal uncle had been cold to only Sarum since she was young. Even though she didn't do anything wrong, it was the weekend, and other adventurers that have connections to Jinseong Group use this place often. Zeke asked if there was a problem. Zeke inquired if there was a problem. Zeke wondered who that was, someone on his level. That's just Sarum's. And he also lost the measurement data. It's not like the cost is cheap either, she wanted. The explanation continued, detailing the reasons for the transfer. Zeke listened intently. The scientist nervously clarified what he meant by director. He nervously chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. Zeke dismissed the scientist's concerns, stating that even the golems in safe mode weren't enough. He declared that he would go down and face the threat himself. The scientist wondered if something was truly wrong. Elsewhere, a figure stood ready, a long staff in hand. The narrator stated that battles happen amongst adventures. It was often hard to find the limit of someone. Of course, in this case, the opponent was a few levels above the test taker. The narrator clarified that the opponent was a few levels above the test taker. Zeke stated that it was sudden, but he would skip introductions. The figure with the staff realized that Zeke didn't have much time. Zeke wondered about this guy. Yu Jar-young didn't know who he was facing. Zeke observed that Jar-young seemed to understand the situation. He declared that he would be Jar-young's opponent instead of the golems, encouraging him to try his best. Elsewhere, a man recalled that Zeke was more than human back then. The man remembered how Zeke looked at him, recalling that he was an opponent he felt he had no way of winning against. Yu Jar-young prepared for the incoming attack. Zeke told him that there was no need to worry about his safety. Jar-young gripped his weapon tightly. The air crackled with energy. Jar-young launched an attack. The attack surged forward. A nearby text box identified the attacker as Zeke Esker Serum, Jinseong Group Director of Research and Jin Serum's maternal uncle. Zeke prepared to counter the attack. Another text box identified Zeke as Korea's 7th place ranker. Zeke was identified as a white class adventurer. A final text box explained that adventurers in the top 100 are called rankers and get a color based on their ranking. 76 to 100 are red, 51 to 75 are blue, 31 to 50 are green, 11 to 30 are black, and 1 to 10 are white. Colors are based on rankings, so when rankings get refreshed, promotions or demotions happen. The blue energy crackled around the blade as it was swung with immense force. The strike continued, the air itself seeming to vibrate with the power behind it. The hunter was sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The armored figure, however, saw no openings in Jar-young's attack. For Jar-young, the strategy was simple. Jar-young's strategy was simple. He would force an opening. He would strike with his full force. A single strike with his full force behind it. Once the opponent dodged it, he'd attack using the created opening. The blue energy surged as Jar-young prepared to follow through. The armored figure was sent hurtling through the air. The hunter's eyes widened in surprise. The armored hunter declared that his opponent was much more than he appeared. Diav Choi scoffed, finding the hunter more frivolous than he had initially believed. With a swift kick, Diav sent the armored hunter flying backwards. The armored hunter's helmeted head was seen from a low angle. Diav watched as the hunter was sent reeling. The armored hunter struggled to comprehend the situation. Diav questioned if the hunter was acting this way because it wasn't the real thing. The armored hunter wondered if Diav really thought that would work on him, stating that either way, it was quite an idiotic choice he'd made. The hunter's weapon clattered to the ground. Diav pointed out that the hunter had even dropped his weapon despite not losing consciousness. The armored hunter's face was partially visible through the helmet. The armored hunter gripped his weapon tightly. The hunter stated that he had been patient and allowed Diav to make 2 idiotic mistakes, so he was sure he'd been lenient enough towards him. Diav was warned that if he did something stupid one more time, he'd be sent back right now, and that he would be better off if he quit his dreams of becoming an adventurer. The armored hunter stood his ground. Diav Choi watched as his opponent approached, noting the strange feelings emanating from him. The armored hunter spoke, stating that he wasn't sure why, but Diav seemed to have some bad feelings for him. He quickly dismissed it, saying, "All right, no worries." Suddenly, the hunter unleashed a flurry of blue energy attacks. Diav observed the hunter's movements, realizing he was quickly approaching again, and it was the same pattern as before. The hunter continued his assault, blue energy crackling around him. Diav prepared to counter, his expression focused. The hunter's attacks intensified, the blue energy becoming more concentrated. Diav recognized the attack as a ranged attempt to catch him off guard, deeming it pretty standard. He thought to himself that this wasn't enough. The hunter grinned, stating that he was sure Diav wasn't satisfied, and that was just the beginning. The hunter launched himself forward, surrounded by blue energy. The hunter's attack continued, the blue energy intensifying. Diav watched the hunter's movements, his expression unwavering. The hunter's blue energy attacks continued to streak through the air. The hunter's hand glowed with blue energy as he prepared another attack. Diav's eyes narrowed as he focused on the hunter's movements, ready to react. The armored hunter's fist crackles with blue energy. Channeling the energy, he prepares to strike. Meanwhile, the fight is being observed remotely. One of the observers wonders if this is just a battle between professionals, and if they're being told that Diav is also a pro. Another observer laughs. One of the observers admits that Diav isn't perfect. Diav remains focused on the fight. Another observer states that it's actually a detrimental weakness. Diav thinks to himself that he is better off in that department, and wonders what the observer thinks he lacks compared to them. Back at the fight, Diav is fighting on equal grounds with his uncle. One of the observers wonders what is wrong with him. The armored hunter prepares to strike. The observer looks on with concern. Diav has lost the lead. The armored hunter strikes. The armored hunter's eyes glowed with an intense light. The hunter moved with blinding speed, a blue aura surrounding him. Diav Choi watched the hunter's movements. The armored hunter struck, declaring that victory should be a given. The hunter's fist, encased in blue energy, moved to strike. The blow landed with tremendous force. Nearby, one of the observers remarked that the chief was something else, though they knew he was still holding back. Jean Sarum watched intently. Diav stated that there was no need to dwell on the loss. It was obvious that Diav would have lost no matter what he did. However, the journey to accepting that loss was just pitiful. The armored hunter stood tall. Diav's expression was unreadable. One of the observers commented that Diav lacked basic training. Another observer noted that Diav's talent and battle sense were something else. However, his stance and basic understanding of attacking and defending were lacking. Observers noted that it was as if Diav Choi had never trained in his entire life, and they were disappointed that someone with such talent had not been properly trained. One of them remarked that he could have been much stronger if he had just had some basic training. Another observer listened intently. Meanwhile, Yusung's father told Diav that he had seen plenty of people like him. The observer with dark hair thought to herself that it wasn't the case. Even though Diav had the talent that everyone could wish for, he just didn't put in any effort. Yusung's father told Diav that he would give him his numbers. However, he suggested that Diav give up. He continued, saying that someone as weak as Diav could get killed relying on that kind of talent. Yusung's father turned his back to Diav. Diav thought to himself that he seriously didn't know why. He felt like Yusung's father had been talking overly harshly about him. Diav realized that Yusung's father hated lazy people and that he intended for that last blow to end things. Diav declared that he didn't care about the results and that they should just go one more round. Diav stated that he would show him. Inside the facility, two figures stood before a large screen. One of the figures wondered what was going on, but the other explained that they had all the data they needed and there was no need to fight anymore. The woman with the dark jacket called out to Yu Jaryong, telling him that they were done and congratulating him on a job well done. The voice echoed in Jaryong's mind, telling him that he could stop and get his results now. Diav Choi stood with his back to Jaryong, stating that knowing what he wanted was pointless, and that the outcome wouldn't change no matter how many times they fought. He questioned whether Jaryong was even aware of that. Diav then asked if Jaryong wanted him to acknowledge him or something. Jaryong responded, "Not really." Blue energy flared around Jaryong as he declared that he was just pissed off right now, and all Diav had to do was get beat up by him. The narrator explained that the reason why he agreed to come was something else. Without a person to teach him, Jaryong had to start from zero to learn everything by himself. However, thanks to his natural talent, he managed to fill the lack of basics and training. On top of that, thanks to his experience in the field, Jaryong was able to do whatever he wanted. A figure moved with incredible speed, striking with a force that shattered the air around them. Miraculous progress had been made, but Yu Jaryong never considered himself better than others. The adventurers he had met disappointed him, as the fakes were weaker than he was. In reality, they were not the real deal. Someone admitted it was their fault, but they also realized that this man was different. The man understood, promising to beat his opponent so hard that they would lose the will to be angry. Even by pure talent, he might be a monster beyond his capabilities. The change in Yusung was noticeable. Yusung smirked, a predatory glint in his eyes. By meeting someone he considered to be the real deal, Yusung was changing. Yusung stood ready, his grip firm on his weapon. Observers noted that this was crazy, questioning why the chief was like that too. Jean Sarum realized that Yusung's stance was different from before. Diav Choi observed that Yusung's posture and weight balance had shifted, noting that he was no longer holding a staff stance. It was as if Yusung was a different person from before. A barely perceptible shift in Yusung's expression hinted at the change that was taking place within him. The shift in Yusung's stance was immediately apparent as he launched his attack against Diav Choi. The force of the blow sent Diav Choi reeling backwards. Diav Choi, though surprised, managed to maintain his footing. Elsewhere, a woman watched the fight unfold, her shock evident. Meanwhile, Yusung pressed his advantage, his movements now carrying a different weight. The impact of each strike reverberated through the arena. Diav Choi struggled to defend against the relentless assault. The force of Yusung's attacks continued to push Diav Choi back. Diav Choi observed that compared to before, Yusung's fighting style had become simple and rough. However, there was not a single opening between his moves. Another observer wondered who had taught him. The display was amazing. Yusung continued his assault, his movements precise and powerful. Elsewhere, a man watched with a knowing gaze. Yusung's father watched as his son practiced with a broom, mimicking the movements of a warrior he had seen earlier. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy emanated from the boy's hand. The energy intensified, engulfing the boy's entire body. The boy, startled, looked at his hand, the broom now forgotten. The energy continued to pulse around him. Elsewhere, Diav Choi felt a similar surge of energy. Back in the training room, Yusung's father observed the phenomenon with a mixture of concern and curiosity. Diav Choi was still surrounded by the blue energy. Yusung's father's expression grew more serious as he watched his son. The energy around Diav Choi intensified further. The energy began to dissipate from the boy's hand. The boy looked on, still surprised by what had just happened. Diav Choi's eyes glowed with power. The boy blinked, seemingly returning to normal. Yusong's father continued to watch his son, a deep concern etched on his face. The figure was sent hurtling through the air, surrounded by a torrent of blue energy. The force of the impact sent him spiraling downwards. Zeke observed the descent, noting that there would be an opening once he landed. Yusong knew that he wouldn't be able to dodge an attack from him right now. Yusong prepared himself, declaring that he would give him what he wanted. He resolved to meet the attack head-on. The figure continued to plummet through the sky, engulfed in a bright light. Below, two women watched the unfolding events with concern. The scene shifted to the ground, where the impact was imminent. Dust and debris billowed upwards from the point of impact. Zeke remarked that if Yusong hadn't used that unfitting staff skill of his, Yusong was told that he would have won if he had continued. Yusong, lying on the ground, wondered if that was his last sign of pride. He struggled to move, his face contorted in pain. Zeke stated that he had simply run out of what he had memorized. Yusong plummeted through the air, reflecting on his defeat. He knew he had only ended up getting beat up even more. Despite the beating, he thought it wasn't so bad. Zeke Eskersarum was infamous among the highest rankers for his sharp attitude. Anisha Eskersarum called out to him. Anisha told him to be quiet. Zeke's healing was due to his overwhelming skill. Zeke's hand glowed with power. He focused his power. Anisha assured him that Yusong would be fine, explaining that she had made sure to heal him of any injuries. Zeke confirmed that he had been told Jaryong was his name. Zeke paused, thinking that he was one of only 10 white class rankers in the entire nation. Zeke realized he'd meet his son here. He was also the greatest healer in Korea. The city sprawled beneath them, a concrete jungle bathed in the fading light. Below, the streets bustled with activity, cars snaking through the avenues. Diav Choi stood, his jacket slung over his shoulder, waiting. Diav mused that he could have gotten coffee and relaxed somewhere if they weren't going to be late. The man driving simply stated that if they were late, people would assume it was his fault. Diav was told that something came up, and it took longer than expected. The driver mentioned that he heard Diav was dueling with some kid, or more than one. Diav simply responded with a huh. The driver suddenly screamed, questioning the cut on Diav's cheek. He asked if it was a cut at all. Diav wondered what it would be if it wasn't a cut. The driver couldn't believe that if he's getting ready to join the school, he'd be 16. He stated that he's 17 and looks like he's trying to join Warrior High this winter. Diav sat silently. Diav recalled a recruiting event from the winter, but he didn't think anyone had passed during the 3 years he attended. Kong Jianho noted that Diav didn't even have an ID yet, but he was sure the kid had a chance, having already managed to cut Zeke Eskersarum's face. Jianho thought the young ones were getting really scary and that he needed to be on guard. He found it funny. Zeke stated that comparing people to elves wasn't reasonable, but he was sure there was no difference between the two of them. Kong Jianho, a South Korean rank 19th black class adventurer, scoffed, saying that of course there would be a difference. Kong Jianho was the leader of NYX, Korea's #1 attack squad. Jianho was sure he had the edge on him. Jianho thought that they were both in age and in talent. Diav was 21 years old and graduated from Warrior High School 1 year and 7 months ago. He had never seen this car before. The driver told Diav not to change the topic, explaining that he had ordered it a while ago, and it just arrived. He added that he didn't use his money much anymore, and Diav asked how much it was. The driver responded that it was 3.5 billion, but Diav couldn't hear him. Elsewhere, a man lay on a medical bed. He sat up. He realized that all his injuries were healed and that he wasn't in pain either. The man awoke. Elsewhere, a woman questioned what the other person was thinking, asking if they really thought they could win. The response was a simple denial. The woman insisted that she had suddenly become angry and that the other person had started it. The other person asked what had started, adding that there was no way their uncle would try to fight. The woman asked if he was her uncle. She confirmed that he was, on her mother's side. The man simply acknowledged this with a huh. Okay. The woman remarked that they seemed to have a good relationship. She added that she could tell from how he treated her. The man took a sip of his drink. He asked what they were talking about. The woman stated that it was just as she said, and that she was sure he was worried a weird guy was trying to take advantage of his niece. She continued, saying that he had all the right to be worried, but that her uncle wasn't like that, and that he was such a stern person. Elsewhere, a woman asked if someone was awake. Following up on her question, a woman and a muscular man sit and discuss something. The woman asks if he is hurt anywhere, but the man assures her that he is fine. Meanwhile, a man in a lab coat smiles, relieved. The man in the lab coat thinks to himself that it's a relief they got the results back. Elsewhere, someone thinks that their chief might not seem like it, but he is the country's greatest healer. The narrator reflects that the chief was overwhelmingly strong, but that wasn't even his main role. Someone smirks. The man in the lab coat thinks that it's a relief as they got the results back. A woman and Yu Jaryong look at a tablet. The tablet displays Yu Jaryong's stats, and the woman exclaims that it's amazing. His stats include A, B in strength, A in stamina and agility, C in intelligence, D in magic, and B in patience. Someone asks if this is good. Someone tells them to shut up. The narrator explains that in order to become a first-class adventurer, one needs to have at least a B rank in ability stats. B is superhuman, C is excellent, D is average, and E is weak. However, the narrator notes that one needs a balance of stats, as a woman runs with C-rank stamina and agility. The narrator continues, stating that it doesn't matter that one's agility is high if they don't have enough stamina, as a man runs with D-rank stamina and B-rank agility. The narrator concludes that even with high strength, one can't bring out their true potential with just stats and strength, as a man stands with A-rank strength and D-rank agility. The narrator finishes by saying that even normal people have some stats with a C rank or above, but things get different when one has more than two, though. The woman listened intently. The narrator explained that strength, stamina, and agility were the core stats. From a normal human's perspective, people with a C rank in those three stats were considered 1 in 10,000, making them capable combatants. Even just having those stats would put one among the best adventurers, but Yu Jaryong had a B in strength and an A in the rest. Not only was Jaryong balanced, but his raw stats were also insane. Even within the first years of the dungeon raid department, he'd be on the same level as that monster. The man wondered what the hell he was expecting. He continued to look at the tablet. The chief that Zeke Eskersarum fought with didn't have a single stat above an A. Stats were just innate talent, he realized. They didn't represent current skill. Even with the best stats, there wouldn't be a difference between an A and a D if one didn't train. There are things that couldn't be measured, such as whether or not the skills one used suited them, their battle sense, and their experience. Although this might seem cruel, the woman explained that she'd seen plenty of adventurers that had made up that gap through pure determination. Sarum seemed to be in a good mood. Someone thanked them for the story. Someone admitted that they weren't disappointed or anything, but they just didn't have an understanding of this stuff. Someone knew someone. Someone else stated that compared to him, they still had a long way to go. Someone seemed to be confused. It was said that he must be really famous, but someone else responded that it was, well, maybe. Someone announced that they were done for the day, and that they could meet up next weekend. Another person asked if they were leaving already. Someone suggested that while she was there, why not visit the production department? She responded that she didn't know anyone within the production department like him, and that there was no way that uncle would approve of that either. Someone asked what she meant, and that the chief already approved of it. Sarum was shocked. Someone was told to get up and take him to the equipment production department. The person was told to tell them that he's his guest. They were also told to get them to make a weapon that suits him, and not to worry about the cost. Sarum's eyes widened in shock as she stared at someone just off-panel. Elsewhere, text explained that ability stats are numbers that represent innate growth potential and efficiency of training. Even with the same amount of training, the degree of improvement and power cap is different for everyone. Without effort and growth, there's no point in ability stats, although there is a limit on how strong you can become. The text continued, stating that ability stats are innate, and there are no ways to change them. However, there have been cases where they change due to bone-grinding efforts or precious medicines. It then detailed the ability stat requirements for an adventurer license, explaining that if you have a rank E in any of the 6 ability stats, excluding magic, it is impossible to earn an adventurer's license. The narrator shifts to the topic of equipment. High-quality weapons and armor are the dream of every adventurer. Even if the adventurer is extremely talented, the quality of their equipment matters. When the quality of a weapon is subpar, it will not be able to withstand the power of its owner. Therefore, as an adventurer's skill increases, equipment of higher quality will be required for them to use their skills at will. Back in the real world, Yu Song remarks that he can understand the need for better equipment, adding that he should be thankful if it's free. Jean Sarum wonders if she really needs equipment right now, questioning what Yu Song is saying. Sarum reminds him that Warrior High is still a school, and she wonders if they won't be given usable equipment by Warrior High anyway. Yu Song scratches his head, listening to Sarum. Sarum and the other student look surprised. Sarum sighs, saying that Yu Song is planning on joining Warrior High, adding that all of this is her fault. Sarum's companion says that if they were talking about a normal adventure institution, she'd be right. An armored figure stands tall, a sword and bow floating beside them against a backdrop of swirling nebulae. The conversation continued, with one student questioning whether Warrior High was any different, suggesting they would have ample funds. Young Yeoman, a Warrior High graduate, countered that their school was built upon different ideals. Yeoman elaborated, stating that differences in talents and abilities were inevitable, and that obtaining good equipment was an ability in itself. The student questioned if that meant students were required to bring their own equipment to school. He continued, wondering if the system favored people born into wealthy families, given all the talk about abilities. However, Yeoman explained that it was possible for students to get good equipment even if they didn't have the money. 2 figures in suits stood by, as Yeoman stated that making it to Warrior High meant one was considered a first-class adventurer. Yeoman asked if he didn't think there would be people willing to invest in his talent. She continued, saying that if he was saying that being rich was a part of his abilities, he wasn't exactly wrong on that. Yeoman explained that once he joined Warrior High, plenty of companies with enough funds would start to be interested in him, offering potential modeling gigs or a percentage of his earnings after graduating. The figures in suits looked on, as Yeoman stated that they had plenty of offers in exchange for funds. Yeoman stood proudly, fireworks exploding behind her. Sarum listened intently. Yeoman concluded that this was what it meant to join Warrior High, emphasizing that there were plenty of opportunities to prove himself amongst his peers. The two spar, their movements fluid and precise, as they test each other's abilities. Elsewhere, Zeke Esker Sarum reminded someone that they would have to pass the test first. The transfer exam, it was said, was harder than the normal entrance exam and required as much preparation as possible. Diav Choi explained that the chief had decided to help them get prepared. Meanwhile, Jean Sarum told someone that since she had already told them the details, they just had to go to the underground refinery. Sarum wished them good luck with everything. Sarum hoped they would get into their school. The hallway was lined with elevators. Sarum was asked what she meant. The more someone heard about the transfer test, the more it seemed that people were doing everything they could to get ready. Sarum explained that was why she was planning on helping them by spending her own money. Someone admitted that they didn't know why, but that facial expression pissed them off. Regardless, it was good to hear. Sarum stated that no matter how much money you have, the most important thing is who you ask to create your equipment for you. The Jinseong Group's production department was considered one of the best in the world. The student with the elf ears remarked that there couldn't be that much of a difference when it came to equipment. This place was also previously known as the Dungeon, Boiling Abyss. Sarum asked how it was. Diav Choi thought to himself that this wasn't a place where you could just pay to ask for equipment to be made. Zeke, the Thunderhammer Argius, roused from his weekend nap, grumbled that someone dared to wake him, and even worse, didn't even come down to face him directly. The Elder Titan's massive form loomed, his expression a mix of annoyance and simmering rage. Meanwhile, the protagonist stared ahead, questioning if what he was seeing was truly a monster. In response to his hesitation, Jean Sarum reassured him not to worry, explaining that the figure was the team leader of the production department. The Elder Titan conceded that, from a certain point of view, they weren't exactly wrong. He clarified that, from the perspective of humans, they weren't wrong. The text identified the figure as Thunderhammer Argius, an Elder Titan. The Elder Titan wondered who the human was that Zeke had mentioned, noting that they were eligible for special naturalization in the Republic of Korea. Argius wondered if it was the little kid standing on the edge. Or perhaps, he mused, it was Zeke's niece, someone he hadn't seen in a long time. He noted that they had sent the data. Argius scoffed at the data and footage, dismissing it as nonsense from humans that he didn't care about. He stated that such matters were taken care of by his subordinates. Argius observed his subordinates leaving for the weekend, wishing them a good one, but noted that they hadn't come to work today. The woman with elf ears looked on. Argius decided that didn't matter, since Zeke had asked him to personally take care of this matter. He asked if they should begin. Argius considered the question, acknowledging that what he held was indeed his main weapon. He listened intently as the other being spoke. The being challenged him to try and hunt it. Suddenly, the being seemed to react to something. Meanwhile, Jean Sarum looked at the protagonist, confused by what was happening. The being continued, stating that while it didn't know about humans, what was happening was a given among its species. It declared that unless someone proved worthy of its blood, sweat, and tears, it wouldn't make a weapon for them. The being observed that the protagonist seemed a little different from the other young ones, though. The protagonist moved. His eyes were now acquainted with the hunt, and he possessed a repressed yet refined sense of a warrior's hostility. Argius challenged the protagonist to try beating him. Jean Sarum looked on, still confused. The being stated that she should know by now. The protagonist stood before Argius, surrounded by a blue aura. He thought to himself that he never backed down on offers like this. Argius loomed over the protagonist, ready to fight. The air crackled with energy as the fight began. A surge of power emanated from the combatants. The force of their collision reverberated through the surroundings. Jean Sarum watched with wide eyes, her hands covering her mouth in shock. The impact of the battle shook the very foundations of the room. Diav Choi could only think to himself, there's no way. Argius asked, you call it a weapon like this? Jaryon was confused. He was certain his strike should have connected. He was sure his strike made contact with the Titan, that his attack was the sharpest needle. Of course, there were plenty of monsters that Jaryon couldn't defeat in one strike. However, what Jaryon was experiencing was a complete wall. He forgot about his strength. It felt like he was hitting something that wasn't alive. The attack had no effect. The monster he was faced with, just what exactly was he? Jean Sarum realized that Jaryon really did it this time. There was another reason why Sarum was worried. All monsters are designated their danger rank with stars. A mantis fly has a danger rank of 1 star. If a monster is designated 1 star, it means that they are beings capable of killing humans. Most monsters are at danger rank 1 star. Most monsters at that rank are able to be defeated by a normal adult male with a weapon. A cluster raptor has a danger rank of 2 stars. 2-star monsters were dangerous, but could be defeated by trained military personnel armed with guns. 3-star monsters, however, required armored troops with armored weapons. The Titan ape, even in its juvenile form, was a 3-star threat. 3-star monsters could be defeated by armed troops with armored weapons. 4-star monsters, on the other hand, were a different story. Democulus, a 4-star threat. The potential for human casualties was high. All ground troops were instructed to focus on civilian evacuation and preventing further damage after evacuating. These monsters were defeated using long-range artillery and bombing strikes. However, the military was reaching its upper limit. Most threats were ranked at 4 stars. Any danger threat over 5 stars were on a level that modern military forces weren't able to handle. Even if they were able to defeat it, it would take an extraordinary amount of firepower. This resulted in irreversible damages. That's why, in order to reduce losses, those who could handle these monsters were sent. An attack squad, made up of the best adventurers, would be necessary. Argius demanded to know if she didn't ask. The elder Titan, Argius, was identified. The woman with elf ears was asked where she got that weapon from. The man with the weapon wondered why so many questions were being asked about it, and if it hurt more than she thought it would. Argius suggested she think long and hard about her response. The woman with elf ears was told that he made the weapon himself. The man with the weapon asked her one last time. He questioned why that weapon was in her hands and not the person he made it for. In the distance, a helicopter could be seen. The woman with elf ears realized that if Argius made it himself, the weapon itself should be ranked at least A+. It was noted that the weapon had been documented in the association database as soon as it was created, along with information regarding its ownership and exact location. It was explained that it's not a weapon that a smuggler can obtain with ordinary means. The man with the weapon considered that she might have stolen it from someone, or it could be something else. The woman with elf ears stated that she didn't want to tell him, questioning what if she told him she had no reason to tell him. The woman with elf ears, realizing she was being stupid, said she understood. The Titan acknowledged the information, vowing to take it into consideration. Below, Yu Jaryong braced himself against the impending attack. The only thought that crossed Jaryong's mind was death. Dodging the attack would be impossible. Death was the only outcome. If that was the case, how could he block the attack? The needle? No, there was no weakness in that hand of his. The swell? Not only would it do nothing, but he'd also be dead if he tried to absorb the attack. The only option was his third choice. The last technique. Yusong's father prepared to strike. The only technique that he had stolen from his father, Yusong. The Titan prepared to strike. The Titan lunged forward. The law of force was absolute. When two forces collided head-on, the larger and stronger would always prevail. However, what if the collision wasn't head-on? With precise calculations of the angle and location, even if one couldn't win, it was possible to redirect the direction of the force. Yu Jaryong prepared to execute his technique. That was Jaryong's final weapon. A nearby observer was shocked, wondering if Jaryong had parried an attack from a 7-star monster. Thunderhammer Argius knew the only weakness he could exploit was to strike his eyes using the needle. Jaryong moved with incredible speed. Argius was caught off guard. The Titan staggered back. Yusong's father watched the events unfold. Someone shouted for them to stop. Argius stated that he understood. Argius added that he was sure he looked plenty suspicious in their eyes, arguing that even if that is the case, she is sure that they don't have the right to attack humans without knowing all of their circumstances. She continues, stating that excluding situations where someone is personally in danger, special naturalized species cannot hurt humans. The Titan, Argius, explains that if the rule is broken, the subject on hand will lose their status as a naturalized species and will be treated as a monster. Argius tells them not to worry. The woman with the orange coat states that she understands clearly and asks if he is okay. She realizes that she knows why that kid has the weapon she made. Argius thinks to himself that Zeke woke him from his sleep. The man with black hair tells him to allow him to apologize and that he has the right to have that weapon. Argius says that he will be sure to repay him for his mistake. A close-up of Argius's eye. Argius thinks to himself that it has been 30 years since that time that he's gotten an injury. The woman asks what he's talking about. Argius asks if they know why he works for them humans now. The woman thinks to herself if it wasn't because of the Gabiuk attack squad that hunted him 30 years ago. Argius states that that's wrong and asks if that story is known by humans and that they didn't even manage to touch him. The woman with the elf ears and the man behind her listened intently as Argius continued his story, revealing that the human who had hunted him was just a single individual. He explained that this human had managed to cut off his arm and even had the opportunity to end his life, but ultimately chose not to. Yusong listened, responding with a simple, "Yeah." The shadowy figure, observing from afar, muttered the word kid. Below, the creature that Yusong had been fighting lay defeated. Argius stood tall, his armor gleaming in the light. He clenched his fist, the intensity of his story building. Below, the defeated creature remained motionless. Yusong stood ready, his weapon glowing with blue energy. His feet were planted firmly on the ground, prepared for whatever might come next. The words hung in the air. It was your father. The Elder Titans were a race of giants. They were the strongest among the giants, possessing an almost endless lifespan. There weren't many of them, with only 10 known Elder Titans on Earth. While their physical abilities were beyond human comprehension, what they were most known for was their ability as equipment creators. Titans were innately born with the ability to create equipment with special powers or artifacts. The only other species that shared this ability were the dwarves. However, unlike the Elder Titans, the dwarves decided to coexist amongst the humans. The Elder Titans, on the other hand, refused to coexist with humans. They viewed humans as beings with no worth. 30 years ago, the scene opens during the Argius subjugation operation, led by the Gabyuk attack squad. Ahead of them stood Colossus B, Argius's automatic doll, assessed as a potential danger rank of 4 stars. Meanwhile, Oh Sung-ah, a dealer from Team 9 of the Gabyuk attack squad, confirmed that communications with headquarters were still down. The team realized that all magic communication lines had been cut off and that some kind of interference was blocking their signal. Kim Youngmo, a utility and buffer, warned Park Jongman, the team leader and tanker, that the enemy was coming. Park Jongman prepared himself for the impending attack. Colossus B moved with incredible speed. The massive doll swung its weapon down with tremendous force. Energy crackled around the battlefield. Park Jongman braced for impact. The Colossus's massive form loomed over him. The attack connected. Kim Youngmo watched in horror. Colossus B prepared to deliver another blow. The doll swung its swords down. The Colossus's foot descended with terrifying speed. Another member of the Gabyuk attack squad moved to intercept the blow. One of the members of the squad thought the situation was impossible. Everything was completely out of the Gabyuk attack squad's expectations. The Gabyuk attack squad was considered one of the best dungeon subjugation squads. However, in the boiling abyss, the dungeon of the Elder Titan Argius, they were at a complete loss. They had already had to deal with 7 of them. Another Colossus appeared. Even if they ran away or barely defeated them, another one kept appearing. One of the members of the squad wondered if the other team was like them. Someone ordered them to get out. One of the members of the squad was confused. Someone was talking to them. Someone said it was going to happen. The situation was becoming increasingly dire, with the odds of everyone escaping alive dwindling rapidly. As the battle raged on, a surge of power began to emanate from one of the team members. The warrior prepared to unleash a devastating attack. A skill, potential trigger, was activated, promising to use all remaining energy to enhance physical capabilities. However, the skill came with a steep price. Once its active time ended, the user would be incapacitated. Another skill, Shield Slam, was also in play, suggesting a desperate attempt to turn the tide. The warrior braced himself, preparing to execute the Shield Slam. His teammate, recognizing the activation of potential trigger, anxiously warned him against using it. The team leader grimly acknowledged that not everyone would make it out alive, admitting he lacked the energy to defeat their foe. Despite the dire circumstances, he resolved to buy his team some time to escape. He muttered that one never knows what might happen. A surge of blue energy enveloped the team leader, his expression serene. The blue energy intensified, his eyes now glowing with power. At that moment, his teammate questioned what was happening. Suddenly, a monstrous figure demanded to know if there were still bugs that hadn't been eliminated. The figures around the monstrous form knew instinctively that they wouldn't be able to survive. One of the armored figures gasped, realizing the dire situation. Another figure, face contorted in fear, yelled for everyone to run. The monstrous figure stood tall, radiating power. One of the armored figures was surrounded by a blue aura. He thought that if he ran straight at the monster, he might be able to buy some time. The armored figure steeled himself, hoping to buy his comrades some time to escape. The figure launched himself at the monster. The monster unleashed a wave of fiery energy. Another figure watched, spear in hand, as the fiery energy engulfed his comrade. The monster declared that the equipment and the body that held it were trash. The monster continued, stating that there wasn't a single thing that wasn't inferior, and that the beings who claimed this world as theirs were doomed. The monster looked down at the armored figure lying defeated on the ground. Another armored figure stood, gripping a large, glowing green crystal. The monster remarked that they seemed to have loyalty, though, and that it was heartwarming to see. Thunder Hammer Argius declared that even if his actions had no meaning, he would proceed nonetheless. Nearby, another figure stood, staff in hand, observing the Titan. The figure lamented that they had no choice, wondering how they were supposed to deal with a monster that even the team leader couldn't defeat. Elsewhere, a voice echoed, stating that this was why they had warned that the place wasn't safe. The camera focused on Yu Song's father, his chest heaving. The man with the staff reasoned that if they collected information little by little, they could team up and increase their chances, questioning the point of being the first to clear the dungeon. Nearby, Yu Song stood, a massive weapon slung over his shoulder. A woman looked on, tears in her eyes. Yu Song declared himself as one of the volunteers. The man with the staff mentioned that he had on a chest plate that he recently acquired. Thunderhammer Argius warned them not to tell him that they were there by themselves. Yu Song retorted that he was the only one who managed to get there. A figure moved with great speed. The scene shifted to a grand hall. The hall was filled with rubble and debris. The armored figure acknowledged that the enemies ahead were formidable. Elsewhere, a muscular man wondered how many more enemies they would have to face. At that time, Yu Song was still an unknown adventurer. However, even though the adventurers of the first generation had heard of him, this event marked the beginning of everything. Rather than focusing on honor and accomplishments, he focused on rescuing others, resulting in his lack of fame. However, this event was the start of everything. That's one of them. That's when, looks like the other one might be a little harder to deal with. The dungeon rumbled with unseen energy. The armored warrior could only utter in disbelief, "No way." The warrior's shock was mirrored by the rest of the team, who recalled how they barely defeated the previous monster even with their combined strength. The narrator's voice echoed, stating that the enemy could be defeated with one blow. The defeated monster lay prone on the ground. Piljiu asked if the magician still had some mana left. The magician stammered that he didn't have much, but he should be able to buff Piljiu. Piljiu scoffed, declaring that he didn't need buffs, and asked if the magician knew how to use levitation spells. The magician confirmed that they were still breathing and alive. From a low angle, the massive foot of a monstrous figure loomed over the battlefield. The monster declared that they spoke as if they could make it out alive. Piljiu, surrounded by a blue aura, confidently stated, "Of course, I won't let you touch those kids without my permission." The monster's single eye glowed menacingly. Energy crackled around Piljiu. Piljiu's fist blazed with fiery energy, ready to strike. The energy intensified, crackling around him. His stance shifted, preparing for the impending clash. The air crackled with anticipation as the moment of impact drew near. He launched himself forward, a fiery comet aimed at his target. The force of his attack reverberated through the air. 10 years after the adhesion, the world had changed. The newly unlocked potential from the adhesion allowed people to approach the level of superhumans. The technology used to develop equipment quickly improved as well, in order to better suit their stats. However, unlike the developments in stats and equipment, their adventurers still struggled. Their adventurers' execution was still lacking. The solution lay in human development. Human development, a new martial art completely separate from common logic, was needed. At the time, only a few recognized the need for a new approach. One such individual began to research and develop it. The results of this research were already being put to the test. The Elder Titan, Thunderhammer Argius, was taking a beating. Yu Song was one of those people who recognized the need for change. An observer exclaimed that Yu Song had won. Thunderhammer Argius could tell that Yu Song was different from the others. Argius acknowledged that Yu Song knew how to utilize what was given to him. Argius thought that if the weapon he was holding was able to hold up to even half his strength, the situation would be different. While this was mentioned constantly, Yu Song had yet to make a name for himself at this point in time. Yu Song thought to himself that this wasn't the first time this had happened. He wasn't able to buy what was considered the best equipment at that time. Yu Song's determination was evident. Yu Song was ready to fight. Yu Song clashed with Thunderhammer Argius, their weapons meeting in a burst of light and energy. Argius observed that Yu Song's skill in blocking and redirecting attacks was impressive, ranking among the best he had seen from humans. However, Argius noted that the axe Yu Song wielded was inferior to those used by other humans he had encountered. Argius believed that even if Yu Song managed to redirect his attacks, the axe would inevitably take damage. Argius declared that this was the end. The force of the attacks sent Yu Song staggering backward. The clash of power continued to escalate. Yu Song was sent flying through the air. Argius was surprised, realizing that Yu Song hadn't redirected his attack, but had instead blocked it head-on. This was the origin of the skill that Yu Jar-Yong would later learn, Swell. The technique involved gathering energy. Swell utilized the strength of the opponent's attack by rebounding it back. However, the effectiveness of Swell depended on the user's physical strength, experience, and execution. The energy gathered around Yu Song's fist. Yu Song prepared to strike back, empowered by the rebounding energy. Yu Song is engulfed in a torrent of blue energy as he prepares to strike. This was the martial art of a hero. Meanwhile, two figures observed the events unfolding. One remarked that the story was well known among humans. The story told of a hero who finally defeated the monster. Back then, it was known as the strike of the hero whom they called Father. The hero descended. The monster within him died. The moment he lost, his life wasn't his anymore, but his father's. However, his father decided not to kill him. The dungeon clear attempt that the Gaebiuk attack squad was about to fail. It was completed by a sole member of the rescue squad. It was a completely ridiculous ending to a grand story. However, the important part of the story starts after that. Elder Titans, while they may die, they would never bow their head down to those they consider to be inferior. And yet, Argius made up his mind and asked for time to be exiled by the humans. One of the observers recalled the event, stating that it was a big deal. The entire world was shocked. Eventually, he was issued his citizenship. The fact that he didn't kill anyone helped, even though he injured a lot of people. However, it didn't change the fact that he committed crimes. In order to pay for his crimes, he was given the task of working in the equipment department. But the fact that the Argius dungeon was cleared by a single person was completely different from what she learned. Argius stated that the staff was what he made to honor Yusong's father. Although Yusong's father never asked for it, Argius deemed that he was worthy of wielding a weapon like that. Yusong had never heard about this before. Yusong thought that although it was pretty solid, it didn't have any special properties. Argius responded that he wasn't wrong, and that the only thing that staff was good at was hitting people with blunt force. Yusong was surprised. Argius stated that it was pretty simple, and Yusong should know. Yusong wondered if his father even used a staff like that as his weapon. Argius was originally going to create an axe for him, but he was going to complete it once Yusong's father got him the material to create the blade. However, Argius lost communication with Yusong's father at one point. Argius continued, explaining that since he couldn't leave his current location, he decided to send what he had already completed to Yusong's father. Argius lamented that he wouldn't be able to complete the weapon for Yusong's father. He then declared that what he had wasn't bad. Argius demanded that someone give him the incomplete weapon. Argius declared that he would finish it for him. Argius stated that it was a masterpiece not for Yusong's father, but for Yusong. The dungeon's sterile corridors stretched into the distance. Nearby, Jin Saram and Yu Jaryong stood together. Saram asked Jaryong how he was feeling. Jaryong responded that he felt fine, adding that it seemed like Yusong was making sure everything was fine on their last run as well. Elsewhere, the shadowy figure considered how long this would take. The figure resolved to try their best to make it as quick as possible, suggesting patience and waiting. The figure declared that masterpieces are made with time and effort. Back at the school, Saram wondered if they could do some practice for the written test together. Jaryong replied that should be fine. Jaryong then asked if Yusong was in the hospital to get some rest after retiring. Saram remarked that his father must have been an amazing person. She added that she never would have thought that his father was the one who cleared that dungeon. Jaryong remained silent. He told her to go on ahead, assuring her that he simply needed some time alone to think. She acknowledged his request and walked away. Meanwhile, rain began to fall. The city skyline glittered in the distance. Elsewhere, a sleek car sped down a highway. A case summary detailed the Gabiek attack squad's successful capture of Argius in the boiling Abyss dungeon. Jean Saram looked at the case summary on her phone, wondering if what Argius had said was true. The summary described the 5 adventurers from the Gabiek attack squad as legends, but also questioned whether they had stolen the accomplishments of another adventurer. Saram couldn't believe it, but she knew Argius had no reason to lie. If she took Jaryong's skills into consideration, it was plausible that his father was someone incredibly strong. Saram knew there were plenty of similar events in the past, and there was no way to know what truly happened inside dungeons. She recalled the famous event of the fake dragon slayer, Yusong. While Yusong was skilled and considered one of the best adventurers within Korea, it was proven that all of his accomplishments were the results of false accounts and blackmail. Saram remembered the case being brought up when Yusong personally revealed the details after being injured, and she suddenly paused, realizing something. Saram reviewed the information on her screen. The file detailed Yusong's past, including the incident where he was initially credited with defeating Argius, the fake Dragon Slayer case. It also noted that Argius was now a researcher for the Korean government, his sentence reduced due to his unique talents. Diav Choi's expression shifted to one of shock as he read the same information on his phone. He continued to scroll through the details of the practical test scores. Diav Choi was clearly surprised by what he was seeing. Meanwhile, at Warrior High's Dungeon Raid department, a message appeared on the computer screens, thanking the staff for their hard work. Cho Sia sat at her desk, a thought bubble indicating her concern for Mr. Kong, as she had kept him from resting over the weekend. The nameplate on her desk identified her as Cho Sia, a magic instructor for Room 1-2 at Warrior High. Kong Junguk reassured her, telling Sia not to worry, as it was her first year as a teacher. Kong Junguk thought to himself that it was important for him to review the first-year students anyway. He slammed his hand on the desk. Kong Junguk considered that not only was it hard work being a teacher, but the level these kids were performing at was incomparable to when he was here. He wondered if Sia had expected any of this. Sia smiled, thinking that the fact that first place in the practical would go to that child. Kong Junguk didn't think it was an easily predictable result. Diav Choi continued to look at his phone with a shocked expression. Currently, in the first years of Warrior High, there are 3 students considered geniuses within their class. Coincidentally, All three of them are half-bloods. First among them is Diav Choi. Diav inherited the talent as a swordsman from his father, a current white-class adventurer. Along with the magical prowess of his elven mother, he's the perfect magic swordsman. Second is Anisha. Despite being a half-blood, she has a mana pool and mana control greater than most full-blood elves. She's considered to be able to easily reach the levels of grand magicians. And third is Tyr Velkason, a boy born between a human and a dwarf. He possesses the strength and durability of a dwarf with the flexibility and reflexes of a human, possessing a body with only the advantages of those two species. Within Warrior High, Tyr is considered to possess the greatest physical body in the world and placed first in the second semester midterm. Someone remarked that they were not suspicious of what he's capable of. Another person wondered if the first place in the practical usually goes to one of the two cliques. Someone else thought that even if the test was much easier, it's hard to think that he took first as a solo adventurer. Another person stated that physicality isn't the only thing that Tyr has. To be honest, she worried about him and wished he could do more. He had the talent and the ability to be a great leader, but it didn't seem like Cholkang had any interest in getting to know him. The camera focused on a suit. Not just the kids in the dungeon raid department were being watched. In the future, even in the second year, there was a limit to what one could do alone. It would be nice if he had a friend that could understand. He wasn't sure who could be that friend for him. He didn't think it was a problem to be that worried about. She was confused. There were plenty of times when there were things going on that they didn't notice. Although she understood that there was no limit to how much you can worry for your students. If you believe in him rather than worrying, he was sure he'd do something for himself. 4 days later, Wednesday, 11:30 a.m., the camera panned down a street. One of the men asked if that bitch really said that. The man spilled his drink. The scar man watched as two figures reacted with shock to something outside the frame. Below, a man with white hair stood with a stern expression. The man with the scar reached into his jacket. The man's expression was unreadable. The two figures continued to react with surprise as a taller man towered over them. He admitted he hadn't seen them because he was thinking about something else. One of the figures begged for forgiveness. Elsewhere, Jae-won walked down the street. Jae-won wondered why he was so unlucky. At home, a young Cholkang ate tteokbokki, wondering if it was really that good. His mother stated that although she couldn't cook it herself, of course it was good. Suk-Yubin, known for her accomplishments in Northern Europe as a famous Korean adventurer, told plenty of stories to her son regarding her memories from her home country. As a result, Cholkang naturally grew an admiration for the Korean culture and people. Thanks to these living circumstances and the natural talent that Cholkang had, Cholkang was able to enter Warrior High. Zeke Eskersaram posed confidently. After passing the special transfer test, the only issue was that the child was extremely introverted. Another man smiled. Zeke Eskersaram considered his own introverted nature, realizing that even though he wanted to talk to others, he still wasn't confident in his Korean. He worried about others making fun of his pronunciation. The fact was that even if introverts knew how to speak a foreign language, talking to others as a foreigner was not an easy task. He hated his personality. Meanwhile, another student apologized for being so loud. Another student told him that he was too loud, calling him a fucking idiot. After the first semester had passed, Cholkang had unintentionally become a lone wolf. Cholkang had unintentionally become a lone wolf. He wondered if they had a spot and why it would be full in the morning. Cholkang and another student walked toward a PC zone. Cholkang recalled going to karaoke and PC bangs with his friends. They played games and ordered tons of food. The PC zone was empty. Cholkang wondered how they did this. Someone asked why they were late when they were the one who suggested this. Cholkang stood among a group of people, some of whom were getting impatient with the wait. He wondered if he was holding up the line, but then decided he would just leave, seeing no point in being there alone anyway. A voice told him that he couldn't register to be a member there. The voice continued, explaining that he could only charge his account at that location and that he needed to register elsewhere, asking if he understood Korean. Another voice told him to follow, promising to show him how to register. The speaker wore a blue jacket. The title of the series was revealed, Warrior High School Dungeon Raid Department. Elsewhere, a man was told that he didn't have to fill out all the information. He was instructed that all he needed to do was fill out the spaces marked with an asterisk and then click to complete the registration. Once the registration was complete, he could pay at the machine in the front. The man breathed a sigh of relief, assured that he didn't need to worry. He seemed to speak Korean, but acted as if he'd never been to a PC bang before. Meanwhile, Sarum was running late. She sent a message saying she would be there at 2:30 and that she was very sorry. The man at the computer thought that if he had known this would happen, he would have come here later, or rather, he should have just gone to the black market first. He was furious. He wondered what this was. It was in the chest with the royal jelly. He wondered what it was, noting that it felt pretty smooth. He didn't think it was something to eat, though. The man examined the item. He figured he would get it appraised when he had the time, and for now, he should avoid selling anything related to the Imperial Wasp. This would be better to sell if he needed cash now. It was one of the 3 great disasters within the Agar jungles. Item, Ankle-Eye's blood. Over the past couple of decades, the creature known as Enkil, the tyrant of the land, has remained unconquered. Even though endless numbers of attack squads were created and sent to hunt down Enkil, none succeeded in subduing it. The beast remained untouched. There hadn't been a single squad that succeeded. The best that they've managed to do is collect a couple of loose scales and an extremely small amount of blood. As such, after the government forbade the hunting of Enkil, items related to the beast became worth fortunes beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, Jae-won sat at a PC bang, contemplating his situation. He thought to himself that he was going to meet up with her for lunch and then go to the black market at night, but this messes things up. Elsewhere in the PC bang, the bald man muttered that there weren't any other spots. Introverts worry about things that they don't have to. Jae-won thought to himself that it was noon on a weekend and that he didn't have anyone else coming anyways. He logged in, thinking that there aren't any special games that he can play here. Jae-won thought to himself that the computer at his place has better specs too. The man with short, dark hair is asked if he is playing Heroes of Chaos. He confirms that he is. The other man notes that they're the same rank and offers Jae-won the option to decline playing with him if he wants. Jae-won explains that the people he usually plays with aren't available right now. He then asks if Jae-won wants to play duo ranked. The narrative shifts to describe the state of Seoul. Within some small regions of the city, there are abandoned pieces of land called scars. During the adhesion, large areas were destroyed. Large areas that could only be described as entire cities were destroyed. While plenty of these areas were restored with time, areas closer to dungeons were left alone. The abandoned areas between the walls that surround the dungeons and cities also serve a purpose. In case of situations where monsters manage to get over the walls, they can act as a second protective measure. However, within the last 20 years, Gate S11 is requesting permission to enter. The operator confirms and grants permission. There haven't been many cases where monsters have managed to leave the walls by their own will. The walls stand tall. The MGX-877, a medium-sized monster transport vehicle, rumbled down the road. Ahead, a security guard stood ready with a light baton to signal the truck to stop. Inside the vehicle, Sun Chongwoo sighed, admitting to himself that he always regretted being on these assignments. Jo Yena, sitting beside him, lamented that she was stuck driving and doing nothing. Yena thought to herself that if she hated it so much, she should just quit and go back to the field. Chongwoo questioned what she was doing here in the first place. Yena retorted that he barely had his license and lacked the skills to put together a decent party. Chongwoo complained that she didn't need to hit him with facts like that, adding that he was just complaining. Yena stated that it was because she had listened enough to his complaints. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from the back of the truck. Chongwoo wondered what that was, fearing that the monster in the back had escaped. Yena dismissed the possibility, but told headquarters that they had stopped to check on the vehicle. Yena tapped on the side of the truck. She confirmed that she had been ordered to stop. Yena relayed that they were going to do a quick check on the vehicle, confirming the order. Yena's partner, Sun Chongwoo, tried to dismiss his concerns, telling himself that she would be fine, even if something had happened. Chongwoo reflected on Yena's potential, realizing that if it weren't for her injury, she could have easily become a ranker. The back of the truck remained still. Chongwoo gave a curt acknowledgement, stating that it was good work. He dismissed the situation, saying it was nothing. Elsewhere, a woman with short, white hair reviewed data on a tablet. She mused that although Yena's reflexes were good for a government worker, she wondered if she really worked for the government. The woman considered that there must be a reason why Yena wasn't in the field, and then noted that she had a list of the guys in the back. Back at the truck, Chongwoo asked what they were still doing there, urging them to leave. The woman with white hair warned that if they didn't want to die, they should listen to her. Elsewhere, a young man celebrated his victory in a video game. At a restaurant, a man commented that the timing for their food was perfect, adding that the owner was amazing and they were really good at cooking. The man continued, saying he didn't know the other man was the same age as him, though he wasn't saying he looked old, just that he was tall and big. The other man, with a slight blush, asked where he went to school. Sun Chongwoo paused, considering the situation. Meanwhile, another man sat at a desk, enjoying a meal. Elsewhere, something was happening. Inside a building, a man exclaimed in surprise, wondering if it was an earthquake. Nearby, another man seemed to sense something was amiss. Someone took a photo of a truck that had crashed into a building, remarking that the driver must have been drunk to manage such a feat in broad daylight. Two men discussed the aftermath of the crash. One suggested calling the authorities, but the other believed someone else had already done so. From a high vantage point, the white-haired woman lamented that she had hoped to do this in the middle of Gangnam, and wondered if she was being asked to return before she even got to see anything. She knew that adventurers would flock to the area once the alarms went off. The woman was confident she wouldn't get caught. She confirmed that everything was fine. She told someone not to worry. She had made sure that she woke all of them up. People on the street looked up in alarm. The city was under attack by monsters. These creatures towered over the buildings, their presence a terrifying spectacle. These monsters were classified as horn horrors, their danger level directly proportional to the number of horns they possessed. Meanwhile, someone was taking bets on how many people would die. The white-haired man seemed amused by the unfolding chaos. He speculated that the monsters would kill at least 100 people before any rescue arrived. Panic spread as people fled in terror, desperately trying to escape the monsters' rampage. One man's face contorted in fear as he looked up at the towering monsters. The scene was one of utter chaos and destruction. People screamed as they were attacked. The horned horror loomed over the fleeing citizens. Suddenly, a figure intervened, unleashing a surge of blue energy. The figure struck the monster, sending it crashing to the ground. The horned horror fell, defeated. Yu Song stood victorious, surrounded by the fading blue energy. The aftermath of the battle left a scene of destruction, the air still crackling with residual energy. Above, the skies seemed to ripple, distorted by the sheer force that had been unleashed. The title card appeared, Warrior High School Dungeon Raid Department. The two men watched in horror as the scene unfolded before them. Below, a figure was sent flying by an unseen force. The figure slid across the ground, propelled by the impact. The masked protagonist, observing the scene, wondered aloud what was happening. Back above, the two men continued to watch in disbelief. One of the men recognized the attackers, noting that he had seen them before. The horned horrors, as they were called, shouldn't have been this difficult to deal with, he thought. Below, the protagonist's eyes narrowed. A motorcycle was launched at him, the rider already falling away. He braced for impact. The protagonist reached out, stopping the motorcycle with a single hand. He smirked, amused by the attack. A horned horror descended, poised to strike. The protagonist remained unfazed. He unleashed a surge of blue energy, striking the horned horror. The attack sent the monster reeling backwards. The average lifespan of a horned horror was only 5 to 6 years, and most died before they could even grow another horn. The horned horror's maw gaped open, its tongue lolling out. However, only about 8% of the population possessed strength beyond what would be considered normal. That strength seemed inviting, though dangerous. The horned horror stood tall, its massive legs planted firmly on the ground. Yu Song thought that if he had to, he should be able to defeat them. The problem, he realized, was their durability. They were 3 to 4 times tougher than normal. Yu Song considered that he should forget about a weapon, if only he had some equipment that he used for work. The horned horror lunged forward, its red eyes glowing menacingly. The monster crashed through a barrier. Yu Song remained focused. The horned horror stood amidst the destruction. The system identifies the approaching threat as a horned horror, a 3-star danger rank enemy. The horned horror crashes through a do not enter sign. The sign shatters under the monster's weight. Meanwhile, Yu Song uses a metal pole to descend the side of a building. The horned horror continues its descent. Its massive foot crashes down. Yu Song slides down the pole, a blue aura surrounding him. He grips the pole tightly, his hand glowing with power. The horned horror's foot continues its destructive path. The monster's impact causes a massive explosion. The force of the impact is immense. Yu Song, witnessing the destruction, is shocked. His eyes widen as he sees the devastation. Nearby, civilians react in terror, wondering what is happening. The horned horror stands amidst the destruction it caused. When it comes to the danger rank of monsters, the horned horror continued its descent, closing in on the people below. The gap between a 2-star and 3-star monster was vast. They were both monsters that were beyond human comprehension. Normal humans would have no choice but to be slaughtered by them. There was a limit to what they could do without any equipment or support of magic. There was only one exception. The man's fist clenched, glowing with power. The man was surrounded by a blue aura. He prepared to strike. Those who trained their inhuman physiques to the max. They were the best of the tankers. The tanker moved with incredible speed. He was a blur of motion. The tanker thought that he had managed to push him off with pure strength, but he wouldn't be able to damage a 3-star monster like that without any equipment. The monster's eye narrowed as it focused on its target. The creature towered over the city, a grotesque figure of destruction. With a surge of power, Yu Jaryong launched himself forward, shouting, demanding to know where the monster thought it was looking. The word needle flashed with an intense blue light. Yu Jaryong struck the monster with a concentrated blast of energy. Elsewhere, the white-haired observer watched with a grim expression. The monster reeled from the impact. The white-haired observer continued to watch the events unfold. The white-haired observer's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed the monster's power. Explosions rocked the city as the battle raged on. The destruction was widespread, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. Nearby, a man in a blue jacket noted that they had managed to do that much damage in just a minute. He realized it would take at least a couple more minutes before rescue came. The white-haired observer thought that although the emergency alarm went off, no one expected this to happen. He grimly realized that people were dying as they spoke, and they would get hurt. The skill was a basic hunting call, one that any tanker should know. They scream at a higher frequency, attracting the attention of all nearby monsters. As someone dreaming to become an adventurer, Chol King had already made up his mind. He would attract the attention of the horde to himself until the rescue squad came. Meanwhile, Diav Choi instructed someone to go inside the building for now. All that Diav Choi and Yu Jaryong had done was play video games for a couple of hours with each other. Chol King screamed. Diav Choi was surprised. Yu Jaryong asked if Diav Choi was a tanker. Yu Jaryong explained that the scream could attract the attention of the monsters. Diav Choi admitted that it would be dangerous. Diav Choi thought that if it was just him, he would have contemplated his choices, but he wasn't alone. Yu Jaryong told Diav Choi that he was pretty good at games, especially when it comes to games. Chol Kang didn't mean to, but he was acting as if he was an adventurer. Chol Kang thought that this didn't feel too bad. Chol Kang decided to do it and try his best. The bald man stated that he didn't have time to chat like this. Suddenly, Yu Sung found himself grabbed from behind. The captor's grip tightened. The aftermath of the battle left the convenience store in ruins, shelves overturned and debris scattered across the floor. Underneath a sturdy counter, a student trembled, hands clamped over his ears, trying to block out the sounds of destruction. Suddenly, a monstrous figure loomed into view, its shadow falling over the terrified student. Elsewhere, a surge of blue energy erupted, shaking the very foundations of the building. The force of the energy blast sent debris flying in all directions. The monster staggered back, momentarily stunned by the sudden assault. The student, peering through his fingers, watched as the blue energy intensified, bathing the area in an eerie light. A figure emerged from the light, radiating power. The energy continued to surge, rippling through the air. The city skyline shimmered as the energy reached its peak. The monster, eyes glowing with malevolent intent, prepared to strike. The student watched in horror as the monster advanced, its shadow looming ever closer. Nearby, Cho Sia paused, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. She wondered what was happening. Sia stood tall, her expression a mixture of concern and determination as she looked towards the disturbance. The bald man's eyes widen as he senses something is about to happen. He clenches his fists, bracing himself. Below, Tyr Velkason stands ready, his stance firm and determined. Ahead, the shadowy figures advance, their red eyes glowing menacingly. One of the shadow figures extends a clawed hand, ready to strike. The monster lunges forward, its massive form a blur of motion. Its jaws open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Tyr Velkason is sent flying backwards from the force of the attack. The bald man watches with concern as the monster continues its assault. Tyr Velkason recovers, his expression hardening with resolve. He throws a punch, aiming directly at the monster's face. The force of the blow is amplified by a surge of blue energy. The punch connects, sending a shockwave through the air. The monster reels from the impact, momentarily stunned. Tyr Velkason grits his teeth, preparing for another attack. The shadow figures close in, surrounding Tyr Velkason as the battle intensifies. The monster stood tall, its red eyes burning with malevolence. Suddenly, the monster was sent hurtling through the air. The impact of the blow reverberated through the air. Two of the monsters had horns. The man in the blue jacket watched the scene unfold. He wondered what was going on. It seemed they were collecting the dead in a truck. That was why there weren't many dead bodies on the streets. The monster was sent flying. The man continued to observe. His expression hardened. He realized that if they used ordinary methods, they wouldn't stand a chance, noting that they were both close-range fighters. Not only did they lack range support, but they also didn't have any equipment. It seemed that in their current situation, they might actually set each other back. They had no items. That's why they needed to gain advantages wherever they could, deciding to take the bulk. Piljiu, surrounded by the shadowy figures, declared that he could handle the weaker opponents, given his tank-like resilience. The force of the impact sent debris flying. Meanwhile, Yu Sung continued his assault on the larger monster. The monster told Yu Sung to focus on the stronger enemies, since he was the damage dealer. Yu Sung prepared to strike. The force of the attacks continued to shatter the surroundings. Debris rained down as the battle raged on. The monster roared in fury. Yu Sung thought that whatever he was holding was weaker compared to the needle. He observed that the staff of Argius was made of an unknown material, and with ordinary metals like the road sign pole, there wasn't much he could do. The road sign pole was made of aluminum and an iron alloy. The monster continued its assault. Yu Sung acknowledged that while it wouldn't be the same, he had a grasp on it just now. He recalled that back then, his father was fighting him with his bare hands too. Excluding a couple of blows, most of the attacks were neither that fast nor that strong. The limitations of his makeshift weapon weighed on Yu Sung's mind, comparing the feeling to clothes soaked in rain, slowing him down little by little. Meanwhile, the monstrous creature advanced, its form a terrifying silhouette against the light. The creature struck, its attack a blinding flash of energy. Yu Sung dodged the blow, narrowly avoiding the full force of the attack. His eyes narrowed, focused on the enemy before him. The creature lunged again, claws extended. Yu Sung rolled away, narrowly escaping the creature's grasp. He knew that even the smallest mistake could cost him his life in these dire conditions. Gripping the makeshift staff tightly, he prepared to counter. He swung the staff, channeling his energy into the weapon. Jaryong took that as a chance. The creature thought to itself that in order to grow stronger, one must take it one step at a time. The staff collided with the creature, a burst of energy erupting on impact. Yu Song launched himself forward, using the momentum of the strike to propel himself into the air. Yu Song launched himself into the air, striking the creature with his staff. The force of the blow sent the monster reeling backwards, its massive form momentarily unbalanced. Meanwhile, Diav Choi and Jin Serum watched the battle unfold. Diav recognized the strength of their opponent. Back in the fight, Yu Song prepared to unleash another attack. Diav thought to himself that this was the first time he had met someone that strong, after his father. Yu Song prepared to use the fourth skill. The skill, Harpoon Rain, manifested as a barrage of energy spears. The spears rained down on the creature. The creature roared in pain as the energy spears struck home. The force of the attack caused the creature to stumble. Yu Song was surprised by the creature's resilience. The creature was sent flying backwards. The creature coughed up blood. The creature struggled to stand, realizing it was now 2 versus 1. Yu Song thought to himself that this wasn't the fairest fight. Yu Song knew this wasn't a fair fight against humans, but he realized he didn't have a choice. Before him stood a monstrous figure, its red eyes glowing menacingly. The taste of blood filled his mouth. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy erupted around him and Jin Serum, pushing the monster back. The monster staggered, momentarily stunned by the force. Yu Song thought that good team luck was a skill too. The camera panned across the exterior of the building. The phone screen showed the two figures battling dozens of horned horrors without any equipment. Cho Dongyun was glad he decided to stay behind and record the fight. One of the college students questioned why they were too scared to run away. Kim Chong-hyun wondered who the two fighters were, noting they looked younger than them. Looking at the sheer number of danger ratings, they were skilled enough to be ranked gold. That wasn't important, though. The college student wondered why he couldn't use the laptop to make a simple thumbnail. He was told that it would be too late once news of this got released, and he was trying to upload it now. Cho Dongyun pointed out that at the very least, he could see the video getting a few million views. No, at least a few dozen million views. The injured man was expecting the rescue squad to come earlier. The monster lay defeated. The defeated monsters lay scattered across the destroyed landscape. The two warriors had managed to overcome them all. Diav Choi apologized for bothering Jaryong, especially when he was looking so cool and collected. Jaryong asked if Diav could give him a hand. The two clasped hands. Diav asked if Jaryong was okay. Jaryong admitted that he was leaning more towards no. He figured he probably had a couple of fractures. Compared to what he was expecting, Jaryong thought it wasn't too bad. Diav was amazed that Jaryong was able to defeat the two monsters. Jaryong thought to himself that he had taken care of 9 of them, and even helped take care of the 2 that attacked Diav. Diav remarked that his own monsters were only ranked 2 stars. Diav stated that he guessed rumors were different from reality. Diav apologized, explaining that he had been told that schools in Korea weren't anything to take note of. Diav clarified that he wasn't trying to call Jaryong's school bad, but he had heard other people talk about it. Jaryong realized that Diav must be from Warrior High too, seeing his skills. Diav asked Jaryong how high he was ranked. Jaryong was confused. Diav Choi continued to press Jaryong about his strength. He wondered how many people his age were stronger than him at school. Jaryong scratched the back of his head, considering the question. Jaryong admitted that although he had taken a couple of tests, he didn't think they had much to do with his actual skill. He figured he was around the middle, at least. That was lower than he thought. Jaryong wondered what he could do if he got rejected before he could do anything. Jaryong refocused, deciding to move on. Meanwhile, the one-horned horror remained on top of the truck. It seemed content to simply stand there. The creature's clawed feet gripped the metal roof. Diav observed that the one on top was the only one who didn't get attracted by Jaryong's taunt skill. Jaryong looked at Diav, listening intently. Diav wondered if there was something different about that one. He didn't think the horned horror on top was what's special. Blood and debris littered the ground. Diav stated that what's still in the truck was the real issue. Diav asserted that they could easily take care of a one-horned horned horror before it could cause any damage. The truck sped through a tunnel. Inside the truck, a two-horned horror roared. The sudden appearance of the two-horned horror elicited a surprised reaction from the group. The group prepared for a fight. The two-horned horror stood tall, its red eyes glowing menacingly. The air crackled with tension as the two-horned horror prepared to attack. The group braced themselves. One of the men wondered if they were about to be eaten. Horned horrors were among many species that lived in a tribal society. Those with 2 horns acted as a parent and as chief, leading a horde of around 10 of them. They combined with other tribes, leading them to reproduce and increase. However, there was a limit to this kind of increase in population. Within the cruel environment of the dungeons, the horned horrors were at the bottom of the food chain. Thanks to stronger predators, their numbers were maintained. However, there were rare occasions where a mutant defied the odds and developed 3 horns, not a leader of a small tribe. It became something far more dangerous. Red eyes glowed in the darkness. The narration continued, stating that a king leads an army of hundreds, if not thousands. Emerging from the shadows, the 2-horned horror stood tall, its fist clenched, ready to strike. The system identified the creature as a horned horror, Rex, estimating its danger rank at 5 stars. Its red eyes burned with malice. Meanwhile, the bald man struck out with his weapon, aiming for the horror's head. The attack connected, sending a spray of blood into the air. More blood splattered as the horror reeled from the blow. The crimson liquid filled the air. Despite the attack, the horror remained standing, and the bald man realized the danger. The word unstopping appeared, emphasizing the horror's resilience. The horror retaliated, its attack exploding in a burst of blood. The force of the blow was immense. Yu Jaryong unleashed his power, a bright light emanating from his core. Yu Jaryong kicked out, sending his opponent flying. The force of the blow sent the figure crashing through the floor. The horned horror Rex retaliated with a powerful strike of its own. The force of the impact shattered the ground beneath it. The bald man watched with wide, concerned eyes. The horned horror Rex continued its relentless assault. Yu Jaryong met the attack head-on, his power flaring. He was sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The impact of his body against the ground caused a shockwave. The ground cracked and splintered under the force. The narrator reflected that if there was something they lacked, it was time. The narrator stated that these were 2 boys considered geniuses, 2 boys who would eventually be able to reach levels of greatness. However, the narrator noted that this wasn't true in their current states. The narrator spoke of resolution, courage, strength, and intuition. The shadowy figure loomed. Even if they gave it their all, there was a gap that couldn't be overcome. There was a great gap in experience and growth that couldn't be covered. Weakened, Yu Jaryong cursed. The horned horror Rex struck again. The force of the blow reverberated. Yu Jaryong was sent flying. The horned horror Rex remained. A surge of power emanated. The shadowy figure loomed, its presence growing stronger. Its power was undeniable. Current day, before Yu Sung lost himself, there weren't many people who knew much about him. And, in this world, the shadowy figure stood tall. There wasn't a single person who knew exactly. The shadowy figure was surrounded by a purple aura. What he left behind? Warrior High School Dungeon Raid Department. 11 years prior, a confession would shake the world. A man stood before a crowd, ready to speak. That man made a confession at a press conference. He wanted to take the chance to confess all of the mistakes that he'd made up until now and ask for forgiveness from the public. That confession shook the entire world. Elsewhere, a woman sighed as she watched the broadcast. 12 hours before Cholkang and Jaryong fought off the horde of horned horrors, Jean Sarum was stuck in confusion, wondering why all of this was happening. The truth she learned last Sunday was all that was in her thoughts, including the suspect in the case of the fake dragon slayer, Yu Sung, who had falsely taken credit for the accomplishments of others. Currently, Argius is under the supervision of the Republic of Korea's government, and during his time in the country, she just didn't understand why so many people wanted to take the place of the #1 adventurer who had lost his powers. However, what Sarum didn't understand was how the situation was handled. It began with the accounts of multiple victims. Early morning news reported that Dragon Slayer, Yu Sung, forged 43 accomplishments and hid the truth following multiple reports. Yu Sung Victims United was created in the year 20XX, and many of those who suffered due to his actions have. From the reported data and reports, I'm sure they were forged. The case that they're building is shocking, but even with the forged information, Yu Sung's public image was pretty good, so the public option at the time was split. Even if it were her, Sarum thought, she would try to resist until the very end. But she couldn't understand what Yu Sung did at the time. Yu Sung's actions were not only to not fight back, but to also acknowledge all the allegations against him. The allegations seemed to surround him. After the press conference, even the supporting voices turned their backs on him. Yu Sung became known as a fake and liar overnight. Sarum wondered why he would do that. Even if there was something that compelled him to do it, acknowledging the charges would only pour oil on a fire. She admitted that she didn't know if it was just her, but there was something about his facial expression. Rather than feeling unfair, it felt like he'd accepted his fate. Sarum was sure there was something going on. She clicked the mouse, lost in thought. Sarum noticed that Yu Sung had no family. She then wondered about Jaryong, and what if he's not his real son? Sarum thought it made more sense that they're not family on paper, though they do look similar. She considered what if Yu Sung decided to acknowledge the allegations, because Sarum wondered if Jaryong was somehow involved. Bathed in a purple aura, Jaryong stood firm. At that moment, Jaryong wasn't aware of exactly what was happening with his body. Meanwhile, a surge of red energy erupted. The force of the energy was immense. The red energy continued to surge. The energy crackled and intensified. The red energy formed a figure, descending towards Jaryong. But there was one thing that he was sure about. His body could move. Jaryong prepared to fight. Nothing more, nothing less. That's all he needed to know. The figure, now fully formed, prepared to strike. Jaryong focused his energy. He prepared to unleash his harpoon rain. Jaryong unleashes a flurry of harpoons, each crackling with blue energy, as he prepares to meet his crimson-clad adversary. The harpoons streak through the air, leaving trails of light in their wake. The intensity of the attack is visible in Jaryong's focused gaze. Below, the red figure descends rapidly, a stark contrast to the blue energy converging upon it. The red figure's eyes glow menacingly as it prepares to intercept the incoming barrage. The air crackles with anticipation as the two forces draw closer. The impending clash promises a cataclysmic release of energy. The red figure, poised and ready, prepares to meet Jaryong's assault head-on. The figure, encased in crimson energy, braces for impact. The red energy intensifies, forming a shield against the incoming harpoons. The figure's demonic visage is now fully revealed, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. Meanwhile, Jaryong continues his descent, surrounded by the fading trails of his attack. The energy surrounding Jaryong intensifies, focusing his power. He prepares for the final impact, his resolve unwavering. The ground trembles as the two forces collide, the fate of the battle hanging in the balance. The force of the impact shatters the surrounding windows. Despite the damage, Jaryong thinks to himself that he hasn't defeated his opponent yet. He resolves to use the last two blows. He realizes that he's managed to create a weakness. He prepares to deliver a blow to his opponent's chin using a needle. The force of the blow resonates. Jaryong, in his current state, believes he can do this. He prepares for the final attack. Suddenly, he realizes that now is not the time. The sound of the impact echoes. The red energy figure stands tall. Jaryong realizes that all the energy in his body was used up in that one instance. The sound of an explosion rings out. The red energy figure descends from the sky. The force of the red energy figure's descent shook the surrounding area. The shadow figure continued its relentless advance. The impact sent shockwaves through the environment. The reason why adventurers have different roles is because everyone has a role that works best for themselves. The red energy figure continued its descent. Debris scattered as the figure moved. The shadow figure's eyes glowed with menacing intensity. Piljiu, battered and bruised, prepared to receive the next blow. Blood trickled down Piljiu's face as he braced himself. Even if their body were to break down, they can still manage to stand until the end. The shadow figure loomed over Piljiu, ready to strike. That's the role and the duty of a tanker. Piljiu stood firm, his body aching but his resolve unbroken. And energy crackled around the battlefield. Using that split chance, the figure prepared to strike. The shadow figure's eyes glowed intensely. To deal the greatest attack possible, the figure focused its energy. The figure's fist clenched, ready to strike. Power surged through the shadow figure's form. It was the role and duty of a damage dealer to strike with precision. The shadow figure loomed, its presence ominous. The ground below began to crack. The shadow figure's power intensified. Elsewhere, news spread that a vehicle transporting multiple captured monsters had been stolen. As a result, there were civilian casualties that numbered dozens. Someone remarked that the timing was perfect. A figure laughed, overseeing the chaos. The destruction continued to spread. It didn't take even an hour for the shocking news to spread across the world. However, along with the news of the stolen monster transport, Jae-hwan was left in disbelief. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the news spread of the feats of two boys, no, two heroes. Elsewhere, Tyr Velkason watched a video on his phone, a look of confusion washing over him. He wondered what the hell was going on. Tyr continued to watch the video, his expression unchanging. A young boy winces in pain. The boy insists that he is fine, as his father tends to his injury. His father firmly disagrees, explaining that even small injuries need proper treatment. The boy wonders if it hurts his father. The father confirms that he is scared just like his son, and the boy asks if his father is okay because he bleeds a lot. The father admits that it hurts when he gets injured and scared when he bleeds a lot. The father explains that he hides his pain because if he didn't do his job because it hurts, others might get hurt instead. The boy recalls that when he was little, he always had the same dream, to be just like his father when he grew up. However, he always knew in the corner of his mind, just like his father. He doesn't know why, but he never minded. But he knew that wasn't what his father wanted for him, as his father told him to find a different path. His father felt regretful and was full of sorrow whenever he mentioned it to him. Maybe that's the reason why. Maybe that's the reason why he shouldn't become an adventurer. And the reason why he never asked his father about it. He'd come to tell him the reason. But now, he couldn't do that anymore. Yusong stirred in his sleep. He groaned. Something about this felt nostalgic to Yusong. It felt like he was in the hospital again. His hand rested on the bed. A shadowy figure loomed over him. asking if he meant to aim those words at him. Yu Song was shocked. Zeke Escarcerum told him to let him make this clear, stating that the only reason he passed out last time was that he made up his mind. Yu Song lay in bed. He looked up, his arm in a cast. Yu Song was told that he'd better refrain from moving for the time being. Zeke Escarcerum explained that while the treatment was successful, Yu Song still incurred injuries that should have put him in a coma, but that he should be fully healed by the end of the month. He was told to focus on recovery until then. Yu Song thought that while thanking Zeke would be the ordinary thing to do, he wondered if it was okay to ask something before that. Zeke Escarcerum confirmed that he knew Yu Song's father. Suddenly, a figure moved with incredible speed. Zeke's eyes narrowed. The other man thanked Zeke, who questioned why he was being stared at and if he thought he was going to be hit. Zeke paused, realizing that was not the reaction he was expecting. The man stated that he didn't know what kind of expectations Zeke had. He clarified that all he wanted to know was if Zeke knew his father or not, adding that he was acting fairly different compared to when they first met. The man held up a strange object. He remarked that it looked like they two were more than just mere working companions. A voice echoed, telling them to just leave and die, or why don't they cut their arm with a knife in their hand to prove a point. Zeke thought to himself that it was something like that. That was his acting. The man responded that he was trying his best to make it sound realistic. Zeke apologized if he took it personally, but assured him that he was spot on, adding that he was expecting him to react more emotionally once he heard the news. The man stated that, emotionally, he thought he would have had the reaction he wanted if he came 3 years earlier. At the time, revenge was the only thought that consumed him, focused on those who had made his father the way he was. And those who stood by and did nothing to help him fueled his rage. He was adamant about getting revenge on them. But now, something had made him change his mind. The shift in focus moved to a table with fruit and peppers. The scene then shifted to a view of the city outside a window. The narrative returned to the present, where Yu Song considered that what he had thought was crazy. Zeke Escarcerum wondered how he was supposed to. Yu Song continued, stating that making sure he had enough to pay his father's hospital bills until they found a way to cure him was more important. That was, he admitted, just more important to him, though he didn't know when that might be. Yu Song declared that if anyone tried to get in his way, Zeke stated that he had no intentions of doing something like that, making it clear that he would do everything in his power to keep plowing through. Yu Song questioned why Zeke wasn't legally registered as a child. The scene shifted to a shadowy figure watching over Yu Song's father in his current state. Zeke responded that Yu Song had raised him as a single father. Zeke's words hung in the air as Yu Song stood alone in the hospital room. He reflected on the implications of what Zeke had said and the weight of his past. Meanwhile, Zeke inquired if he knew the name Duganog. The other person responded that it was not the name of a person and that they did not know where that person was from. Elsewhere, Yu Song, with his arm in a sling, was shocked to learn that something just so happened to be the source of his father's poison. It was said that the world's most dangerous elder dragon continued to live in their world to this very day. Even within the last couple of decades, it had been a name feared by people around the world. A few years after the adhesion, walls were built. These walls were finished with the help of otherworldly beings. And with the sudden increase in adventurer quality, dungeons and monsters were no longer considered a danger to the survival of humanity. However, there were always exceptions to those rules, such as being strong enough to destroy those walls. And that was what a dragon was. There existed a species far superior in strength, intelligence, and cunning. It wasn't uncommon for these higher races to emerge. These beings chose to display hostility toward humans. The shadow of a dragon loomed. Among these higher races, dragons were considered the most dangerous. They did not treat humans with disinterest or hatred. Rather, they saw humans as a target to rule and extract from. Zeke Escarcerum believed that their biggest mistake was underestimating what humans were capable of, rather than trying to drive their race to extinction. They assumed humans wouldn't be able to overcome the dungeons and would die naturally. After all, law and order had disappeared from the world. The world was in chaos. They were going to play God in exchange for protection from danger. The man expressed that they managed to persevere and clear the dungeons with the appearance of adventurers. He supposed they should thank them. Once things didn't go their way, they decided to take matters into their own hands, showing off their powers and threatening humans. That's when Yu Song's father appeared. A dragon loomed, with an appropriate strategy and the determination to go through with it. The news that Yu Song's father had defeated a dragon spread throughout the world, marking him as the adventurer who proved dragons could be defeated. This revelation changed everything. Diab Choi stated that he had learned that as well. Meanwhile, Zeke Escarcerum explained that the dragons merely changed their strategies. They were sly and could even change their appearance. Once they knew they couldn't defeat humans with just power, they changed their appearance and began to integrate themselves within human society. Zeke classified this information, stating that the reason he was telling Yu Song this was because he was Yu Song's son. He added that Yu Song intended to become an adventurer to kill Duganog. Zeke revealed that Duganog was one of the leaders of the dragons and the target that Yu Song was following before he fell sick. Zeke continued, saying that if Yu Song could manage to defeat Duganog, he might be able to create an antidote for his father. Yu-sung listened intently. Zeke told Yu-sung that if he intended to do that, he needed to grow stronger as an adventurer. Yu-sung affirmed that he would be sure to create an opportunity for himself to kill Duganog. The hospital room was sterile and quiet. Meanwhile, a man with his arm in a sling held a card, his expression unreadable. The card bore a distinct symbol and a message. If he didn't trust them or wasn't up to the idea, then he should just forget what was said and live as if it never happened. Elsewhere, a man questioned why he wouldn't be up to the task. If what he was being told was true, he would never deny that opportunity, he knew. However, he wasn't the one who got to decide that. He had already told them, if he wanted the chance, he needed to climb to the top. Dragons were sly, and they were integrated within their society. They hid behind facades and waited until they saw the perfect chance. Even if they obtained evidence and revealed it to the world, if they couldn't capture them, there was no point. Once they were exposed, they would simply find a new place to hide again. Once they did, all that followed was fear and distrust. In order to prevent that, they needed to be clean, quick, and precise. Before they got the chance to run away and hide, they needed to get rid of them in an instant. They had been preparing a team to capture Duganog for the last couple of years. The blonde-haired man believed they were all trustworthy and skilled adventurers capable of subjugating a dragon. He continued, stating that if one wasn't strong enough to stand alongside them, there wouldn't be a spot for them, regardless of how desperate they were. Diav Choi stood tall, his expression serious as he spoke to the silhouetted figures before him. Meanwhile, the man with dark hair considered the information he had received, specifically the fact that someone could drag down the team in a plan to hunt down a dragon. Diav Choi's eyes narrowed as he considered that a weak link would not only mean the failure of the mission, but also put everyone's life in danger. The dark-haired man wondered how much time he had. Diav Choi responded that they hadn't been able to identify where he was, but if what he said was true, then he assumed they wouldn't wait for him. He expected to find him within 2 years, but might be shorter than that. Diav Choi finished by saying that just like he said, once they were ready, they wouldn't be waiting for him. The dark-haired man stated that he didn't care what Diav Choi thought about him, and if he didn't trust him and would rather not see him ever again, that was fine. Diav Choi promised that regardless of whether he was with him or not, he should remember this. However, Diav Choi promised that regardless of whether he was with them or not, he should remember this. Meanwhile, Yu-sung's father stood in a hospital room. The unseen figure declared that they were hunting down Duganog. Yu-sung's father stood in the hospital room, looking out the window. He clenched his fist, his resolve hardening. The boy was shaking, overwhelmed by shock. This new and sudden information hit him hard. He wiped his face with a towel. No, he feared that he wouldn't be able to participate in the quest for revenge for his father or worry. He turned away. Yu-sung's father resolved that he was going to make it, whatever it takes. It was delight. He had been waiting this entire time without a single sliver of hope, and now he had the chance to do something about it. A small flame started to build inside of Jar-yong, filling him with excitement. A knock sounded at the door. The woman who entered exclaimed that he was awake. She approached the bed. She asked if he was experiencing any pain in his arm or other parts of his body. He responded that he was feeling some pain in his muscles, although he was sure the doctor would explain the details to her. The woman smiled. That Yu-sung's arm had to be rebuilt from the bottom up was obvious, given the circumstances. The news that his arm had been rebuilt shocked Yu-sung. When they rescued him, his arm had been in critical condition. The doctor explained that one wrong move, and they might have needed to amputate it. The doctor continued, explaining that thanks to a high-ranking healer participating in the surgery, they managed to rebuild Yu-sung's arm. He then asked if he could ask something. Yu-sung listened intently. He asked what happened to his friend who was with him. The doctor replied that he heard that he checked out the day he arrived. The narrator noted that his recovery rate was incredible. Yu-sung wondered how long he had been there, considering he checked out the day he arrived. The woman in the orange coat, looking at her phone, said it was fine. She asked if she could take a photo with Yu-sung. The woman smiled as Yu-sung adjusted his hair. She said sure, but if he left through the main doors, he might have some trouble. When Yu-sung asked what she meant, she explained that the entire hospital was filled with reporters. The hospital was indeed filled with reporters. The hospital room was quiet. Yu-sung, still in his hospital gown, overheard a conversation. Someone was saying that if it weren't for the two of them, they could have been faced with hundreds of casualties. They added that everyone had been curious as to who they were, and that reporters had been coming nonstop for the last couple of days. The person showed someone a phone, saying, "Here, this is you. Oh, you must not know." The phone displayed a video titled, "Real Footage/Live. I risked my life to record this." Two heroes fighting against the monsters in Cho. The video had garnered many replies and comments. The conversation continued, with one person saying that if it wasn't for the two of them, they could have been faced with at least hundreds of casualties. They added that everyone had been curious as to who they were. The speaker noted that reporters had been coming nonstop for the last couple of days. Someone handed Yu-sung a bag, explaining that his friend had asked them to do so. The person relayed a message: if you don't want to expose your identity, The person said that Jean Serum had instructed him to use what was in the bag and go to the back of the hospital. Yu Sung realized that the bag must be equipped with an identification disruption spell. Inside the bag was a rope for climbing, described as cheap but effective. Yu Sung looked out the window. A rope was thrown down the side of the hospital. The rope landed amidst the trees outside. Pilgio laughed, standing outside with his arm in a cast. Outside the hospital, Yu Sung was told not to worry about the picture. The person on the other end of the line said it would be fine to post it then. Meanwhile, Yu Sung stood outside, his arm in a cast. A car was parked nearby. The car waited. Inside, Jo Yina sat with a shopping bag labeled Garam. Pilgio, who was also in the car, asked if the rope was the only choice she had. Jo Yina sat in the back seat, looking at her phone. Pilgio asked what the shopping bag was for, wondering if she had gone shopping. Jo Yina told him to stop that. The car continued down the road. Jo Yina remarked that she couldn't believe an accident like that had started right in front of them, and that Yu Sung had even taken care of a monster. Pilgio realized that she must be talking about the horned horror. Jo Yina said she was hoping she could get some rest today, but she was sure Yu Sung would be. She stated that they had no choice, as they only had time for today, and that if they wanted proper measurement for clothes, they had to go today. She had. Meanwhile, Zeke stated that those were not the clothes he had in mind. He clarified that he had clothes for him to wear as an adventurer and armor. Elsewhere, Anisha, sitting in a car, hoped that he understood how lucky he was. The world's best tailor had agreed to create. The material of armor could be separated into 3 main categories. The first is cloth, a material that normal clothes are composed of. Cloth has the worst physical defense capabilities. However, thanks to the ease of being able to cast supportive spells on cloth, it's usually used for healers and magicians in the backline. Second is metal. While its toughness is second to none, it's heavy. Given that the metals from the dungeons have higher density, the stronger the metal is. It's impossible to withstand the sheer weight without incredible strength and stamina. The middle point is leather. It's best for close-range damage dealers like Yu Sung. Well, Yu Sung thought he should consider using armor from now on. Someone asked Yu Sung how he defeated it. Someone questioned how Yu Sung and another individual managed to defeat all of their opponents. The other person in the car responded that someone had recorded a video of the fight, suggesting they could simply watch it. However, the first person pointed out that the video didn't capture the entire fight, specifically the part where Yu Sung fought the 5-star. The other person remarked that it was a 5-star, and they could tell it was too strong for them to understand. Yu Sung thought to himself that even if Chol Kang and he were perfectly ready, they would never have been able to defeat it. He wondered what that power was. The power emanated with a purple glow. Back in the car, the first person asked Yu Sung why he wasn't saying anything and pressed him on how he had beaten it. Yu Sung responded that he wasn't sure. He continued, saying that it just happened, and he really couldn't explain it any other way. The other person in the car thought that they didn't think Yu Sung was lying, but wondered how that made sense, and if he really managed to beat that thing, since even professional adventurers have to create a team to defeat it. The other person remarked that geniuses are something else. The first person told Yu Sung to be careful, saying that things are going to be tiring from now on, adding that they could tell from just seeing. They noted that it wasn't just the reporters. For reference, Yu Sung's identity was exposed, and he had to interview for 4 days straight, and even got cast for a couple of TV shows, especially since his hair color pops. Yu Sung reflected on the fact that, during all this time, the other party had avoided talking about him. Even if they were asking the simplest thing, like, what's his name, he refused to share without permission. The man with white hair asked to be granted one favor, wondering what had happened and what they had done. If anyone asked for the details, he instructed them to just say they didn't know what happened, as he would rather avoid having his identity exposed like that. The white-haired man acknowledged the request. He assured them that he would be sure to do that. Meanwhile, in the back of a car, Diav Choi asked when Yu Sung had gotten so close to the other man. Yu Sung simply stated that he didn't know. Yu Sung's manager texted him to stay low until he could take the transfer test, also offering to take care of his father for the time being. Yu Sung's manager then asked him where he was, and Yu Sung replied that he was fine. The manager texted that he had just gotten out of the hospital and asked if they could talk tonight, as he needed to speak with Yu Sung. Diav Choi mentioned that he had been looking into the transfer test for Yu Sung. Diav Choi thought that the more he read into it, the harder he thought it was, stating that the chances of making it in the last 5 years had been 100:1. The odds were 100:1. Diav Choi considered that there were a lot of people who take it just for the sake of it, and that they're all people worse than Yu Sung anyway. Diav Choi listened intently as he was told that even if someone's skills were lacking, they would still do things on their own. The other student told him to shut up and not try to explain things. Well, if they were being honest, Diav wasn't exactly wrong. However, from a different standpoint, he was one of the best. The student wondered if people who lack skills would really do things on their own. He then realized that of course they would. During the test, students teamed up with each other. Rumors had spread in recent years that most students were second-generation adventurers. Either one or both of their parents were adventurers. It was likely that parents had connections to each other. Of course, it was likely that parents had connections to each other. Parents could meet with each other and create parties for their children. Most, if not all, of the applicants were from these parties. When it came to the last 5 years, 100% of applicants passed. In conditions like that, it was assumed that one's identity would get exposed. One would immediately be the target of everyone. While the school's rules discouraged it, it would be easier for one to join the school for their accomplishments as an adventurer, even if what they were saying was true and there were still people that passed on their own. The woman with the pointed ears declared that was all she needed, confident she would defeat everyone and make it on her own. However, she paused, sensing something was off despite his motivation. Elsewhere, a student named Garam asked if there was a bathroom, as he wanted to change clothes. He was told he could change and meet the other person in the hallway. He agreed. Meanwhile, at Atelier H, a woman waited at the front desk. She announced that she had an appointment with the CEO. The woman with the pointed ears was asked to wait a moment. The receptionist apologized, explaining that she thought the CEO would pick up the phone. She was surprised by the news, but agreed to share it. The receptionist relayed that the CEO had an urgent event to attend. The woman with the pointed ears warned her not to joke with her. She stated that she had heard that. She was told that there was no time. The receptionist emphasized that it wasn't about money, but that they needed this for the transfer test at Warrior High. The tension was palpable as the message regarding the CEO's absence reached the president's office. The implications of his sudden departure hung heavy in the air. Nearby, Han Gyun paused, a flicker of recognition in her eyes as she looked at someone. Gaeun remarked that the person looked familiar, though she couldn't quite place their name. The narrative shifted to a broader perspective, highlighting a sentiment circulating among adventurers. The current generation is different from us. It was acknowledged that while this sentiment might not apply universally, it held true that adventurers of later generations were positioned to reap greater rewards. The first generation of adventurers had sacrificed their lives to devise strategies, paving the way for those who followed. But what truly set the current generation apart from the first were the conditions into which they were born. The surviving first-generation adventurers settled down, started families, and dedicated themselves to providing everything for their children. These children inherited not only the talent of their parents, but also benefited from a high-level education from a young age. The narrative returns to Jean Serum, who seemed to have a realization. Meanwhile, Han Gaeun stood nearby, her expression unreadable. It was said that a good number of people would point to Serum as someone who benefited the most within the current generation. Gun, the current student president of Warrior High, watched Serum. Serum addressed Gaeun as Sunbae, and Gaeun responded, suggesting they cut to the chase. The man explained that the CEO was his uncle, and that he was the reason his uncle had an urgent event to attend. However, the woman responded that since his appointment was canceled, she understood why he was angry. He countered that rather than say it was canceled because of him, it was because he thought of a genius idea. The man stated that she decided to give her spot to him. Of course, it was just nonsense, but he continued, stating that she yielded and he thanked her. So wasn't that great for both of them? Serum was well aware of the power that the student president at Warrior High had, and the infamous stories regarding the girl named Han Gaeun. Oh well, it looked like she was his senior, and since she had her reasons, they had no choice. The woman walked forward. Why, thank you. The man told her to get this bullshit out of his face and fuck off. Elsewhere, a woman in a suit stood before a sign that read Atelier. The man standing before her stated that she had guts. He then asked who she was. The woman, seemingly nervous, began to speak about Sunbae. The man's hand clenched into a fist. Suddenly, the scene inverted, showing a woman in a lab coat bleeding. The man remarked that something was odd. The woman asked why he was the one talking right now. The man responded that he didn't remember asking her, calling her an idiot. He told her to know her place and stay quiet. The man declared that he was Yu Jaryung. He continued, stating that he was 17 years old and his blood type was O. The man added that he lived in Gwanak-gu, Bangcheon-dong, and that his height was around 180 centimeters, but he hadn't weighed himself recently, so he wasn't sure of his weight. Finally, he stated that his favorite food was sausage and vegetable stir-fry. Having provided the requested information, Yu Jaryong realized he had omitted a crucial detail. He continued, stating that he was preparing to transfer to Warrior High and confessed to feeling somewhat disappointed. He mused that even at Warrior High, there were people who acted superior. The thought of those people caused him to think of them as horses. Meanwhile, the man on the receiving end of Jaryong's information remained silent. The man stated that he did not dislike people like Jaryong. He clarified that this sentiment only applied to those who could back up their words with action. Elsewhere, Im Jae-hwan, with his arm in a sling, reacted with disbelief upon hearing that Jaryong was a transfer student. The man on the other end of the line reminded Jae-hwan that he hadn't even made it through the regular admissions process and told him to stop acting like he did. The man then declared that this was how he did things. He asked what Jae-hwan thought, adding that it was his first time trying this out. The man stood in a room filled with blue energy. Jae-hwan simply uttered his name. The man stared back, awaiting Jae-hwan's response. Han Sang-woo wondered what the hell someone thought they were doing. Nearby, Footsteps echoed. Han Song-woo questioned why they were visiting him without asking. He was told that he was busy and to send them back. It had only been a week since his last incident. Elsewhere, a woman wondered if someone really wanted their father to be angry at them. The woman stood before someone. The person told her not to worry and that there was no need to apologize. The woman thanked God. The woman thought that someone's stubbornness looked like nothing much would happen from it. Someone said that she was just like the rumors, or even worse. She only cared about skills and didn't even remember people's names unless they were on par with the student council. Someone called for another to come over. Someone wondered what exactly that person was at their school, noting that she didn't look like a normal sunbae to them. She was the student council president. In other words, she was the strongest person at their school, and any student of special schools were given temporary licenses. With a gemstone license, students are permitted by the association to enter dungeons, but only under the supervision of a professional adventurer. Students can use their time during breaks and weekends to explore lower difficulty dungeons with pro adventurers. With this, they can gain experience for when they become adventurers themselves. However, a few rare exceptions exist. The Warrior High School Student Council is composed of the few elites who possess unimaginable talent within Warrior High. They're a group of people unofficially recognized as professionals, and they have enough influence. They talk with the board of directors to influence their rights and responsibilities. But they also work with professional attack teams. They participate in large-scale raids for monsters 5 stars and beyond. As such, the student council members at Warrior High are considered unofficial pros within the adventure community, and they're mostly rumored to be the next rankers. It was said that the student council president is a 3rd year, so she's 2 years older than them. Han Song-woo leaned against the wall, saying that was all right. It was said that the president should be the case, but she's a 2nd year. Someone asked if she failed a year, but another person said that's not it. She stole the original president's spot. Yang Dojin's expression remained unchanged. Meanwhile, Han Geun stated that the school was strictly based on skill. It was explained that the earliest one could enter the student council was the 1st semester of their 2nd year. And of course, Geun Sunbae managed to enter it as soon as she became a 2nd year. And right away, she unsheathed her sword. That's when the greatest event in their school occurred. And before the 1st semester was even over, she challenged all of the Sunbees within the student council. She managed to defeat everyone, including the president, within the student body council and became the youngest president. Yang Do-gyun remained silent. Han Geun told him to stop with the nagging, stating that she was leaving. Geun was thankful that nothing else happened. Yang Do-gyun proposed that they make a bet. Geun thought that he looked pretty busy too, so she would make it quick. Yang Do-gyun had heard that she was pretty famous within the school. Geun proposed just one bet. If she lost, he was all his. Yang Do-gyun is asked if he is crazy. Yang Do-gyun acknowledged that it was a bet, so he was sure there was something he needed to do if he lost. Yang Do-gyun was pleased that Han Geun understood things quickly. The narrator explained that shadow sparring originated from an old martial arts training method and was a basic training method for hand-to-hand combat. The narrator continued, stating that whoever touches the opponent first or forces the opponent into an unfavorable position loses. Yang Do-gyun stated that if they did that and he lost, he would give up his time with Yu Jar-yeong to her. The narrator explained that since it was based on the individual's agility and skill without risk of injury, if she lost, it was a method used universally by everyone. Yang Do-gyun stated that when he transferred next year, he wanted Han Geun to give him the student council president position. Han Geun thought that he had to be crazy and that there was no way she would agree unless she was crazy. Han Geun found the wager interesting and accepted it. Han Geun and Yang Do-gyun stood facing each other. Han Geun called out to Yu Jar-yeong. The Atelier H durability test room stood tall, its exterior a grid of windows reflecting the sunlight. Inside the room, rows of mannequins stood ready for testing. A sudden impact reverberated through the room. 2 figures stood in the aftermath, their postures suggesting a tense exchange. A woman stood with a determined expression, her body radiating a faint blue aura. Nearby, Yu Jar-yeong stood with his arm in a cast, a similar blue aura surrounding him. Across the room, Han Geun watched with her arms crossed, her expression unreadable. Her thoughts were interrupted by an outburst. Are you insane? Geun reminded Jar-yeong that the chairman was a rational person and that the situation could be resolved with a simple apology. She added that he still had a chance. Geun continued, stating that even if he won, there was no way she would simply hand over the student president position to him, and that he wouldn't win. Jar-yeong questioned what she meant, realizing that even if he was perfectly healthy, he still wouldn't stand a chance, because she was too strong. Jar-yeong wondered why Geun made that wager knowing he would lose. Geun responded that if that was the case, then the time they were spending there was just a waste, but Jar-yeong told her not to worry about it. Jar-yeong stated that he understood why she was confused, but asked her to trust him. In the end, it wouldn't be a bad trade. That's what he had said, but the other wondered what they could gain from a fight where they already knew the outcome. The thought occurred to one observer if he was going to lose on purpose to get on her good side, but another dismissed the idea, believing he wasn't foolish enough to try something like that. Meanwhile, Jean Sarum apologized, stating she didn't have anything to say but was sorry. Elsewhere, the bald man thought he knew Sarum was supposed to be the leader of the student council. But instead of being welcoming, she only spoke the truth. Addressing Sarum, the bald man apologized, noting that she even made time to come here. He believed the situation came down to this because of his unreasonable stubbornness. Sarum responded that she wasn't sure about that. The bald man asked her to pardon him, stating he didn't know much about the individual who came with her. He continued to speak. However, he was confident he knew his intention. Elsewhere, Diav Choi remarked that he was sure she was aware. Yu Jar-young stated he wasn't going to use both his arms, asking if she got it, adding that was the only way this would be fair. Blue energy emanated from Jae-young's legs. Yu Jar-young remained unfazed by the situation, stating that it didn't matter to him. He added that he would simply use it as an excuse if he were to lose. With a smirk, Jar-young took a step forward. The air crackled with energy as the fight began. Jae-young's eyes glowed with an intense light. Han Gaeun moved with incredible speed. Jean Sarum and Zeke Esker Sarum were both surprised, but for different reasons. Sarum realized that there was no power behind the attack, but it was incredibly fast, so fast that she didn't even see Gaeun move closer to him. Sarum was surprised by the speed of the attack. It was explained that shadow sparring is a defensive training exercise, and in order to make contact with the opponent, one must take the risk of exposing themselves. However, Han Gaeun showed no hesitation or fear. It was just an attack, and the speed to back up. It was her endless pride. Sarum thought that Gaeun was fast, and that she couldn't see how each move flowed into the next. She wondered if she would even be able to react to that first attack. Zeke Esker Sarum watched with a hand over his mouth, seemingly impressed. Jean Sarum's eyes widened in surprise. Meanwhile, Han Songwoo wondered if he was the first to ask a certain question. Songwoo questioned if that student was preparing to transfer to Warrior High. The man was a former ranking adventurer, reaching a career high of green, 31st. Apenas olhando para os dados calculados que a senhorita Sairon enviou, ele não tinha dúvidas de que Yo Jarion seria garoto talentoso. But this was beyond what he expected. He too, a decade ago, was an adventurer filled with energy. That's why he understood Jae-young's intent. It wasn't because of pride, to show off, or to look down at Gaeun. It was merely to know more. Gaeun was already stronger than most people of her age. If she gained some experience and skill, he wouldn't doubt she would be as strong as some of the lower rankers. That boy merely wants to experience it. The point that he has to reach. No, the distance that he needs to catch up to. It's been a while. Han Gaeun stood confidently, acknowledging the unseen observer's assessment. Meanwhile, Tyr Velkison, his arm in a sling, heard that someone didn't think he would be able to last. He went slightly. The woman with the dark hair noted that his arm wasn't the only thing that hurt, judging by his movement and stamina. The man with the dark hair responded, asking if she thought he wasn't even at 50% health. He then questioned when she had ever seen what he was capable of. The woman with the dark hair stated that she had, recalling how fast he was when he fought the Horn Horror. The man with the dark hair admitted that he was a fan of the famous hero, the unknown Mr. A. Han Gaeun then asked how about this. A mulher de cabelos escuros sugeriu que eles considerassem um empate e continuassem na próxima vez, acrescentando que, uma vez que ele entrasse na escola deles, eles poderiam continuar de onde pararam. The woman with the dark hair wondered what they were talking about. The man with the dark hair stated that he didn't think he wanted to end things here. The woman with the dark hair told him that he could go with her uncle as scheduled, but he couldn't believe it. Tyr Velkison stood with his arm in a sling. The man with the dark hair complimented the woman with the dark hair's keen eye and groundless confidence, but thought maybe it wasn't just confidence. The man with the dark hair stated that it wasn't just confidence, but she just didn't understand what was going on, asking if she didn't remember that they had the student council president position on the line, adding that he didn't have any intention of accepting a draw here. Yang Dogyan declared that he had no intention of giving up. Elsewhere, Diav Choi agreed that they should stop wasting time and continue what they were doing, stating that he understood. The observers believed that Yu Jar-young was bluffing. They reasoned that there was nothing to gain, even if they continued, and that the chance he just wasted was the best outcome he could have hoped for. However, Jean Sarum admitted that she personally liked people with ambition. Yu Sung thought to himself that it wasn't ambition, but rather idiocy, and that he was a little disappointed. The blue energy around Jar-young intensified. He took a step forward. The woman in the orange coat noticed that he moved first. Jar-young moved with incredible speed. The ball man watching was shocked by the sudden burst of speed. Jae-young's attack landed with tremendous force. Sarum realized that he had been holding back this entire time, and she said no. The woman in the orange coat thought to herself that she was completely wrong. The bald man realized that Jar-young wasn't merely trying to gauge his strength against Han Gaeun. At most, their previous encounters had only consisted of 30 short sprints. But in those short moments, he had perfectly learned and copied her movements. Someone observing noted that it was never a matter of winning or losing, calling Jar-young a monster. The reason why he asked for this chance was to steal Gaeun's skill. So this is how you do it. Jaryong had worked as a smuggler since he was little. Dodging, that's how you should move. And there was one rule that he always followed, no matter what happens. Someone asked what they were staring at, suggesting they continue, stating there was more he wanted to see from them. Never. Technique, it was said, is not just a strike with enough force to knock someone out, but even the build-up to the smallest steps. To bring out the full potential of an individual, people devote their time and passion to build experience. The optimized stance and movement to the way of breathing. What makes all of these small details important, above all else, is time. People devote their time and passion to build experience. Gaining knowledge through repeated success and failure. There is no way to overcome that knowledge on your own. This knowledge is then passed down to future generations for further improvement. Even with impressive talent, thanks to natural talent, there is no way to overcome that knowledge on your own. Yu Jaryong was able to steadily grow stronger by himself. However, when he reached 17 years old and his physical growth began to slow down, he was faced with the truth. There was a barrier that had halted his growth. In order to grow stronger, he needed to break down that wall. Daeyeon Choi questioned what Geun was so hesitant about, stating that he believed he had made himself clear. Han Geun retorted that Daeyeon Choi kept saying they could continue this later, but she was pretty sure she would get into Warrior High. Daeyeon Choi responded that he guessed Geun had thoughts like that to avoid losing. He added that she had mentioned that she would gladly teach a junior like him. Daeyeon Choi stated that he understood. Meanwhile, Yu Sung's father asked if he remembered what he had asked for last time. Yu Sung replied that he didn't care though. Yu Sung stated that he would listen to him, but in return, Yu Sung's father shouldn't stop him. Han Geun questioned what Daeyeon Choi meant, asking if he wanted to see her dodge. Han Geun stood ready. Daeyeon Choi stated that it was alright. Daeyeon Choi prepared to fight. Daeyeon Choi challenged Han Geun to try and make him dodge her attack. Power radiated from Geun as she prepared her strike. Daeyeon realized that he couldn't predict her next move. Geun launched her attack. It was explained that when it comes to human motion, there are connections between each movement. Each movement has a precursor and a subsequent movement. When watching someone, one subconsciously predicts what's next, assuming they'll continue walking or prepare for something. This was Geun's advantage. By skipping the movements in between, it becomes difficult to predict what will happen next. Not only is it difficult to predict what will happen next, but this is the result of decades of work. The technique was created by Han Geun's father. He was famous for being able to successfully pull it off. Flash. Geun's attack landed. Following her attack, the observers looked on. The man with the cap noted that Daeyeon Choi had managed to use Flash twice in a row, and in a way that Geun hadn't even shown yet. The man recalled that it was important to forget the fact that he managed to understand the principle of the technique. Flash wasn't a technique that could be easily replicated by merely knowing the principle. Flexibility, reflexes, and above all else, timing were critical. If any of those were out of tune, the technique wouldn't work. The man recalled that he didn't learn the Flash technique from his brother until his early 20s, although he was supposed to be in his prime. It took him 3 months to learn how to use the technique. He also had to learn how to use it while sparring with Geun, and to think he's able to use it with his whole body. As Han Song-woo thought, Yu Jaryong was in terrible condition. After all he had done, he was almost out of energy. Jaryong thought that he could keep going. Jaryong moved as if he were in his best condition. He thought he could become much stronger than before. Though it was difficult, Jaryong experienced a sense of enjoyment in learning that he had never felt before. It wasn't a normal way to learn, but he found a reason to become much stronger. And learn how to do exactly that. He learned not because he had to, but because he finally realized that the process of learning was fun. He finally learned how to do it and what was possible. Jaryong forgot about all of his pain and fatigue. With renewed vigor, Jaryong continued his training. His eyes glowed with determination. The training dummies were no match for his enhanced abilities. Each strike was delivered with precision and power. Watching from the sidelines, Han Geun was taken aback by Jaryong's progress. The force of his blows echoed through the training room. Im Yavan pauset momentarily stund. He thought to himself, seriously, didn't I say not to stop us? Well, he was glad that things ended before Yu Sung had to get involved, though. Lying on the ground, the man in the white shirt stated that the situation was unfortunate. Nearby, the woman with the bun declared that she had lost. The man in the white shirt remained on the ground. The woman with the bun stood over him, a question mark appearing above her head. She questioned what he was talking about, reminding him that she had said she wouldn't use her hands. The woman reiterated that he had said that on his own. The man on the ground admitted that he hadn't expected her to keep up that statement in the first place, adding that regardless of whether she used her hands or not, he still got hit. The man in the white shirt looked up. The woman with the bun stated that he was acting like this because he was embarrassed by what happened, urging him to be honest with himself. The man in the white shirt sat up as she stated that she believed there was no real reason to decide who won the spar. Elsewhere, Im Jae-won admitted that it was his fault for not handling things on his own. The man in the white shirt suggested that they call today a draw or a learning experience. Jae-hwan told them that they could settle it later. The man in the white shirt asked if that's what Jae-hwan suggested. A shadowy figure told someone to listen to them. The scene shifted, leaving the shadowy figure behind. In the darkness, a figure vowed that the next time they met, it would be at school, and if the other person failed the transfer test or lost to someone before fighting, they would not be forgiven. Meanwhile, another figure declared that they would not forgive someone. Elsewhere, a man stood with his back turned. It was said that she was meeting someone her age who was able to live up to her expectations. The woman with elf ears asked what the other's name was. It was said that she had finally met someone able to rival her. Jean Sarum confirmed that she was the one sponsoring him. As an adventurer, it seemed that someone was not completely useless. However, she was experiencing joy for the first time. Sarum was told that she had an eye for people. The scene focused on her legs as she walked. It was not only Yu Jar-yeong that day. The scene shifts to an office space, where two figures are seated. One of them, seemingly in pain, admits, "This is killing me." The other, revealed to be Jo Yena, responds sharply, stating that nobody told him to do something like that. He retorts that she can tell him off later, adding that he feels like he's going to throw up, but that he was seriously surprised. Yena states that the result of the duel is one thing, but she never thought that he would admit defeat. The man argues that even by decision, he thinks she won, though he admits he's not sure, since she started using her hands despite the rules. Yena reveals that she broke those rules first. He recalls when he took off his arm sling and started fighting. Yena reflects that neither of them were fighting with the intention of winning the duel, and that when it came to crossing the line, she was the first one to do it. She admits that she knew there was something different about him. He recalls that during the final moments, he tried everything. Yena thinks that if she was in the same position, she would have used her hands too. She continues, thinking that there was no other option, and it was only fair. He wonders what would happen if she and the president fought at full strength. Yena seemed lost in thought, prompting the man to ask why she had fought in the first place. The woman with elf ears turned her head, startled by the sudden noise. The man looked surprised, questioning what was happening. Suddenly, two figures appeared in the doorway, their forms silhouetted against the light. Yena turned her head towards the door, her expression unreadable. A delivery man and another individual stood in the doorway, the delivery man thanking them for waiting. The delivery man carried bags of food. The table was laden with pizza boxes and a can of soda. A discarded slice of pizza lay on the table, a silent testament to the meal's aftermath. The older man apologized for the trouble his niece had caused, suggesting he should have taken them out for proper food. The man with dark hair replied that he was just thankful they brought food at all. He added that he didn't really have good taste in food, and as long as there was a lot of it, he was fine. It was noted that he had finished a large-sized pizza in under 2 minutes. The narrator noted that adventurers, especially close-range dealers, consume an average of 5 times the calories needed by ordinary people. He admitted he never really thought about it, but that the man had been unconscious for the past 4 days without eating anything. Yena listened intently as the older man asked them to hurry, and the older man suggested they start talking about work, adding that they should feel free to continue eating. He was sure that Sarum was already aware. Meanwhile, at Atelier H, the man with long hair explained that his atelier didn't deal with leather, but rather a material that exceeded the abilities of leather. He continued, stating that unlike most places that used plant fiber, they used the fibers from high-rank monsters as the main ingredient. One such monster was the mountain spider, a danger rank 4 monster. The man explained that they used their patented techniques to produce the perfect material, creating a blend that perfectly suited the user. Another monster they used was the Gigamoth, a danger rank 6 monster when hatched. The man stated that once they finished the final coating stage, he explained that it created a lighter and stronger material compared to leather, and that when it came to Jar-yeong. Elsewhere, a computer screen displayed data received from the Jinseong group. The man with long hair continued, saying that he had already seen what Yu Jar-yeong was capable of. The woman with dark hair asked what it was. The man with long hair responded that, like he said, the last step in creating the fabric was coating, a process that involved coating. He added that the fabric was coated in oil to increase its integrity and various resistances. The woman with dark hair confirmed that he had already mentioned that. The woman with dark hair stated that she just had one issue, something that she continued to question. The man with long hair explained that the issue was that gathering the highest rank oil, at this current moment, was near impossible, specifying that the oil they used was the oil from the ravenous whale from the deep sea. The narrator explains that although supply was limited, they had a contract that practically gave them a monopoly. However, due to unexpected circumstances, the hunt rate has dropped to 0. The ravenous whale lurked in the depths. While they had materials that could replace it, the man assured them that there was little to no difference in quality between the two coatings. Even if that was the case, it would be considered a breach of contract, a mistake that should have never happened. The woman with dark hair stated that even if Jar-yeong refused to work with them, she had nothing to say, but after all this time, if that was their intent, she could personally introduce them to a master leather craftsman. The craftsman created defensive armor using leather, And of course, he would be sure to pay for the cost and time that it would take to create everything. Diab Choi listened intently. Then, Sarum stated that she didn't really care if there wasn't much of a difference in quality. The man with the injured arm stated that he didn't use expensive equipment anyway. Above all else, he wanted to use the equipment that Diab Choi made. The man with the injured arm asked if it was Diab Choi who taught his niece her skills. Yu-sung's father admitted that he didn't know much about equipment. He would prefer it if someone strong made it for him, and if that's what he wanted, then they should go with his opinion. The woman acknowledged that she knew something was wrong. The man with the injured arm considered her to be a strong person. It had been over 10 years since the man retired, but he admitted that it still felt nice to hear such praise. He understood, promising that if he was trusted, he would do his best to live up to their expectations. The man extended his hand. The man with the injured arm shook his hand. He recalled a large-scale raid that he had been excited for, hoping to get some incredible material that he could use. He then asked if they had heard about the Imperial Wasp. The man with the injured arm flinched. He had heard that royal jelly was a rare item that only they could drop. The man added that there was another drop that was considered to be the dream material, and that it was the most famous among equipment manufacturers. It was called black wax, a material made by the Imperial Wasps. If royal jelly was the material used to grow the queen, the black wax was the material used to protect the queen among the many groups of Imperial. Only a rare few created black wax to cover the queen. The man mused that if he could use that to coat their equipment, he would be able to make something incredible, though he had never seen it in person. Elsewhere, a woman asked if it looked like this. She explained that she used to have a picture, but her old phone got destroyed, so she just drew it, noting it was a little thick. The man responded with confusion, wondering how, before telling himself to wait. The woman was shocked that he smuggled it. It was revealed that he had been arrested. The individual stated that they saw it when they went to her house. The individual was surprised that rich people really have everything, even that. The woman was confused. The scene shifted to a hospital. Yu-sung's father stated that he didn't really have any plans right now, adding that he was at the hospital. He needed to see someone before he came there anyway. Elsewhere, Im Jae-won asked if the person thought it was going to take about an hour. The person on the other end of the line responded that it was perfect and that they should be finished around that time too. The person on the phone stated that they had, but if the other person was going to eat, they would eat with them, adding that they were still hungry too. The white-haired man, on the phone, asks if the other party wants to pay for half, adding that he might have a stomachache. The door slides open. He tells the person on the other end of the line to call him when they arrive. He thinks he needs to hang up. Diab Choi notes that his plans have just arrived. The camera focuses on the legs of the white-haired man as he walks. Diab Choi remarks that it has been a while, suggesting they talk outside. 2 years ago, the white-haired man stated that it hadn't been long since Yu-sung's father fell asleep after getting shot with the sedative, adding that even if that wears off, this is a hospital. Yu-sung's father, lying in a hospital bed, thinks it's unkind to make too much noise in here. An attack team led by one man, allegedly called a myth, had disbanded. Zeke Eskersarum says that they can just stay quiet if that's the issue. A caption notes that Zeke is currently ranked 7th in the Republic of Korea and was a former healer for the Taebaek attack squad. Diab Choi states that now, Zeke is still the same. The white-haired man thinks he never thought Diab Choi would still be able to piss off people that easily. Diab Choi responds that he is not wrong. The narrator notes that these two men used to call each other allies. The white-haired man says he'll be honest. He doesn't think he can control himself. They had met once again. Diab Choi remarked that he was elated to see him again. Meanwhile, Im Jae-hwan, a former adventurer, questioned if they weren't on the same side, stating that was the reason for their meeting. Jae-won, formerly ranked 5th in the Republic of Korea before his retirement and the former main dealer for the Taebaek attack squad, told the other to just shut up and follow him. The Atelier H building stood tall against the evening sky. The woman in the brown suit mentioned something about black wax. The other man questioned if it wasn't the item inside the chest when they first met. The man in the suit wondered what he was supposed to do when someone came at him like that, adding that if Diab Choi had something like that, he should have told him beforehand. Diab Choi admitted he didn't know it would be something like that, thanking him for playing along. The woman stated that just like when they met with Argius, they couldn't do things the easy way. Diab Choi then asked if she had any plans right now, to which she responded that she had promised to do something. Diab Choi looked at his phone. The woman asked if it wasn't far, she could give him a ride, to which Diab Choi responded with a huh. Diab Choi's phone showed the contact Uncle Zeke. Diab Choi answered the phone. Diab Choi said he would take the call, texting that he was leaving now and asking if he should head to the hospital. Diab Choi responded okay, noting that it was already getting chilly at night. Diab Choi thought that if September was like this year was going to be cold, wondering if Miss Sarum had gone home already. Diab Choi waited, idly holding what appeared to be a pen. He knew she had to take a call, but it shouldn't take long. Meanwhile, the man with the bandaged hands insisted he wasn't there to share something, just taking a smoke. He then revealed that the skill they learned that day was called Flash. The man explained that it was created by Gaeun's father, his retired brother, but he had participated in its development as well. Elsewhere, Yu Jaryong seemed to have realized something. His eyes narrowed. The man with the bandaged hands apologized. The camera focused on Jaryong's jacket. Jaryong thought to himself that the creator of that skill would be there. He realized he should have thought about that. The man with the bandaged hands asked to be allowed to apologize for using the skill without permission, promising not to use it again. The man with the bandaged hands insisted that wasn't why he brought it up, believing he was misunderstood. He continued, stating there was no special ownership or copyright when it came to the skills of adventurers. Jaryong realized the only thing was that they become hesitant to teach others the skills they developed. It was explained that even if a skill is easily copied, it's not a crime if someone manages to learn it on their own. The man with bandaged hands believed that the skill was bound to be used by everyone at some point. Meanwhile, the woman stated that the skill wasn't easy in any way. The man with bandaged hands chuckled, reminding Jaryong that he had claimed to have never learned skills properly. The man with bandaged hands admitted that he initially thought Jaryong had a weak base. However, seeing Jaryong's face during the duel cleared it up for him. He continued, saying that a passionate child like Jaryong would never have gotten lazy and skipped the basics. He wasn't sure why that happened, but the man with bandaged hands didn't think it was for him to question. However, he wanted to give Jaryong some advice that might be of help. He told Jaryong that he had a real talent. With some time and effort, Jaryong was bound to show off his true strength, not just getting into warrior high school. But becoming one of the great adventurers wouldn't be hard for him. Diav Choi chuckled, stating that was what Jaryong's skills were capable of. He explained that this world, especially the adventure business, was not a place where everyone just admired each other's strength. Diav Choi stated that, of course, there would always be people who acknowledged Jaryong's power and looked up to him. On the other hand, there would also be plenty of those who envy him. They'll try to control him, but if they fail, they'll try to destroy him. So, Yu Jaryong wondered if he was being told to hide what he was capable of. He questioned what he was capable of. Diav Choi asked if he was being told to avoid the attention of those dangerous people. He responded that it was the exact opposite, questioning why he would hide that talent of his. The man with bandaged hands took a moment to collect his thoughts. He explained that it wasn't something that he could hide anyway. The man continued, saying that if he played it small, people would only look down on him, and that instead, he should just do whatever he wanted. He advised Yu Jaryong to show off his true self, a genius that nobody could approach. The man with bandaged hands told him that as long as he was capable, he should do everything that he could and steal as many skills that he deemed useful. Yu Jaryong listened intently. The man with bandaged hands finished by saying that even if someone were to cause an issue about that, he shouldn't bow down like he just did. Yu Jaryong seemed to take the words to heart. Instead, he should be sure to raise his voice, because he wasn't the one wrong. The bald man with bandaged hands continued his advice, stating that Yu Jaryong should consider the people who allowed him to steal those skills. He clarified that it wasn't about right or wrong, but about the right of the strong. The bald man further explained that even if a skill was stolen, if one could use it properly and bring it to the next level, it could truly be considered theirs. He expressed that he understood how Jaryong felt. The bald man took a puff from his pipe, adding that this world of adventurers was ruled by the strong. Elsewhere, a woman with a top-knot hairstyle stated that her niece's personality, just like Yu Jaryong's, was on the extreme. She added that people might say she should round her out as an adult, but she had no intention of doing so, as she was a picky and boisterous genius. Suddenly, a woman's voice called out to Yu Jaryong, stating that she was sure he would also. Elsewhere, a woman with elf ears answered a call, surprised that the other person was there too. The man on the other end of the line questioned why she should take the call. The man with bandaged hands stated that he knew that he was taking them there. Elsewhere, a man with dark hair answered his phone. The caller apologized if he was interrupting something and that he didn't intend to contact him so soon. A man in a white suit asked if the person on the other end could come there right now. Elsewhere, a woman and a man react with surprise. Below, someone states that they understand. Meanwhile, another man states that he will be right there. The scene shifts to a dimly lit, dilapidated subway entrance. The question is posed, is there really a secret path to the dungeon? It was explained that unofficial entrances to the dungeons are all over the closed subway stations. Elsewhere, a woman asks if they should go. Someone observes that this one is theirs. Elsewhere, it is stated that he is inside and that someone came faster than expected. Diav Choi states that he wasn't planning on calling, but the person he called would rather die than be healed and carried by him. Someone states that they don't know what's going on, but it seems like they're not on good terms with him, wondering if they fought with the manager. The man wonders who he is, stating that if he knew he would be this fast, he would have asked for Adshirt. The shirtless man, Piljiu defeated adventurer, complimented the other man's eyes. The man in the suit questioned if he was the one who managed to land a hit on Zeke Eskerserum, adding that he was pretty famous in their attack squad. The man in the suit admitted that he didn't know his name, though. Piljiu defeated adventurer was informed that the captain wanted to meet with him. The man in the suit suggested that the captain might be looking to call dibs on him, but he was told to stop the pointless conversation. Meanwhile, Zeke Eskerserum stated that they were heading out, and there was no point in staying there any longer. Zeke Eskerserum began to walk away. As Zeke Eskersarum walked away, Anisha Eskersarum told him to call her later. Yang Dogyan expressed his disbelief, stating that when they told him Yu Jaryong needed help, he thought he was in a serious condition. Yu Jaryong sat alone in a desolate, fiery landscape, stating that his body and pride were in shreds and that he was in a pretty serious condition. Injured Man 1 called someone a cowardly bastard, wondering why he came with him, but it turned out he wasn't alone. The injured man sat perched on the edge of a precipice, the fiery depths below reflecting in his eyes. He seemed unfazed by his wounds, his posture relaxed despite the clear signs of a recent struggle. Nearby, the informant wondered what the light was, questioning if the sun had already set. He already knew the answer, but asked if he had a lighter. Then, the injured man asked the informant to bring him something. Elsewhere, someone claimed to be too tired to move. The world around them continued to burn. The destruction was widespread. The chaos continued. Meanwhile, Diav Choi demanded to know what they were fighting about. The informant corrected Diav Choi, stating that he was just going to burn him to a crisp. The informant thought the young one he came with was impressive, noting that he wasn't a tank, but his defensive skills were pretty solid. The young one stood nearby. The informant's companion told him that he had something to tell him, musing that if he trains for a decade, he might become a big shot later on, maybe half of his father. The informant stated that, as a poacher, he was free to do it whenever, but if it was about becoming an adventurer, he had a condition. The informant wanted him to perfectly understand what he was about to teach within a month. The informant thought it wouldn't be easy, since it's not in the same category as his talent. The informant acknowledged the unspoken question, a faint smile playing on his lips as he prepared to elaborate on his condition. He extended his hand, a swirl of green energy coalescing in his palm, hinting at the nature of the lesson to come. The words hung in the air, a promise and a challenge. He would be teaching magic. The man with white hair extended his hand, asking if he had said the word magic. He responded that he wanted to ask what he was talking about, but for now, he would wait. Scattered cigarette butts lay on the ground. The man with white hair asked if he was okay, suggesting that if he couldn't stand, they should sit down. He realized he had no choice. He told him to get on his back. He reflected that making coffee with his own beans seemed really hard at first. But with practice, he understood it wasn't all that hard. He thought that there were mistakes made along the way, but it was fun learning. If he knew he'd enjoy it this much, he would have started earlier. He poured coffee, thinking it would have been a nice hobby to enjoy during his prime. He told him to stop talking about things like his prime. Jae-hwan, who was 26 at the time, said it was as if he was really retired. He responded that was because he really was retired, and in order to fix this, he was told that he could do it, just kill that Duganog. He didn't even have to do anything, just request a target and a location, then recruit an attack squad. He thought that even if he did, there's no way that it'd be approved. The bald man, agitated, paced back and forth. He was sure Yu Song's father knew the situation he was in, and that he would win if he just did. That was why he was so upset, wondering if they were really going to let him win like this. And it wasn't just the Duganog. The bald man continued to pace, agitated by the countless rumors. He believed everyone would have died if it wasn't for Yu Song's father. Meanwhile, Yu Song's father, his face scarred and weary, resolved to do it. As long as he could get better, it was fine. He would take care of everything. He thought to himself that once he recruited an attack squad, he would find the Duganog and make all those bastards talking about him beg for mercy. Elsewhere, the bald man noticed that Yu Song's father was awake and asked if he was planning on sleeping late again. Yu Song's father introduced the bald man as Uncle Jae-hwan to a little kid. Jae-hwan was told to say hi too, and Yu Song's father clarified that the child's name was Yu Jaryo. The child politely greeted Jae-hwan. Yu Song's father stated that this was his son. Yu Song's father asked Jaryong if he could go play by himself for a bit, explaining that dad needed to talk with uncle for a little bit more. The bald man acknowledged that they were having dinner with uncle too. Jaryong thought to himself that he wouldn't be able to last much longer. Back with Yu Song's father, he realized that Zeke had made a painkiller recipe for him, made from the milk of the sky tiger. He knew he'd start to develop resistances for that too. Yu Song's father knew that even at best, he wouldn't be able to recognize people in front of him in the next 3 to 4 years. He knew that his decision-making, memory, and even cognitive skills would start to deteriorate. That's why, in order to prevent that, he asked Jae-hwan for a favor. That was likely the first time Yu Song's father had ever asked for a favor. If something were to happen to him, and he couldn't be the father figure that child deserved, he wanted someone to protect him. That man named Yu Song had never shown his weak side to anyone, and this was the first time he had asked for a favor. He wanted his son to have a life unlike his own, a normal life. He wanted a path other than that of an adventurer, a real life where his son could find his own happiness. He asked if Jae-hwan could do that for him. In that situation, how could Jae-hwan decline his last plea? He considered the request. Jae-hwan understood. Elsewhere, Yu Song stirred in his sleep. The fluorescent lights hummed above him. He shifted in the hospital bed. Elsewhere, someone asked what time it was, noting that it wasn't that late, around 10:30. Yu Song wondered if it had only been 3 hours. Someone told him not to tell them that he let that bastard lay his hands on them. But Yu Song responded that he didn't, so they didn't have to worry about that. The other person said that they were thinking about taking Yu Song to the hospital. Yu Song's father offered him a syringe, explaining that it would be difficult to explain the situation, but he wanted Yu Song to have it. He clarified that it was a present for starting work, and when asked if it was for monsters, Yu Song's father told him to take it. The item was an emergency potion, not for monsters, but it worked pretty well in most cases, despite not being that impressive. The man explained that it even worked as an antidote, as long as one didn't suffer from a fatal injury, and that it should allow the user to heal within an hour or two. He continued, saying that although it was an item only adventurers bought, he thought it wasn't bad to give as a gift. He then told Yu Song to buy it with his own money from now on. Yu Song thanked him for the gift, saying that he would be back soon. His father responded that if he wanted to change his mind but couldn't tell him, he should. Yu Song thought to himself that he could just ignore everything that just happened, but that it wasn't that important of a request either. He knew that once he started, he wouldn't be able to stop on his own terms. However, it worked for him since he didn't have to worry about paying for his father's hospital bills. Yu Song's father said that he felt guilty for hiring a little kid as a poacher, but that he was fine. Yu Song thought that it wasn't like his father loaned him money or anything, and that he never knew what might happen in the future. Yu Song's father asked if he really couldn't trust him. Yu Song responded that it wasn't because of that, but since he was little, he thought that he needed his own skills. Yu Song thought that in case something happened, he wanted the power to protect his own father by himself. Yu Song thanked his father for the potion, saying that he would be sure to put it to good use. He knew that he had to save it for an emergency. Yu Song thought that he never would have thought that he managed to survive without using it until now. Yu Song's father, sitting on the bed, wondered if he should be disappointed that his son didn't sell the potion on the black market. Yu Song, sitting at his desk, responded that his father knew him well, and that he wouldn't believe him if he said otherwise. His father stated that if he had never started poaching or had quit midway, he would have made sure to pay for his father's hospital bills. Yu Song replied that he was sure his father would have paid it off. Yu Song admitted that he wouldn't lie and say that he was 100% certain, though. His father responded that if something were to happen to him, he knew Yu Song wouldn't just give up on his dad. Yu Song's father explained that was why he was able to accept the job without hesitation at the point when he made his own 14-year-old son a poacher. He added that was when he thought he had already given up. Yu Song countered that it wasn't on his father, he was the one that asked for it. His father replied that if Yu Song didn't help him, he was sure he would have found other ways, but even then, he was always curious. He recalled that although he did volunteer, he wondered why Yu Song agreed so easily. Yu Song remained silent. His father reminded him that he promised to not raise his son as an adventurer. Yu Song's father admitted that it wasn't just because of that, and that even when he was in his prime, he never listened to his father that well. Yu Song thought to himself that he should be honest, and that he hated this damned world. Yu Song's rage simmered, a dark energy radiating from him. He thought of those who had wronged his father, the ones who dragged him down. He also remembered the bystanders, those who stood by and did nothing, despite knowing the truth. A wave of hatred washed over him. He wished they would all just die, but at least Zeke would be able to defeat the Duganog. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Zeke spoke with someone. He considered them naive, but stated that adventurers weren't the only ones who needed resolve to find and defeat a dragon. He added that dragons were stupid. Zeke knew that even if their identity was known, it was hard to approach them. Zeke and the people he led were determined. But the rest of the people, he thought, were trash that betrayed his father. Zeke began to write. As long as Zeke was trapped within the realms of law and society, those would rather help the dragons and prevent Zeke's plan from happening. He knew that 20 years ago, the horrors that his father tried to erase would return. The dragons were coming. The false hopes and dreams built by fake people and the idiots that cheered them on, they'd all go down. The man explained that he never pushed the other to become an adventurer. He then offered him an account in his name, telling him to take it. The man looked on, listening intently. From the first day, he had deposited all the money he earned from his cut into that account. He decided to give that money to him in the first place, but the other man questioned why. He had been planning on teaching skills and knowledge then. Rather than what one needs to become an adventurer, he wanted to impart information that's more practical and more dangerous. He wished him good luck studying for the transfer test, though he personally thought that going to that school was pointless. He believed that the other could have stopped him from becoming an adventurer if he hadn't given him the chance. The other man admitted that he wasn't wrong. But those were his own thoughts, which weren't important. He asked what he wanted to do, stating that back then, and even now, that's what's most important. The scene shifts as the man walks away. The city lay in ruins, a testament to the battles fought within its boundaries. A sign identified the location as the former Yongsan district. TL noted that they used to live here. Someone mused that they always had the same thought when they gathered. The woman in the orange coat wondered if it wasn't time they found a place of their own. Another voice responded, incredulous that she would suggest such an idea, given that they had plenty of money. A man reading a book remarked that some of them didn't even come to half of the meetings. He added that it would be nice if they had a place with warm water. The man continued to read. The masked man expressed surprise, noting that he always saw her with someone else. The woman in the orange coat smirked. The masked man admitted that he never thought he'd see her alone. He revealed that he had other orders he was following, to which she replied that she knew. The masked man stated that he was complimenting her. He added that since she didn't have her guardian, he thought she'd be looking for that bastard. The woman in the orange coat responded that if that wasn't the case, maybe he was just holding in his tears. The masked man warned her to say one more word if she wanted to die. The woman in the orange coat called him a lonely bitch. The woman in the orange coat questioned if the masked man was barking because he was scared without his owner. She added that even if he didn't do anything, she found it cute that he was resisting. Meanwhile, the masked man thought he wouldn't be punished for fighting a fellow member. The woman in the orange coat stated that he was the cause of everything anyway. She added that he kept bringing up base and shit, and if she died, what was the point of these excellences? The woman in the orange coat stood with a menacing look on her face. From a distance, the bald man observed the masked man and the woman in the orange coat. Suddenly, the woman in the orange coat felt a presence. The masked man stated that the stone was strange and that he had no intention of interrupting their argument. The bald man stated that since they had work to do, he hoped they could take care of things after they finished their jobs. The masked man thought that if they had more work to do because of the two of them, he was sure no one would like that. The masked man admitted that he thought he was acting stupid. The woman in the orange coat remarked that it looked like he got to live because of him. The masked man questioned why she kept ignoring his calls, realizing that she had ignored his calls 4 days ago. The woman in the orange coat thought there was no need to answer. The masked man was annoyed. The bald man told the masked man to go back and kill the rescue team, stating that that's all he had to say. So what's the point of continuing that conversation? The woman in the orange coat insisted that their plan had a point, arguing that it was successful and that there was no need to cause any more problems. The masked man questioned if it was truly a successful plan, given that 12 people had died and they had lost the spotlight. The news reported on the heroes who prevented the disaster, mentioning one injured in the hospital, but failed to mention the civilian casualties or the stolen vehicle. The bald man's associates lamented that the last 4 days had been filled with news about those kids. The bald man stated that if it weren't for those two, the Adventure Association would have faced backlash. It was noted that the vehicle storing the Living S star lacked proper security. As a result, the vehicle was stolen and caused civilian casualties. The bald man's group had hired the media and paid the families of the dead to distract the public. The bald man's group directed the focus of the public at the two boys, not at their mistake. The bald man exclaimed that it would have been better if he had gone back and killed them. He reasoned that even if they killed thousands of people, the moment they were identified, their actions would be considered terrorism. The bald man believed that the Adventure Association would redirect their focus on catching them, but that a group like the Association wouldn't go down for something petty like this. However, if they continued to create holes like they did, the Association was bound to fall eventually. The masked man agreed, asking what they had to do now. Someone asked when everyone arrived, wondering if they had taken too long and complaining that if the other person was there, they could have told them. A man covered in blood stood with a weapon in hand. The bald man responded that he didn't want to bother the man while he was enjoying his hobbies. He noted that it had been a long time since he had seen Yoonggil. Yoonggil, covered in blood and holding a chain, responded to the bald man's question about his hobbies, stating that he was simply doing his job. The bloody scene spoke for itself. Yoonggil admitted that he enjoyed it, though. Elsewhere, another man dismissed Kang Hyuk as unimportant, but acknowledged that he had managed to get his name on the rankings. It seemed Kang Hyuk had been stealing behind his teammates' backs. They had met with him in disguise and brought him to this location. Kang Hyuk was currently ranked 97 and was the main tanker of Attack Squad JGY. The man continued, noting that even though Kang Hyuk was the magne, his team had been pushing for his growth. Yet, Kang Hyuk stabbed their backs and turned to the shadows. The bald observer explained that this was a secret hideout used by adventurers, usually within dungeons, like a base camp for people to use. The location was safe from monsters and contained a hideout, medical equipment, and items to use. That was its original purpose. However, there weren't many teams that used them for pure intentions. They used the fact that it was an area hidden from others to do whatever they wanted. The man in chains was asked to repeat what he had told them, as they were sure everyone would love to hear it. The chained man stammered, mentioning a party at the shadow. A masked man questioned if they were talking about civilians. The masked man pointed out that they were adventurers in the ranks, yet they were spending time with poachers. The masked man told him to keep talking. The masked man warned him not to be nervous, or he might just kill him, adding that their leader had connections to these people. The chained man remained bound, bloodied, and helpless. Meanwhile, the man being interrogated revealed that the people brought to the party differed each time, including rich folk, businessmen, and celebrities. The man continued, stating that they had drinks, painkillers, and potions with soothing effects. Elsewhere, someone surmised that the operation created addicts who couldn't satisfy their cravings with ordinary drugs, driving them to the dungeon for more. It was reasoned that it was better to do drugs in the dungeons. Under the pretense of protecting adventurers, the outside world couldn't get involved. The chained man claimed he had no choice, stating that when he first came, they told him it was all like this. The masked man stated that their attack squad wasn't the only one, before asking what the chain man was so scared of. The masked man smiled, stating that since the chain man spoke up and told them everything, why would he try to hurt him? The chain man stuttered, and the masked man said it was unfortunate, but it was time to say their goodbyes. The masked man prepared to cast a spell. The chain man was killed. It was tonight, and no one was allowed to leave. It was reported that adventurers and civilians enjoying drugs were killed by wild monsters. That, the narrator stated, was all the world would hear of. The masked man questioned if they were hunting attack squads. One of the men wondered if it seemed like it would be fun and asked what was wrong. Another man responded that it was a little weird that it was just the four of them and that he never imagined that Doryong would be left out from a case like this. Another man asked if it was because there was no need to hold back. He continued, asking if they could just kill them all if things got out of hand, stating that the four of them were the best option when it came to pure lethality. A man in a suit supposed that one could say that. He stated that a slaughter like this was what they had all been waiting for. The man with white hair was informed that the target was an attack squad trying to grow its influence in the modern world. One of the men noted that he always talked as if he was not part of them, and that there were 2 gold class, along with CE bankers. It should be more than enough to relieve some backed-up stress. Be sure to enjoy it to your fullest. The group of men moved forward. Once their bodies were found, the stench would wake up this rotten world, and soon, the era of Team Scar would come. 1 month later, a taxi drove down the road. The driver confirmed that they were almost there. The passenger noted that the time said he would arrive at 6:13, so 2 more minutes. He added that he had just gotten out of the cast that morning, and it felt good. The passenger was on the phone, listening to someone tell him that they told him he needed a week or 2 more of neurorehabilitation. He responded that it was good to hear, and it looked like they had some time to spare. He was informed that his equipment should be finished around then, too. The woman in the orange coat waved, remembering something she had forgotten to mention. She called out, spotting the car. She wondered why she had needed to take such an expensive taxi for an hour to get there. Meanwhile, the man with the cap looked up, surprised. He thought that they were the only ones using the place for the next 2 days, and they only had the weekend to get ready for the transfer exam. The woman in the orange coat mentioned that she had heard he was getting tested by his manager for the next month. She also forgot to mention this. She explained that she had met him in the morning when she got the cast off, and he said he wanted to help her get ready for the transfer exam. The woman in the orange coat looked worried. She thought that since he seemed to know some stuff that might be useful, and above all else, she heard he was a classroom friend. The man with the cap looked down at the other man. The other man was shocked. The students were given a tour of the facilities. The tour included a swimming pool and the basic training facility. There was also a lounge. The students were told that they could have whatever food or beverages they liked, mostly healthy stuff, and that there was also a weight room. The guide explained that if they wanted something better, they could use the spa on the 4th floor. The guide's companion stated that this was all her uncle's private property, and there was nothing to be surprised about. The guide explained that there were times when his uncle brought people here to rest and train, and when it wasn't in use, it was left like this, which was how he got permission for them to use it. The companion asked if he meant them, also mentioning that he forgot to mention something. The guide's companion asked why he was calling a friend that. She told him to be quiet, because Suk Cholkang could hear them, and that she didn't know why he brought him along. The companion was concerned that Suk Cholkang could hear them. The guide asked if she had ever tried talking to him. She said of course not, and that it wasn't just her, but the entire class. She continued, saying that no, the entire department avoids talking to him because he's from Juggernaut. The woman in the orange coat watched as Cholkang was called out for wandering off. He was apparently known for being picky and noble, ignoring even the best students. She wondered why he would even consider her. Diav Choi, noticing Cholkang's distraction, told him to stop goofing off. The woman in the orange coat seemed confused by the exchange, but Diav Choi told her that they could take a look later. Cholkang apologized, explaining that it was just an equipment brand he had always wanted to use. Meanwhile, Yu Jaryong realized that Jean Sarum was the one who had been helping Yu Song. He wondered if Yu Song was on bad terms with her or something, and if he didn't want to come, he could go back. Yu Song responded that, in the first place, he didn't have any acquaintances at school. Jaryong thought to himself that Jean Sarum was scary and pretty cool. Jaryong wondered if there were 2 people at Warrior High named Jean Sarum. Yu Song didn't think they were talking about the same person. Yu Song stated that she was really impressive, although he didn't have a sense for things like that. Yu Song continued, saying that he had never seen Sarum bow down to anyone in the school. He added that she always looked so strong and had her head held up high, though he didn't know about her grades. Yu Song thought that, at the very least, he could tell she was internally a strong person. Yu Song could tell there were plenty of people that hated Sarum from the beginning of the first semester, even then. Yu Song thought that he could use this weekend to work together in a study group. Yu Song's father asked what he means by studying, reminding him that he needs to get ready for the practical test, which is only a month away. Yu Song responds that he doesn't think it's that odd. He explains that even though they call it a practical test, it's more about habits and knowledge that he should already know and wonders where it might take place and what kind of theme there might be. Yu Song recalls that he mentioned analyzing the situation and developing a plan and states that he is sure that's important. The group stands outside on a paved area. Jean Sarum thinks to herself that within the last month, she was able to grow stronger than ever. Elsewhere, Diab Choi thinks that he has managed to face really strong people. Yu Sung states that he could have done it on his own, but that's why he wanted to take this time to train with them. He continues, saying that they can teach each other skills or information they know and give feedback to each other to an extent that benefits them all. Yu Sung adds that, of course, it'll be helpful for them too. Jean Sarum thinks that she knows it's harsh to say this, but if she were to go to Warrior High and make friends with others. Yu Sung interjects, saying he's sure he would share information like this. Jean Sarum thinks that she doesn't know what goes on at the school, but she's sure that there are plenty of people that do this, except for them. She adds that it's not like she hasn't given. Yu Sung's father tells Jean Sarum that on top of that, she needs to focus on herself too. Yu Sung thinks that the more he thinks about it, the more he understands that Warrior High isn't an easy place to perform well in, and that he needs a friend he can trust. Yu Sung's father stated that the practical test would be more difficult than expected, emphasizing that even passing the transfer exam would be meaningless without practical skills. The others listened intently to his assessment. Jean Sarum responded, understanding what he was trying to convey. Diab Choi inquired if they knew how to use magic. Yu Sung explained that he was only taking theory classes, adding that while Jean Sarum was skilled at using magic, she lacked a sense of aim. Sarum acknowledged that she was a magic archer. She clarified that being a magic archer didn't necessarily mean she was good at using magic, and Yu Sung offered to teach her. Diab Choi admitted that he had always wanted to learn how to use it as well. From Sarum's perspective, she felt that the conversation had progressed naturally enough. Diab Choi wondered where he could go to change. 15 minutes later, they were in the performance room, also known as the sparring room. Yu Sung mentioned that he needed to take a call from his parents, but noted that the room had everything they needed. Sarum stood with her arms crossed as Yu Sung spoke. Diab Choi asked whose idea this was, referring to the training arrangement. Sarum thanked them, admitting she never thought she'd get to work with other people while attending school. Yu Sung considered that he would be training with Suk Chol Kang. He then admitted to himself that Chol Kang wasn't a scary guy. Yu Sung stood silently. From a distance, two figures could be seen. Diab Choi looked back, confused. Sarum stood beside him, equally puzzled. A voice echoed, revealing the reason for their unease. The speaker realized that they had a bad feeling because someone else was already there. Another voice spoke, chiding someone for not mentioning their plans to use the facility. The speaker added that the other person was always so clumsy. Several pairs of legs walked by. Anisha wondered why they were there. Someone pointed out that since their uncle wasn't there, they were free to use the facility whenever they wanted. They were sure the others had heard what he told them last time. Diab wondered who she was. Anisha asked if there was something they didn't understand, implying there would be consequences if they didn't. The voice questioned if they thought their uncle would give them special treatment, before announcing that they would introduce her. Yu Sung and Sarum stood side by side. The voice introduced Anisha Esker Sarum as their cousin, noting that she acted like she was older, but they were the same age. Anisha greeted them, saying it was nice to meet them. The others were relieved that Sarum had brought a friend. The man was introduced as Jang Songyong Sunbi, a second-year student from their school. Anisha was sure they had seen him before. He explained that he had been planning on inviting a couple of his friends and Sunbae to come train and get to know each other. Although he had decided to come with a couple of people that could come early, Anisha remarked that she could care less, but she was sure they'd prefer somewhere with less people. If she had gone home when everyone was here, that might just create unwanted misunderstandings. He suggested that they just work together then, stating that this might be a great opportunity. It was revealed that they were planning on having a study session too. The man asked what school Anisha went to, stating that he didn't think he'd seen her before. She responded that she went to a normal high school before. Anisha stated that she was preparing. She was preparing for the transfer exam into Warrior High, and Anisha offered to help her over the weekend. Although there's a lot of things she doesn't know since she was doing other things. Someone suggested that they get in a car and leave before it gets too late. Anisha thought that even if you're desperate, you shouldn't do this. Anisha seemed skeptical of Jang Songyong's offer, suggesting he might be lying or simply embarrassed to attend a normal high school. Diab Choi reminded her that they were Warrior High students. Jang Songyong countered that they weren't at a level where normal people could keep up with them, and that they would only embarrass themselves. He then told them to go back and find something that better suited them. Jaryong stared intently at Jang Songyong. Jang Songyong struck out at Jaryong. Jaryong cried out in pain from the blow. Although it should have been obvious, Jang Songyong had no intention of seriously hurting Jaryong. Even if one wasn't an official adventurer, fighting outside the dungeons, especially when the opponent was a normal citizen, was a heavy crime. Anisha watched the exchange, calling out to Jang Songyong. Jang Songyong had planned to punch the air, stopping right before it reached Jaryong, to make a scene and show the difference between them. Jang Songyong wondered why Jaryong didn't react, as he was sure he had calculated the difference between them. Jang Songyong thought that if Jaryong wanted to react to it, he should have pulled his body back, and wondered if Jaryong had gotten hit on purpose. Jaryong, kneeling on the floor, wondered why Jang Songyong had hit him, saying he was just trying to be nice and had no bad intentions. Jang Songyong thought he was hoping they could be on each other's good sides, working together, and guessed he had no choice. The words echoed in the air, self-defense. The masked man stared intently, his glowing eyes piercing through the gloom. He spoke with a chilling certainty, stating that he was sure the other understood. Within the performance room used by adventurers, cameras were installed depending on the layout. The cameras were placed to ensure the inside of the room was recorded without any blind spots. Adventurers could look at the recorded footage to analyze their movements. Jean Sarum considered the situation. She thought that he was hit on purpose, and that whatever the reason, he had a good one. The fact was, he did nothing when he was punched without warning, a fact that was recorded on the cameras. The man who had been punched looked on in disbelief. He claimed to be introverted and shy. The man who punched him told him to let him apologize for the punch. The man who had been punched asked if he didn't think he was overreacting over something that wouldn't even leave a mark, calling him overreacting. He asked Sarum if she heard him, stating that he just hit him and dared to say he was overreacting. He couldn't believe this. He wondered if he should just call the cops or maybe the office at Warrior High, before yelling for him to stop. The other man said fine, he got it. Piljiu, still reeling from the previous blow, was asked what he wanted, money or to train. The offer was extended to include training with them, but Piljiu retorted that anything he did would be considered self-defense. Meanwhile, Anisha Eskersarum stood silently. Elsewhere, the informant wondered where this bastard had come from. Back in the training room, Yu Jaryong, seemingly unconcerned, told them to do whatever they wanted. The informant thought that if he could resolve things, this might be the easiest way to do it. He considered Jaryong a weakling who went to a normal high school, believing there was a limit to how much power he could put into his punch. The informant launched his attack. The punch connected, sending blood flying. Jang Songyong seemed surprised. He questioned why Jaryong had dodged it. From an outside perspective, it looked like Jang Songyong had dodged his punch to play around with Jaryong. However, Jang Songyong's perspective was different. He had no choice but to dodge it. If he hadn't dodged, he was certain that what he imagined would become reality. The informant expressed his disbelief, accusing someone of not intending to be hit in the first place. The scene shifted to a figure standing near a pool. Regardless of right or wrong, the bald man, Jang Songyong, looked on. Someone questioned whether it was excessive and emotional to pay someone back the same way, suggesting it would be better to apologize. Jean Sarum believed that a situation like this, which wasn't a duel, would just be pointless fighting. Jang Songyong acknowledged that what he did was wrong. He asked if they heard Sarum. Someone stated that they could choose, asking if they wanted a duel or would rather just fight. From a distance, Jang Songyong watched as Yu Jaryong prepared to fight. Energy began to gather. Yu Jaryong, enraged, questioned who they thought they were messing with. Yu Jaryong launched an attack. The informant was struck by the attack. The force of the blow sent the informant flying. The informant was sent crashing through the air. The force of the blow sent blue energy rippling outwards from Jaryong's fist. The punch, though intentionally weakened, still carried a significant impact. Jaryong's eyes seemed to convey a cold message. He was ready to end things. That single blow was enough to shatter the pride of a Warrior High School student. The energy continued to surge around Jaryong as he prepared his next move. The air crackled with power as Jaryong focused his energy. Jaryong's expression hardened, his eyes glowing with intense resolve. The informant, now on the ground, muttered that he had Jaryong. Jaryong moved with blinding speed, closing the distance between them. His foot slammed down with unstoppable force. The attack was described as unstoppable. The force of the impact reverberated through the area. The informant's eyes widened in shock as he realized the extent of Jaryong's power. Jaryong declared that he would hit him in the body a couple of times. The informant was sent crashing down. The informant crashed to the ground after Jaryong's brutal assault. Jaryong landed heavily, his foot impacting the floor. Nearby, Han Geun looked on, surprised by the turn of events. Zeke Eskersarum stood beside her, a slight smile on his face. The informant, struggling to speak, insisted that he wasn't trying to make fun of anyone, but was genuinely asking a question. Jaryong reflected on what he had imagined the fight would be like, admitting that the reality was quite different. He had hoped to try going all out. He thanked his opponent for playing along without trying to harm each other, noting that there were recordings of their interaction. Jaryong stood over the informant, who remained on the ground. Gaeun apologized if this was the conclusion of their interaction. Jaryong thought that the informant was similar to what he had experienced before. The informant wondered aloud if he should have just gone easy and left, and suggested keeping the recordings of what happened today, just in case. Gaeun questioned if he intended to do something with the recordings, stating that what had already happened was plenty. Jaryong asked if she was stupid, and questioned what she would do with the recordings, stating that he wanted her to look at them. He assured her that she could clearly see what happens. Jaryong reflected that he had tried to limit his movements and move at a slower tempo. The blue aura around Jaryong's legs pulsed with contained power. He admitted that he was disappointed that the fight had not met his expectations. Gaeun questioned if he had been trying to record the fight to show her something. Jaryong wondered if there had been any real reason to go to such lengths. He clarified that he was referring to the girl in the dress, the one who kept bothering him with pointless things. Gaeun stated that it was obvious that the girl did not intend to hide the fact that she hated him. The camera panned down to the girl in the dress. Gaeun remarked that she did not know what Jaryong was like at school. Jaryong told her to be clear, adding that, based on what Cholkang had told him, he did not think she would be willing to bow down to others. Jaryong stood firm, his expression unreadable. He stated that he was not prideful about himself, but he also was not one to be taken advantage of. Gaeun acknowledged that they had an agreement, but her school life was still precious to her. Jaryong countered that he did not think it was beneficial for them to be isolated from others. He added that Cholkang was there too. Gaeun looked at Jaryong with a surprised expression. The battle continued, the sounds of destruction echoing through the environment. Below, a figure fell through the air, crashing through the environment. The impact was forceful, the figure's expression one of pain and shock. Nearby, Anisha Eskersaram expressed her disbelief at the situation, addressing someone as Sunbae. The air crackled with energy, the atmosphere thick with a crimson hue. Meanwhile, Jaryong stood defiant, facing a colossal, red energy construct. The scene shifted, the focus momentarily lost in a blur of motion. Elsewhere, Jo Yena expressed her disappointment, stating that she had expected more from her Sunbae. Even from a distance, Jo Yena found it hard to breathe, realizing that her opponent was still the same and seemingly unconcerned with mana usage. Back in the crimson-lit arena, Jaryong's name was called out, a question hanging in the air. Another figure, unseen until now, inquired what was wrong. The figure stood with energy crackling around their hand. 3 weeks prior, the events that would lead to the present day began to unfold. At that time, Yu Song was opening a package. Carefully, he sliced through the packing tape with a box cutter. He seemed surprised by what he found inside. Yu Song remarked that he wasn't expecting much. He thought the contents looked like trash. He noted that he especially couldn't use the In-Kill's blood anymore. He recalled that if a force puts the user's life in danger, magic will spread throughout the body to absorb it. He realized that was what it should be capable of. At that moment, he could tell that it was being activated in his pocket. A surge of red energy erupted around him. He thought the only reason he was able to get out of that incident without any big injuries was because of this. But the power he felt moments later was different. He wondered if that was also a result of the In-Kill's blood. Yu Song reasoned that there was no other explanation for it. It must be a secret power that he never knew about. He considered that, in the first place, this cost 2.2 billion, so it wouldn't be odd to have another effect like that. Yu Song, still processing the surge of power, paused, a thought striking him. The figure before him was worth 2.2 billion. He was certain that the feeling he had now was the same as before. But why now? He wondered if this meant the power wasn't caused by In-Kill's blood. The woman with elf ears questioned how much his sister had agreed to give him. She continued, suggesting that since his sister wasn't paying him much anyway, he should switch sides. Another woman, with dark hair, told her to stop playing around with other people. She asked what kind of joke they were playing, wondering if this was really happening. Even if he was inferior, he still managed to defeat a second-year student from their school. They should forget about him not attending their school, and consider that it was odd that he wasn't well known. Someone else chimed in, saying that they were sure there was a reason why he couldn't apply to their school. They reasoned that a personal crisis, or things like that, could all be resolved with money. The first woman asked if money was the only thing he had to offer. She clarified that that's not what she meant, and asked what else he had to offer, talent, connections, or a good reputation. If it wasn't that, she guessed the only other thing he could offer would be her patience. Although he hadn't seen it himself, someone was trying to ruin Jo Yena's school career. The man held up a glowing purple orb. He admitted that he could never understand what she was truly going through. He knew that there was a person who cursed at her despite being shitty herself and talked behind her back while causing problems. He asked if, as Jean Saram's sister, she knew something. The scene shifted. The scene intensified. The man sighed, considering his options. He decided that he had no choice and that this week's meeting was canceled, adding that he could care less about the people there. Yanawa reminded him that they had already invited the others. Yanawa was told that she was too kind. She was asked how she could still care for them after what happened, even if they were Sunbaes and their team leader. A man struggled against a wall. Yanawa stated that this was merely a way to create connections to the student council. Although this was a waste of time, it wasn't like they didn't have any alternatives, so they should just forget about what happened today. Someone asked if she was her sister or something like that, but they were cousins. However, the woman with elf ears hoped that, if the money from her sister wasn't important to him, he at least had a proper idea of what he wanted, because it would influence his entire life. The man listened intently. The woman shook her head slightly. Meanwhile, another woman with silver hair was being led away by a man in black. She thought that she would rather avoid a situation where Anisha paid more attention to him. She couldn't say that Anisha had a nice personality, but when it came to him, Anisha would do anything. Since she knew about him now, she would try to do anything to stop him in his tracks. Spreading information about him would be just the start, and that's what scared her. The man in the gray tracksuit stated that he couldn't feel anything right now. The moment it stopped was right then, when Anisha called off the magic giant. Did that mean that power didn't come from Enkil's blood, but it came out because it felt magic? It was a power that reacted to magic. Yu Jaryong was asked if he was okay, as he seemed off. He confirmed that he was, and that he was positive that he needed to learn it now. Magic. Yoonggil lay prone, recovering from the recent events. Suddenly, a figure loomed over him, shrouded in darkness. Meanwhile, Jaryong was reported to be awake. The observer noted that it was Suk Chol-kang, the first year who killed the three-horned horror, and wondered why he was there. Suk Chol-kang expressed relief that Jaryong appeared unharmed, but also apologized. The two stood in what appeared to be a training room. Suk Chol-kang admitted that he was trying to prove a point, but never intended to embarrass Jaryong. Jaryong acknowledged that it was Chol-kang's fault, stating that he was the one who couldn't do anything anyway. Chol-kang was referred to as the hero of the Gwanak-gu tragedy. Chol-kang sat down, listening intently. He wondered if the results were obvious. Jaryong was surprised by Chol-kang's statement that he didn't think it was a fight he could win anyway. Chol-kang added that he could tell that Jaryong couldn't control himself emotionally. Chol-kang stated that Jaryong's attacks were too simple. Chol-kang, Jaryong, and the bald man stood together, discussing the fight. While Jaryong was unconscious, Suk Chol-kang reviewed the footage of their fight, focusing on the most glaring issue, Jaryong's weight distribution. Expanding on this, Suk Chol-kang noted that before Jaryong even extended his hand, his body leaned in the direction where he placed his weight. Beyond that, Suk Chol-kang continued to observe Jaryong's movements on the recording. Meanwhile, Diav Choi watched the scene unfold from a distance, surmising that their sunbae must be surprised by the turn of events. Diav Choi considered that this wasn't the kind of feedback one could simply buy with money. This level of insight, Diav Choi realized, was only possible because of Suk Chol-kang's attention to detail and his intuition. Suk Chol-kang, still reviewing the footage, seemed to be questioning Jaryong's actions. A voice interjected, wondering if Suk Chol-kang already knew everything, but the man clarified that he was only just now realizing these things. Suk Chol-kang stated that since Jaryong had clearly paid for his mistakes. Suk Chol-kang continued, saying that he didn't really have any ill will towards Jaryong anymore, and that they were there to train anyway. Suk Chol-kang's expression remained serious as he spoke. Suk Chol-kang explained that he thought this could help them be on better terms, and he was sure Jaryong would like this kind of information, instructing him to leave after he was done reading it. Suk Chol-kang offered to send it to Jaryong later if he gave him his number. Diav Choi, observing the scene, couldn't believe those bastards had left their sunbae like this. Diav Choi thought to himself that Suk Chol-kang must be sad. With the previous lesson concluded, Zeke Eskersarum suggested they move on to the basics of magic. To put it simply, Zeke explained that magic was merely a fuel used to cast spells. He added that one's magic stat represented the quality of that fuel. The white-haired observer questioned whether it was quality, not quantity, that mattered. Zeke confirmed that if they looked at the total amount, elves had about the same. Zeke reminded them to remember the analogy to fuel. He continued, explaining that even if one stacked newspapers, they wouldn't burn as well as coal. The amount of magic, he stated, depended on the amount. Illustrating the point, a chibi version of Bald Man 1 appeared, followed by a chibi version of protagonist_narrator, and finally a chibi version of Jean Serum. This, Zeke explained, determined the scale of the spells one could use. Serum pointed out that a C rank was the bare minimum for those trying to be a magician. Zeke stated that one had to be at that level to use effective attack spells and useful buffs. The white-haired observer listened intently. Zeke thought to himself about a buff that he could give himself, wondering if he could use it to recreate the effects of Enkil's blood. Serum asked if they thought they could learn it within the weekend. She expressed her disbelief that a beginner wanted to learn magic within 3 days. Zeke responded that he would never get used to her being like this, adding that it took about 1 to 2 weeks to even get used to using magic. He continued, stating that all the buffs he learned were long-ranged, and that he thought he could help her with that. Zeke stated that he was fine with teaching them, if they were fine with learning from someone like him. The focus shifted to Jang Sanyong, a second-year student at Warrior High, specializing as a close-range damage dealer in hand-to-hand combat. Regardless, he considered this his specialty. The logo for the Warrior High School Dungeon Raid Department was displayed. The school building stood silent against the night sky, illuminated by the soft glow of the moon. Inside, Yu Song exclaimed in awe as he successfully manifested a small flame in his hands. The spell, known as Flare, was described as a basic fire spell capable of burning between 400 and 500 degrees Celsius. Across from him, Zeke instructed him to maintain the flare and focus on his inner self, observing the process with a critical eye. Zeke told him there was no need to be surprised, and that it would be stranger if he couldn't produce a flare. Yu-sung acknowledged that at least he knew he had some talent, wondering what he should do next. He wondered if he should create a bigger fire, or maybe try water now. Zeke instructed him to continue maintaining the flare and to focus on the inside. Elsewhere, a man sat in a meditative pose. He thought that there was nothing more stupid than someone telling you to feel the magic, wondering how he was supposed to feel the magic if he'd never used it before. Zeke remarked that although it might seem like a puny excuse for a spell, it was different now. Zeke explained that although Yu-sung might not be able to feel it, the magic within his body had been awakened, and that this might be the best state for him to try and feel it. Yu-sung stated that he understood, resolving to not let that flame die out and to focus on the inside of his body. Zeke thought that he didn't think Yu-sung would understand any of this, and that worst case, they might have to do this the entire weekend. Yu-sung felt something sharp and ticklish, like static electricity coming from his lower stomach and spreading to the rest of his body. Zeke observed that it hadn't even been a minute, and Yu-sung was already getting the hang of it. The sensation was amazing to Yu-sung. He felt like his body was filled with circuits. He wondered how many circuits there were, estimating at least hundreds. There were two main parts within the human body to handle magic. The core, located in the abdomen, created the magic. The circuits stretched from the core. The circuits supplied the magic. The amount of circuits was 127. Elsewhere, Anisha Eskersaram asked if Zeke could play any instruments. Zeke admitted that he learned the piano until he was 10. He didn't think he had much talent, though. It should be easy, then, as it was similar to playing a piece on the piano. Anisha listened intently. Zeke then demonstrated the D-rank spell, Thunder Sphere, which created and launched an electric-filled sphere at 200 kilometers per hour. Although it wasn't lethal, its large range made it ideal for limiting the movement of multiple enemies. Zeke asked if Anisha saw him use any chance or complicated movements when he cast this just now. He held the Thunder Sphere in his hand. Unlike what most people think, magic wasn't as complicated as people made it out to be. Most spells, it turned out, happened within the body without any external movement. To illustrate, he suggested thinking of the piano. The image of hands playing the piano keys appeared. That was how one played a piece, Zeke explained, drawing a parallel. The circuits in one's body were like the keys on a piano, and magic and spells were the same. Those circuits, he continued, were how magic was sent through specific pathways, in a specific order, and at a specific time. That was a better explanation than simply saying the amount of magic depended on the amount, he thought. That was how one used magic, like a piano with over 100 keys. The question arose, were there any risks or side effects that came from using magic? Zeke assured her that easy spells would still manifest, as long as the mistakes weren't too big, though they might lack quality. However, the harder the spell, the higher the chance it would fail, and of course, there was a consequence that came with failing. The worst case, Zeke explained, was that the user would be paralyzed and unable to move for half a day. Although this Thunder Sphere was only a rank D spell, for A to be rank spells, and even for some C rank spells, one mistake could be fatal. That was why protecting the front line was important for magic users, the narrator explained. Anisha remarked that focusing like that during the real thing was incredibly hard, and asked if Zeke could censor magic. Zeke confirmed that he had been practicing that for a while now, but he still couldn't identify each individual circuit. Zeke suggested that Jaryong start with the easiest identifiable circuit. Jaryong's teacher remarked that he knew they'd work well together once they got the chance. The bald man asked if Zeke was going to use the bathroom. Zeke told him that he needed to continue practicing until he could easily sense magic within his body. Jaryong thought he already got the hang of it, although he would. Jaryong stated that he needed to count to make sure he could sense where all his circuits were. Jaryong began to count the number of circuits that ended at his right hand, noting there were 2. He continued, stating that 1 ended at the wrist and another 3 at his elbow, making 6 in total. Jaryong then noted that his left arm had more than his right, 8 of them, including the one in his shoulder, making 10 in total. Anisha asked if Zeke was lying to her. Zeke responded that he knew he taught her everything, but there was no way this was possible. Anisha thought to herself that she couldn't be sure, but looked like Jaryong did another Jaryong thing. Zeke told Jaryong to say that he was lying and to tell him what the next step was already. Zeke asked what else he was supposed to call Jaryong, stating that, hey, it seemed too cold, and Sunbae didn't sound right, since he wasn't enrolled in the school yet. Zeke noted that although there were small differences, it was explained that all human-like species share a similar number of circuits in comparable locations. That was why each circuit was assigned a number from 1 to 127. Zeke stated that he was sure they could already tell, but this was his fist when there was nothing. He told them to remember that. Now, he explained that they just needed to add a simple buff, referencing circuits 2, 4, and 21. He then referenced circuits 45 and 62, noting that it was an E-range spell, muscle stimulation, which increased reflexes and stamina usage. He told them to feel the difference. The effects of the spell took hold. The power surged through him. The speed and strength had increased significantly. Zeke thought he couldn't believe he had said that when he didn't even bat an eye. He recalled that just last year, he was at the bottom of his grade, although he had some confidence in his basic stats. Despite his past, he was now capable of incredible feats. Zeke considered that he lacked the innate sense to fully utilize his abilities, which was the reason for the buffs. Rather than lamenting the talents he lacked, Zeke focused on finding ways to improve. Luckily, he had some aptitude for magic. He spent hours studying. He looked into spells he could use, and with time, he discovered how interesting buffs were. Depending on how one combined them, they could bring out the best in their abilities. If it was like that with just one buff, those buffs could be even stronger than Zeke imagined. Zeke had told them it was a way, but people with talent had no interest in self-buffs. As a result, he managed to reach the middle of the pack and even lead a team. But most people at the top looked down on him for using tricks. That might be the reason Zeke was so excited. That one of the most popular first years invited him to this event first. Even if this event was considered a mere social event, he was still happy. If he could share his progress with his impressive juniors, Zeke thought he could get their approval. That's why Zeke knew how it felt to be on both ends. Someone knew they were late, but let Zeke apologize. Zeke was cut off mid-sentence, his apology hanging in the air as a hand gripped his shoulder. He was told to forget the apology. For the next 58 hours, a voice declared he was expected to teach everything he knew. The demand came from Yu Song, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light as he stared intently at Zeke. The suddenness of the request startled Zeke. Zeke could only exclaim in surprise. The title page displays the words Warrior High School, Dungeon Raid Department, along with the chapter number 42. 4 days later, the scene shifts to an exterior shot of a building. The time is Monday, 6:49 a.m. Someone remarks that morning air after working out is the best. The group of students continues walking. One of the students comments that someone sounded like an old man just now, adding that they didn't think he was serious at first. Dayav Choi thinks to himself that he didn't even sleep during the entire weekend. Another student remarks that they are still young. Jean Sarum tells someone not to talk to her, adding that she is sure these last 4 days were worth everything. One of the students notes that if they were in the city, they could have gotten some soup with rice, adding that it's kind of unfortunate. Another student says that he called a taxi and asks if anyone is going towards Gangnam. Jang Songyong thinks to himself that since he has off-campus training today, he doesn't think he's going to go to school. Another student asks if he can get off at any station on line 2. One of the students says that this might sound a little weird, but one of the students says that he wants to thank both of them for this weekend, adding that he thinks this is the best weekend he's had within the last couple years, since he was 5. The student continues, saying that he wasn't sure if they would have more chances to see each other before the exam, and since he'll be busy with preparation, and since they also have exams. Jean Sarum was warned to do her best on the finals, or else she would be made fun of. She was told that everyone should do their best when that time comes. Zeke Esker Sarum asked how many times Jean Sarum had been told to do her best this weekend. He told her to take care of herself, or not, since she was probably busy. Zeke Esker Sarum said that he should at least be nice to her from time to time. Dayav Choi said okay, and that he would see them next time. Osunga thanked them for the weekend. Sun Chongwoo agreed, saying he felt the same way. The group parted ways, agreeing to see each other next time. The city street bustled with activity. Dayav Choi remarked that he thought his ride would be there soon. Jean Sarum simply said okay. It was still awkward when it was just the two of them. The city skyline stretched out before them. Tyr Velkason said that it was the best weekend and that he learned a lot from Jang Songyong. Jang Songyong said that it was not only a lot of buffs, but even something like a special move. Jang Songyong explained that it was not a special move. He said that he had told Tyr Velkason dozens of times, but that skill was just an idea. The idea that his skill might not even work lingered in Jang Songyong's mind. Not only had he never used it before, but he had never even had the chance. Despite his reservations, Songyong thought it might be more than effective in battle. If he could master it, he believed he could even use it during the revenge match. The other student inquired about the revenge match. Songyong admitted it was a long story, but there was something like that. Songyong promised that if he succeeded, he would be sure to tell him about the results. He added that he didn't know when he would get the chance, but they should grab some food together when they did. Songyong mentioned that he really wanted some rice with soup. The other student wasn't sure about that. He didn't think he could hang out with Songyong unless he went to a better school. He would rather not spend time with people that go to normal high schools. Songyong couldn't believe it. Songyong thanked him for the encouragement. Elsewhere, the informant admitted that he was tired. Someone told him that he didn't have enough time to sleep either, which shocked him. The informant was surprised to hear from his manager, especially since he was supposed to go to school today. The manager knew, telling him that he had already called them and that he wouldn't have to go for a month. The informant asked if he wanted him to skip school for a month. The informant is told to pack his bags, bringing some underwear and a couple of shirts, unless he wants to lose attendance points. Elsewhere, Dayav Choi is told that he seems to have learned magic, and although it's on a basic level, his circuits are active. The voice responds that it was obvious he needed to do some preparation since he knew what they were going to do. The voice tells Diav Choi that he is proud that he did that, but it won't be much use though. Diav Choi wonders if it won't be much use. The informant is told that he didn't waste his time, but the speaker is just trying to make things clear for him. He is reminded that this isn't a private lesson, but a test. The informant is asked if he is prepared and determined to really live as an adventurer. The voice continues, stating that in order to test that, he is going to do his best to push him, adding that he doesn't know what will happen, but he will learn one thing. He's not as talented as he thought he was. The informant realizes that's why. The informant is told to hurry up and get his stuff, kid. He is told to grab enough clothes for a couple of days, and if he needs more, they can come back. The informant asks where they are going and if it's a practice facility the speaker used when he was active. The speaker is seen carrying a duffel bag. The informant asks how to open the damn thing. He looked at the object in confusion, wondering what it was. The man with him stated that it was his weapon. Finally, the case was open. The man with the informant told him to take a look. The informant's companion threatened to sue if anything was wrong. Inside the case was a long, cylindrical object. The informant observed that the weapon looked about the same, except it was a different color. The informant's companion held a piece of paper. The informant noted that the weapon seemed lighter than before, and the grip was unbelievably better. The informant wondered if the changes were noteworthy or if they barely did anything to it. The informant's companion told him to go, assuring him that he would have more than enough chances to test out his weapon. The informant's companion stated that this was what he said. A carnivorous int appeared. The informant walked forward with his weapon. The carnivorous int was a danger rank of 4 stars. The informant thought that this was what he was taught. The informant's mentor reflected on his teachings, recalling that he had taught him to survive as a smuggler. The mentor continued, stating that if he was too scared to move or thought he was going to die, he should let him know, and he would help him right away. He then recalled that the last time he had seen his skills was half a year ago. It was explained that a carnivorous int was even more dangerous for close-range types. It was thought that if he hadn't improved during the last half year, it was believed that he would probably die. If that was the case, then that would be the end of it. He was wished good luck. The informant's eyes widened as he faced the monster. The carnivorous int lunged forward. The informant dodged the attack. Even though he was completely focused, if he had reacted only a second later, he would have lost his head. While there might be a gap between the monsters that he's faced, the important thing was that the premise was the same. Whether it be on attack or defense, not even one mistake would be tolerated. Without a supporting ally, a single opening would lead to death. The carnivorous int slammed its branch-like limbs down with tremendous force. Knowing he needed to end things quickly, Jae-hwan resolved to use everything he had. The broker gripped his weapon tightly, preparing to strike. It was said that the difference between 3-star and 4-star monsters was intelligence. While the difference depended on the species, most monsters had decision-making skills on par with humans. In some cases, they could even play mind games with people. Despite being able to defend, the int deliberately let its guard down to bring Jae-hwan close. The informant realized he couldn't slash through the int with his needle. Jae-hwan knew this would happen. The int's attack continued. The int's attack landed. The int's attack continued to land. The broker was caught off guard. The int's attack continued. Yavan shook it. The informant wondered what had just happened. The title card for the series appeared, Warrior High School Dungeon Raid Department. The weapon pulsed with a vibrant, blue energy. The energy intensified, crackling around the staff. The blue aura continued to build, illuminating the surrounding area. The weapon disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. Yu-sung looked at his hands, surprised. Diav Choi wondered how Yu-sung had activated the weapon. Yu-sung admitted that he didn't know how to use it yet, having only read a couple of lines from the instruction manual, and then asked Diav Choi how he felt. Diav Choi asked if Yu-sung felt lethargic or strangely tired when he moved, and then asked how he felt. Yu-sung guessed he was a little out of breath, but thought it was because he was surprised rather than tired. He added that he didn't feel any magic just now, and that it must be an ability that allows the user to manifest a blade using stamina. Yu-sung considered the mechanism itself wasn't that special, but rather, it was an old-style skill that's behind the times. He realized that a manifested weapon is not free, and that stamina loss is based on how long the blade is manifested. Yu-sung thought that although it might have made sense when finding good material was difficult, it's more efficient to just create an actual blade nowadays. Based on the impact of that last strike, Yu-sung wondered if it was possible to create that kind of force while only feeling slightly tired. Diav Choi thought that this was good news. Diav Choi added that if it wasn't for Yu-sung's item, he would have learned his lesson. He had nothing to say, acknowledging that he had practically lost the fight. Diav Choi remarked that he never thought Yu-sung would win in the first place. Diav Choi told him not to take it the wrong way, clarifying that it wasn't because he underestimated his skills. It was actually the opposite, Diav Choi clarified. Diav Choi continued, stating that when it came to Yu-sung's talent and skills, he was okay, and that just by looking at his battle prowess, he could tell he was already on par with gold-class adventurers. Yu-sung wondered why he was complimenting him, noting that it didn't suit him. The informant wondered if okay was an expression used as a compliment. The informant continued, including Yu Song's own father, stating that he could make a list of dozens of people that have more talent than him. The narrator stated that amongst those people, over half of them have met their end at the hands of a weak monster. Yu Song's eyes widened. A surge of power erupted. Yu Song launched himself forward. He managed to split in half, but it reattached itself, demonstrating its super regeneration ability. The ability was used as a condition to repair physical damage. Yu Song continued his assault. Yu Song's eyes glowed with determination. The monstrous, tree-like creature reached out, its gnarled fingers grasping at the air. Elsewhere, a hammer materialized, its blue energy crackling around the weapon. Nearby, the informant smoked a cigarette, remarking that this was how it worked. Meanwhile, the white-haired man stood on a branch, looking down. It was explained that the weapon most likely identifies the situation the user is in order to manifest in the perfect shape. The white-haired man thought that it might seem pretty random. The monstrous tree-like creature stood tall. However, the tree-like creature was not alone. The white-haired man observed the tree-like creature, noting that no matter how good the weapon was, if he couldn't figure out the strategy, he didn't stand a chance, especially within the time limit. Leaves fell from the branches. A cigarette, but lay discarded among the fallen leaves. The white-haired man grimaced. Yu Song, now wielding the materialized hammer, prepared to strike. The monstrous, tree-like creature stood tall, its glowing red eyes piercing the darkness. A tendril of the creature reached out. The tendril moved with incredible speed. The attack continued, a barrage of green energy. Meanwhile, the informant lit a cigarette, the flame briefly illuminating his face. The man with the green aura questioned if he was trying to deflect the attack again, adding that in his current condition, he wouldn't even be able to dodge it. The green aura intensified around the man. Back at the fight, the tree creature declared the game was over, awaiting any objections. The man with the green aura admitted that he had tried to destroy any parts that might be its weakness. The informant asked what to do, but the man with the green aura admitted he didn't know. The informant stated that he thought running away might have been the best option, but the man with the green aura told him not to joke with him right now. The man with the green aura looked determined. He recalled the strategy to win, to run away and lure the creature into a place where it can't regenerate. The man with the green aura prepared to act. He knew the first and most efficient way. The plan was to lure the carnivorous ant to a place where it couldn't absorb nutrients. The leaves fell around them. As long as it was touching a surface where it could absorb nutrients, it would continue to regenerate. If they lured it into a rocky environment or the inside of a fallen mine, it would be a different story. The man with the green aura stated that they would have easily defeated it 5 times over. He then asked if a thought like that even crossed their minds. The man held a cigarette. He believed that was the only one-dimensional way to deal with things. Another man apologized for interrupting, but the ant seemed confused. The man with the green aura was standing in front of the ant. He noted that the protection spell already broke and that he didn't have talent in protection-type skills. The ant was engulfed in flames. The flames roared. The ant burned. The narrator explained that by using a C rank or higher flame spell and burning it in its entirety, the ant could be defeated. The masked man considered the recent battle, thinking it wasn't as easy as it should have been. He knew that matchups were everything. If one were a magician specializing in fire spells, they could have defeated it easily without having to worry about anything, though they might need some agility to dodge its attacks. That was also the reason why that thing was a 4-star, because it was extremely weak to fire. Even if one couldn't use fire, defeating it became much easier by using that strategy. However, until one figured that out, that thing was the worst to deal with for close-range damage dealers. It might seem easy to just use a C-rank fire spell, but most regular fires wouldn't even stand a chance. One would need a military-grade incendiary bomb to imitate its power. While the first generation lacked polished attack spells, many adventurers lost their lives to learn this information. Then, those people that they said had talent. Yeah, most of them died, all to monsters that were easy to defeat with a little planning. Anyway, how does it feel to be defeated by a monster for the first time? It's different from losing to another human in a duel. As an adventurer, it's an experience that you don't learn much, and all you feel is regret and loss, frustration, and emptiness. Everyone has. A light injury if you're lucky, retirement if you're not. In the worst case, the life of someone else. The fact that you lived because of someone else will make you feel like shit. You didn't want anyone to feel that emotion. Just because you pay the price doesn't mean you learn a great deal. If the only thing you lose is your dignity, sometimes that might be the best option. Anyway, they were done for the day. One of them suggested they head out, asking if the other could run a couple of hours. The inside of the dungeon was drastically altered from the original space before the adhesion, although the outside of it might seem the same size as before. It's small. And while the perimeter is also the same, the area inside the dungeon may seem multiple times larger than initially expected. Including Yoido, the 4 regions combined to create the Agar jungle. Well, that didn't take that long. Come here and enjoy the view. It's always amazing seeing this for the first time. The environment experienced within is beyond anyone's imagination. The dungeon, known as Old Cinderum, was rated as danger level A. Despite its rating, even 3-star hunters were considered to be at the bottom of the food chain within it. If one were alone, they might survive for 30 minutes. For the next 2 weeks, the speaker would continue to teach after those 2 weeks. But from then on, he would have to protect himself. If he managed to use everything he learned to survive for a month, he would pass the test. Although, the speaker would keep mentioning this if he ever wanted to stop. That was unfortunate. The speaker's expression was stern. He was only going to be there for a month. 1 month later, it was November. It was the day of the Warrior High School practical test. Jean Sarum thought that Yu Jaryeon would ignore all of her texts and calls for a month. The test was at 9, and she wondered if he was really at home right now. Jaryeon was standing nearby, barefoot. He asked if she was waiting for him. Sarum was shocked. She wondered where Yu Jaryeon was. What the hell have? The title card displays the words, Warrior High School Dungeon Raid Department. The car idled on the street as a voice message played. The speaker apologized for ignoring the calls, explaining that they had been without cell service for an entire month. Meanwhile, inside a building, Diav Choi tilted his head, a puzzled expression on his face. He admitted that it probably looked a bit strange. Diav explained that his hair kept poking his eye, and he couldn't take it anymore. He had tried cutting it himself, but it looked really weird, especially since he didn't have scissors. Outside, Jean Sarum apologized for worrying him so much. Diav assured her that he would try to get ready quickly. Inside the car, a hand reached out. Jean Sarum's eyes widened in alarm. Diav's eyes widened as he noticed the commotion. Jean Sarum apologized for the sudden reaction. She explained that whenever something approached her from behind, she just reacted, stating that it had become some sort of habit. Yu Sung told her that she didn't need to apologize. He had forgotten all about the clothes he was supposed to get. He had spent the entire month trying out the weapon they made for him, and it was nice. He was also excited for this. Meanwhile, Sarum stood with her arms crossed. However, the real reason why Sarum was astonished was far from that. The bloodlust that she felt from Yu Jaryeon was something that Sarum was used to. Sarum was surprised, so she might have mistaken it, but what she felt at that moment was no different than the bloodlust that she felt from the monster she had faced. It was perfect. It fit perfectly, and it was so light, he understood why it was so expensive. If he had the time, they were going to test it out and make detailed adjustments. Sarum sat quietly. Yu Sung figured they couldn't do much about that. He was seriously excited, thinking that being excited would be better than being nervous. Yu Sung's companion suggested that he should have some sense of wariness, since it was a test. He clarified that he wasn't talking about the test, but about Warrior High. Sarum listened intently. Yu Sung confirmed that the entirety of the exam was at Warrior High. He explained that since last September, it had always been Warrior High this and Warrior High that, but he had never actually visited it in person. The location was specified as North 373241, between Yongsan-gu and Junggu, with Namsan being 270 meters above sea level. In a small place where a small mountain and park used to exist before the adhesion phenomena, stood the location. The mountain drawing was 8,781 meters above sea level, with a former danger rating of A+. The mountain towered over the landscape. It had become the highest region within the entirety of the Korean peninsula. The noteworthy thing was that, while it was located closely to Seoul's largest dungeon, the Agar Jungle, it was really a separate dungeon. The country and the Adventurers Association worked together to completely clear the dungeon. At the time, all well-known adventurers within the country were gathered for a briefing. While participation was voluntary, not a single adventurer decided to back out, as it took a whole year to prepare for this large-scale raid. Demanding both physical and economical investments, everything that was necessary was put into this plan to ensure its success. And as a result of the Namsan raid's success, the speaker addresses his fellow citizens. From that point onwards, Mountain Draig, formerly known as Namsan, officially became territory of South Korea. The complete clearing of an A-rank dungeon was considered an event to be celebrated around the world. However, a small dilemma appeared right after. Mountain Draig wasn't just a single peak. Rather, there existed great plains within the region. The question became, what was the best way to utilize that? Well, the speaker knew this might not sound realistic. What could have been a large problem over territory control ended with the suggestion of a single person. Why not build something like school there? There's always been a debate about the need for adventurer education facilities. No matter how small, space to allow countless future adventurers to train and practice was needed. And since the space for it was hard to find, the plans were delayed. While Draig Dungeon was considered an ownerless land, the ownership over the land was given to the adventurers that risked their lives to regain the land. And while the story wasn't well known, if it wasn't for the adventurer that donated his portion of the land, known for being the sole reason behind the clearing of the dungeon, Warrior High School may never have even existed. Even if Yu Sung didn't do anything there. He was sure that plenty of people have always wanted to visit Warrior High. If they had merchandise, they would make a fortune. The car sped down the highway, leaving Seoul behind. It seemed that Warrior High wasn't located inside Gangbuk. A lot had happened during the month Yu Song had been missing. It turned out that a rising attack squad, one that some of his friends were fans of, had been wiped out. Every member of that squad had died. The attack squad's public hiding spot had been broken into, and high-level monsters seemed to have gotten inside. While it might seem like a tragedy, there were large amounts of drugs on the scene, along with the bodies of celebrities, not adventurers, which was causing the issue. The news was shocking. The situation had clearly caused a scene. It was a situation best not mentioned. There had already been 7 public apologies on the news. Starting from the Adventurers Association, even the adventure market as a whole had hit rock bottom. That was expected. It was something he would have done before meeting her. In order to change the overall mood of things, the Adventurers Association announced all the secret projects and ideas that they'd had. She was sure he'd heard of it before. It was something that was hard to miss. The woman in the orange coat confirmed that the second A-rank dungeon had been completely cleared, the one that had been fully cleared after mountain drawing. She added that it used to be the home of the infamous dragon, Vasuka. The dragon Vasuka loomed, lightning crackling around it. At the same time, at the Jinseong Group Research Facility's underground smithy, a towering structure of metal and light stretched upwards. Diav Choice stated, with a serious tone, that he had gotten the other man those drinks because he had been asking for them so much. Zeke Eskerserum stood nearby, listening. Thunder Hammer Argius grumbled that it had been a while since he had real alcohol, complaining that he couldn't save any if Diav didn't even get him much. A barrel of Rumble Honey wine, aged 25 years, sat nearby, described as dwarven alcohol with a high alcohol content. Argius remarked that whether it be elves or humans, not only was he bad at making things, but his ability to make alcohol was the worst. Zeke inquired what made Argius decide to visit him all the way down here, asking if he had news about that kid. Zeke guessed that it wasn't news that was completely unrelated. Argius remembered that they wanted to create an advanced training area to pick out adventurers or something. Argius's face loomed, his expression intense. Argius stated that he told him to get lost since it sounded like a waste of time, and then asked Zeke why he made that decision. Well aware that dragons are the type to get fixated on certain things, it was noted that what they fixate on depends. Once they find their target, they claim a strong obsession and greed for it. Vasuka was known amongst his kind for being a famous labyrinth fancier. Despite being considered one of the stronger dragons, Vasuka made his nest as complicated and confusing as possible. He used all kinds of techniques to make his nest more complicated and did whatever was necessary. It's not possible for humans to take advantage of that kind of monster, one made of obsession. The number of dwarven masters that Vasuka kidnapped numbered in the thousands. While Argius wasn't sure how humans managed to capture Vasuka, they dealt with him. If he made up his mind and stayed inside his nest, it would have been impossible to do anything about it. Even if they spent the last 20 years getting rid of everything, he was sure they've only dealt with the tip of the iceberg. It's likely that they didn't even get near the center of the dungeon. While they claim that there's nothing wrong during inspections, once adventurers actually start exploring, there's no way to predict what might happen. Without any announcement of the change, a sudden change to the testing site a week before the test seemed like they're willing to do anything to appease the media. However, seeing that Argius was there asking him this, Zeke felt like they've made an idiotic decision. Well, Zeke guessed it's not all that bad. If they're lucky, nothing bad will ever happen. Zeke's words carried a weight that transcended mere instruction. He believed that even tragedy within the labyrinth could serve as a testament to the value of life. He continued, suggesting that a lucky few might even manage to control the dungeon in its entirety. Meanwhile, outside the Pangeo Special Training Center, a student expressed his surprise, asking if this was truly the entrance. The sign clearly marked the location as the Pangeo Special Training Center, formerly the Pangeo Labyrinth. The facility loomed large, a modern structure nestled amidst the surrounding landscape. An announcement echoed, directing those present for the Warrior High School transfer practical exam to proceed to Area B, one to receive their test papers and contracts. The announcement described the labyrinth as one that changed shape, offering a variety of difficulties and themes. That was the official announcement. Since this was the first time it was being used as a testing site, there was no prior data available. Nearby, a student observed that there were far more people present than he had anticipated. Another student agreed, noting that the number of applicants far exceeded that of the previous year, adding that Anisha must have put in the work. Someone asked if Anisha was the other's cousin, prompting a confused response. Another student estimated that there were perhaps around 20 people in their immediate vicinity. Elsewhere, a group of shadowy figures stared intently. One of the students thought about what Anisha had told them, but realized that this was more than mere wariness. He knew that Anisha would try to do something, but the student realized it wasn't just their gaze, but something he had learned during the last month. The month Yu Jaryong survived in a highly dangerous dungeon felt like being targeted, like opening a window on a hot afternoon. The number of things that Jaryong learned were countless. One of the things that he learned was to avoid situations where you would be targeted. However, just now it was even sharper. Jean Serum looked on with concern. When it comes to situations where you have no choice, he thought that he would need to tell everyone and wish them good luck. The air crackled with energy. Make sure you don't give your opponents the chance to look down on you. 55 minutes before the practical exam, the scene shifts to the Pangeo Comprehensive Training Center, specifically Conference Room 1. The speaker expressed gratitude, thanking everyone present for participating, acknowledging that it wouldn't have been possible without everyone's support. Choi Sung-go, a 58-year-old former adventurer and current Adventure Association president, ranked 12th in South Korea, dabbed his face with a handkerchief. Go Dak-soo, the 65-year-old current principal of Warrior High and former adventurer, dismissed the thanks. He stated that there was no need to thank him, especially not the two in question. Frankly, when it comes to these hasty plans, the speaker admitted that he had never truly supported them. Another man, wiping his glasses, expressed his dismay that in this day and age, they were able to redirect the attention of the public with jokes like this. The speaker declared that the people want their protectors to take responsibility for their actions, and that this was not a playground. Another man stated that he believed everyone there thought the same. Someone wondered aloud what he could do. As a hired educator, he had no choice but to follow the overwhelming opinion of the board of directors. Go Dak-soo told him to feel free to do so to the person across from him. Co Yura, the 61-year-old Warrior High Board of Directors chairman, was identified as the face of the board. She stated that she understood that they bore no ill will. However, Co Yura hoped they could refrain from saying anything that might cause misunderstandings, clarifying that the decision was made after a long discussion within the board. It seemed that time was relative, even if the interaction was ultimately pointless. In this small country, the speaker mused that the first-place ranker would likely consider it a lengthy conversation. Continuing, he questioned the value of maintaining first place through showmanship and politics. Someone wondered if it was acceptable for the principal to speak in such a manner, realizing he was angry. Another voice urged the principal to proceed, while someone else claimed they were trying to be understanding but felt the principal was going too far. The bald man sat at the table. He questioned the use of the word pointless. Addressing Cho Young-gil of the Warrior High Board of Directors, he questioned if he was calling them idiots. He suggested that unless they had dementia and had lost their memories of the past 30 years, they should shut their mouths. Among all those children outside, the shadow figure watched. The bald man understood that it was difficult to receive avid support from everyone, but they all had the right to feel great regret about the current situation. However, if they preferred conflict rather than a chance to express their thoughts, he was more than willing to fulfill their wishes. It was known that the director and principal had always been on bad terms with each other. Since tensions were at an all-time high, everyone gathered was prepared for what could happen. However, what caused him to calm down? It was noted that an unexpected factor had entered the situation, a student who seemingly had no connection to the unfolding events, yet was making a point of introducing himself. Amidst the rising tension, someone requested that the parties involved calm down. The principal acknowledged that others would likely want to complain about the current circumstances. However, he admitted that he should be the one receiving all the hate. There is a stated need for role models from Warrior High to fight. Someone wondered if Ms. Cho Sia had gone down first. It was confirmed that Cho Sia should be busy briefing the students by now, leading someone to think that they should be the one receiving all the hate. Another person stated that they couldn't believe what he was saying. Among all the Korean adventurers, it was believed that everyone was aware that the association president is Co Yura's subordinate. Someone asked if they thought he was too aggressive, but it was pointed out that his choice of words and tone were unnecessarily harsh, prompting a sarcastic thank you for agreeing, since she has the power and authority in her hand. However, it was stated that she's crossed a line that shouldn't have a long time ago. When it comes to children that just graduated, she's been claiming that talent deserves the correct treatment and scouted them to her attack squad. Co Yura's graduates receive unbelievable pay and treatment. Those under Yura indulge in the things she provides. As time passes, those young adventurers full of talent and potential cease to exist. They're satisfied with what they have and have become adults that would do anything for their own benefit. How would fish trapped in a well dare fight against the being that provides them with food? They have no choice but to keep swimming in the small well, blissfully unaware of the fact they are trapped. They believe they're getting this testing site approved. The man on the phone was sure that only a few in the association knew hints to clear this dungeon, and that getting the site approved wasn't the only thing she'd do. The few that have gained this information would be the parents or relatives of the students that are taking the test today. At the testing location, Kang Junguk flinched. Kang Junguk asked if he still thought he was being overly aggressive, noting that Yura not only influences the kids that graduated. Someone off-panel stated that Warrior High School has low expectations of them. Kang Junguk vowed that he wouldn't let that happen, stating that this test is not something that can be cheated on by knowing. Kang Junguk continued to speak. Kang Junguk stated that the only thing that he's concerned about is safety, and that it's already a difficult test, but to conduct it in an unknown area. Kang Jungkook considered the situation, thinking that Seo Yura likely cared little about the students' well-being. He mused that praying wasn't his style. If something were to happen, they would simply have to react as quickly as possible. He hadn't been able to say much about it at the time, but he was sure everyone felt it. Meanwhile, elsewhere, two figures walked down a hallway. One of them remarked that something was immature and unsharp and foolish for the time and place. One of the figures asked if that was what the other thought. The other responded that he guessed he couldn't say much about that. Meanwhile, back with Kang Jungkook, he thought that someone was making things rough on purpose. Someone else remarked that Kang Jungkook was already aware of something. They added that he was pretty famous within the school for being strict with students with talent. Someone else thought that something was interesting, although they shouldn't have any. Elsewhere, someone hoped that a certain kid would pass the test. Kang Jungkook was seen in the same room as the man with the scar over his eye. The scarred man thought that he couldn't do much instructing as the principal anymore. He also thought that it had been a while since he'd wanted to teach someone personally. The theme of the test was search and transportation of treasure. The test required the students to find the treasure located within a chest inside the dungeon and exit the dungeon safely to pass the test. 30 minutes before the practical exam, the students were in the Pangeo Special Training Center, Briefing Room 2. The briefing continued, outlining the dangers within the dungeon, stating that the challenges were designed to push participants to their limits. One student mused that the rules seemed simpler than anticipated, expecting a more complex scoring system. The disclaimer and assumption of risk agreement lay on the table, warning that while most injuries would be minor, the possibility of the unexpected always existed. Since they all desired to become adventurers, the speaker suggested they be extra careful when it came to personal safety. The speaker clarified that the condition for passing the test was to obtain one treasure per person. It was explained that inside the dungeon, there were more than enough chests for all the participants to collect. As such, there was no limit to the number of participants who could pass the practical exam. Murmurs rippled through the crowd as one student observed that even if a quarter of the people there passed, that would still be over 100 people. Another wondered if they would change their minds. The speaker then moved on to the topic of the basic items that would be provided. One of the students realized that Sarum hadn't told him about this test format. He also noted, based on what other people were saying, that it seemed like a new rule implemented this year. The speaker announced that the briefing was concluded and that they would now start allowing participants to enter the practical exam site. Each participant would enter based on the number given on their test admission ticket and would be grouped to go through the exits and enter the locker room. Participants were informed that their equipment was stored in the storage lockers that matched their admission ticket number. One student lamented that since he had to give away his phone, he couldn't contact anyone and had no choice but to figure it out himself. Suddenly, Jang Songyong was accosted by another student. The student, already nervous, told Jang Songyong to watch where he was going. The student stood their ground, watching the confrontation unfold. The student with the leg brace pointed out that Jang Songyong was the one who bumped into him. He explained that, due to his leg, he couldn't walk fast. Therefore, there was no way he could catch up to Jang Songyong. He continued, stating that he was fine with being bumped into when there were a lot of people, but asked that Jang Songyong not get angry with him. The tension in the room was palpable. Diav Choi scoffed, declaring that he could care less about all of them. Another student, with blonde hair, challenged Diav, asking who he thought he was and telling him to get lost. He then asked what Diav would do if he didn't want to stop. The student with the leg brace interjected, telling them to stop and reminding them that even though they were minors, laws were still in place. He added that since they had an important exam, he wouldn't do much. Yu Jar-yong found the situation amusing, but thought to himself that he would cause the student some bad feelings. The blonde-haired student warned that if he happened to see Yu Jar-yong on the testing site, he might accidentally cross the line. The tension continued to build. The blonde-haired student wondered what was wrong with Yu Jar-yong. Someone remarked that they didn't know that kid. Someone returned a dropped item to a student. He thanked them, relieved he didn't have to deal with it himself. The student reflected on the other's attitude, deciding it was acceptable since they were the same age. He wished him good luck on the test. The student wondered if adventurers studied for the SATs and if the other thought he wouldn't pass the test. He dismissed the thought, deciding not to worry about others. The students began to gather. The student from before received a good luck from someone. Pyo Dojin, a Warrior High second-year student, was ranked second place overall last year. The sign indicated they were at the Pangeo Special Training Center, Labyrinth entrance floor. The students gathered in a large room filled with capsule elevators. With the exam beginning in 10 minutes, each participant was instructed to enter the corresponding entrance and follow the guide's instructions. Someone was shocked by the sight. Another student remarked that it was like a sci-fi movie, noting the sheer scale of it all. The students prepared to enter the capsules. Each capsule was an elevator that would take each participant to random locations within the labyrinth. The students were told to enter the capsule and wait until the test began. During the remaining time, each participant would be transported to their assigned testing area. With the announcement that the doors would open and the exam would begin, Masked Man 1 took stock of his surroundings. He thought to himself that it was like a normal elevator on the inside. He glanced at the tactical band on his wrist, which displayed the time and detected oddities in the user's condition and status. It also detected location and rescue signals, though asking for help would result in disqualification. With only 1 second remaining until the test began, Masked Man 1 steeled himself. He knew this was it. The Pangeo Labyrinth, a location once known as Vasuka's Abyss, awaited. It was brought up that the potential for danger to be used as a training location was high. Even those people could not have guessed what could be inside the labyrinth. It was said that the labyrinth itself would have its own will, and that it would try to use the humans that try to take advantage of it. As the exam started, it was discovered that the participants' locations could not be tracked, triggering a code, B emergency situation. All adventurers within the facility were ordered to follow the guides and leave the current premises. The adventurers wondered if there were any entrances they could use, but they were all closed. The reward for waiting would be that the labyrinth gained prey to eat. However, just like there would be people that would be eaten, the fact that their natural enemy would be inside them. Masked Man 1's eyes glowed with a blue light. The ownerless labyrinth would also be unable to know that. Meanwhile, an announcement was made regarding the end of Season 1 on May 12, 2023. Y Studio announced that with the release of Chapter 45, Warrior High School, Dungeon Raid Department would be going on a brief hiatus. They hope to come back soon with more exciting content in Season 2 and thanked everyone. Y Studio thanked everyone for their continued love and support.